organized. Organization is the key to the building of a station. Organize, organize. It better for organize. To organize it is the key, just like a proper education. Organize, organize, and make we flex wise. Tell the youth them feel refrain from wrong and heal Selassie I. Analyze and organize, and spiritually mobilize. We need salvation, no need no mansion in the sky. The morning stew. Lisa Love, the Groove Master, and Mr.Frisco. Big up. 96.5, make me fly. Always make the people organize and centralize, and strategically mobilize. Element of surprise. I thought we don't know small fries. Watch the rise. Watch Rastafari. Get over. Make Babylon turn over. Get run over. Roving with the rover. Organize and centralize. I Selassie.
All right. Walking into Wednesday.
Yep.
Get her down. It was raining then.
A very wet one.
That is right. Here it is. Walking up into Wednesday.
It's drizzling up here.
What's that?
It's drizzling up here. It's drizzling.
Okay. It's raining cats and dogs in the city.
Uh-huh.
You stepped in a poodle?
Yep.
Oh, that's what he did.
He stepped in a poodle.
That's what he did. He sure did.
That's Steve
Groove
and Lisa Love.
And that's Frisco Dar. We never got rain yet, but by the time I woke up this morning and I looked up,
You have no rain at all?
no rain.
Wow.
But we got the weather, we got the clouds, and it looked like we're going to get rain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So how y'all doing?
It has been coming down up here, man.
Really?
Uh-huh.
And you still found time to do the show?
I was the inside hand attack.
Yeah. Groove might not get none right now because
What's going on over there?
It come from the north south, so you don't get
Right. That's what I saw this morning. It's not south. I said, oh, there we go.
it's moving away from you. The main cluster of showers.
Yeah, well, tell my clouds that.
Yeah, I got clouds, but the rains, at least at the present moment, is moving away from
you.
your area for now. This
that's
cluster that came down, but yeah, the weatherman did say increase in shower activity. We were
like some people when I likely showerification. I love showerification.
You love showerification.
I love showerification.
You're gonna get that straw again, huh?
Especially when they want to go nowhere.
Boy, I had to tell you. What?
That's the
but I
best
do
thing
tell you
ever.
something. I don't empty 160-gallon fish tank. I don't put up. Well, I do a lot of things already. So yeah, I wake up 5 o'clock every morning. Every morning I wake up 5 o'clock, and before the show I do something.
That's what we do.
Yeah. What time you get up? How would you do? What time you get up?
About 6:37.
Okay, good.
But I do stuff.
I
don't just get up and sit around. I do stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I am a mother.
I did a manly thing last night too. I have my tools.
What did you do?
I'd have a craftsman tool span, a big, I nearly say it, one big bugger. But the paint made it chip. So I take out the tools and I sand the sucker down and spray paint it. And that boy look pretty again. That's the kind of thing that make man happy, Well, one of the things that will make man happy. Yeah, that thing will make man happy that anytime you could tell your partner exactly where you want and you don't have to afraid.
I agree.
You never hear that one.
Somebody said I figure out.
What are you trying to figure out?
President said echo, but it's not here.
President here. Tell him cover one is. Here in Mano.
Might be you.
Which ears though?
Yeah, I tell you, said that what make men happy is knowing that they could tell their partner whatever they want without fear of reprisal.
Of course.
Yes. Without it being used against them in a court of law. Yes. Your Honor.
And inside the closet.
Yes. Yes. And you must make sure you keep a crazy straw in your house at all times.
We need to find a crazy straw.
You remember any crazy straw?
Yeah, I remember
the crazy straw was that straw where got most about 8 curves before you get to your mouth. By the time you don't suck the juice, you had a pop in your head because you don't, long.
All over the place. So let's say there is no echo there. Good morning.
Exactly.
It might have been just for a brief moment, but yeah, we're good.
It passed. That too shall pass.
Well, so diesel gone up.
Tell me about it.
Yes.
Okay.
$2.50.
Frisco, you never saw that?
That's a lot of gone up.
I know.
I remember there was a song.
Again.
There was a Trinidadian group called the Merry Men. I believe they were beginning of the 70s. And they had a song back then. It said, the price of gas gone up. Oh, no, man, it got to stop. And the Prime Minister said, going up again. The price of gas gone up.
Somebody posted a picture that is very accurate. In our group?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Harlan. Yeah, he said that. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, I get it.
He was showing you the difference between gas price, gold price, electricity cost, and salary. Where gas price, they move like a cheetah. Gold prices, they move like a stallion. Electricity is moving like a rabbit.
You know this.
And salary move like a bocotora.
Ain't that the truth?
That's the meaning of life right there, folks.
I tell you, where's the lie? There's no lie.
That's it.
No lie.
Good morning to our MCO Jam. Good morning to her. Tracy say, if she da me we keep on the bottom home for Easter, I want to go and nobody board a fan and know what things
exactly. What is it that you want?
Exactly. Or send somebody for it.
Somebody's still gonna have to go.
What? But yeah, you don't have to go. Yes. So, but yeah, man, I kind of agree, you know. I kind of agree.
There, guys. Come on, stop.
Yeah. Not only for Easter, I think that there are certain things that we should maybe try to wean ourselves off of. We have certain things that is
not in our favor right now. Just let it go. Just let it go.
I don't think it's in our favor generally. I think it's in their favor.
What are we talking about?
Going across the border and that little excursion.
Okay.
Yeah, you know. I don't think it might be.
Hey, some people have no fear, you know. Some people fearless.
Yeah. And where it could be
until it hits the fan, then they want help from here, there, and everywhere. They're sending out all sorts of messages. Please help, but nobody sent you there. Stop.
Yeah. Well, that's one I think when you take where
Lisa has spoken.
You look at this exactly. So let it be written. So let it be done.
All right. Nobody sent you there.
But yeah, this is one thing where it's like a user tax. You only get charged that tax if you use that product. Now, if you know that there's turmoil in a certain region and you choose to go to that certain region, no one should really be obligated for go for you, but they should. Because
you might have loved ones who want you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is your government should negotiate for you. But the thing is, like Lisa just said, you're gone there on your own volition after people tell you now a funny place you should go there right now.
Right.
Yeah, but it's good to know. It's a fine line between bravery and stupidity.
Please don't go.
Very good.
Go.
Remember what I said
over there.
I beg you.
Remember what I said about death is sort of like stupidity. You don't know you're dead. A lot of people they ball. And I just like stupidity. You don't know you're stupid. I make a lot of people they ball. But you know, that one ain't kind of thing like that. But yeah, I would either stay home for Easter, eating a sea fish. I know what I've been contemplating to the last.
Have you been contemplating?
It passed through my mind, but I never did on the air, so I couldn't say it. It sounds like I hate sea fish. And I don't hate sea fish.
No, nobody said you hated sea fish.
No, sometimes when I say things, I say, yeah, I'd rather sea fish. I mean, I'd rather my tilapia. That's not because I don't like sea fish, you know, it's because you all put me in a defensive mode when you know attack Jesus' fish. So I like sea fish too. I like sea fish too. The only difference where I'm going to say is about it. If I go to a restaurant and I order fish, it would make a difference to me if it's a river fish or a sea fish. That's all I'm saying. Fish and a fish.
Well, restaurants don't do river fish. Maybe they do fillet river fish. We don't know, but you can't go and say I want a base snook.
What?
You can't go and say I want a base snook.
My girl, there's a Chinese restaurant right there, Ladyville. We got a big river fish there in the thing, and you could pick out your river fish if you want.
Me don't know.
But that is for a greater
Starting
palates.
up again up here.
Sure.
Let me get one of them bases snookers right there.
Yes, give me a snooker. Base snooker.
Let me get one of them tilapias.
And how do you want your base snooker?
From the base up.
A lot of bass.
Yeah.
Take out the treble. Take out the treble.
Yeah. Prime Minister said want to stop the ball and can raise gas price $3. He said, but they didn't raise some tax on it, or they didn't include some tax on the new raising. So he said they could have raised it $3. But if you don't raise already,
guess what, Sherlock?
and they say I raise again,
Mm,
maybe I'll be $3. Never know.
maybe.
Never know.
Maybe.
Well, then at the time when tiny people that go and start to buy a drum of gas. Keep my back there. But my drum of gas that nearly like a nuclear weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Where they okay, who wanna know where the zombie there? The zombie apocalypse now start right now. Oh, okay.
You want?
Who deserves your seat and why? Let me see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's a question put on board. I hope we see it on TV. Who deserves your seat and why? There is a gentleman sitting down with a briefcase, and there's a pregnant woman holding a baby, an old woman, a young man with his leg broken, and the zombie. Who deserves your seat more? Well, this the woman with the baby.
So strange. The zombie probably deserves the seat. I don't know.
The zombie. I'd have figured that it's zombie, but I don't know that why.
I don't know why either, but
I'd have figured that it's zombie. Because I figure the lady were pregnant. You did that intentionally.
What?
So, yes, you chose that sickness. So you pregnant and you dead it. And there's an old woman next to you.
The
old woman didn't choose her dilemma. And she probably can't stand up so long. So right away, out of the pregnant woman with the baby and the old woman, I would give it to the old woman. No.
Well, everybody got a face makeup, so I don't know.
Huh?
Nobody's happy here. There is no happiness here.
Yes, no happiness. Everybody face makeup.
Exactly, because all of them is stand up. We had to look into next to that man, it looked like he got that seat empty. So I don't even know if he have to stand up. But no, between the old lady and the young man with the two legs broken and he can't and he crutch. I would have still give the old lady. Because the young man.
No. Who deserves a seat? I'm giving the zombie, because guess what? He know the he the only one that could do real harm. Take the seat, brother.
You would give the zombie.
Yeah, the only one who could do real harm. The man foot broke. The woman got baby. The old woman, well, she old. But the zombie could do some damage. So I'm giving this.
You know when the zombie eat your brain.
Right. He could do damage.
But you don't have to worry about that.
He deserves it because he could do damage.
Hold on, Lisa, you miss it, man.
What did I miss?
Ask her, say, you know, when the zombie eat your brains. No, you said, no, I tell her, well, you don't have to worry about that. Aye.
Oh, gosh.
Ain't got no
I don't want to know. I figure the answer is the zombie, you know. But I don't know why.
Because the zombie the one we could do harm, we could cause harm.
Because she face makeup. Nobody deserve the seat.
Nobody deserve it, but you know, get the zombie and bite the hell, take a bite out of crime.
Nah.
Well, I tell you, I'd get the old lady and make the zombie bite the boy front.
I would give the elderly woman too.
Yeah, I make the zombie bite the.
I would give the elderly woman and have the lady give me her baby.
Look, no, you have to wait to think about. I'd give the seat to the elderly woman. That way the zombie got 3 brains we eat before you get to me.
Yeah, you know this in a way though. I'd give the zombie.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
You sit down, brother. You sit down. You sit down.
You know, I know about zombie movies now.
Why?
I used to like zombie movies when you could get away. Because when like zombie would come and you'd run and the zombie will come behind you like that. But no, they got zombie where they run like they crazy. That's not how zombies supposed. Zombie can't run so fast. They put one drop off. Yep. One of our listeners said, I don't know me again. None of them in the seat. Because I know I call the person name, but Johnny Ling said, I no, me want give none of them my seat. Me want stare through the window like I know sitting.
Oh, the
Yes,
zombie
and
attack him.
that,
Oh, the zombie
when
attack
you
him
eat
bite
your
out of
brains.
you. Yep.
That when you
Because
eat
you're
your
not paying
brains.
attention.
I can't just
you
one piece of your neck gone.
Ah,
meet zombies before, man. A lot of people don't realize how zombie work. You have to know how
Ah.
zombies work. That's right. What happened? Speaking about zombies, the Mexican authority look like they ease up the border problem.
Mm.
It look like they're moving troops down there to clear up the area. I don't know what, but it sounds like then they ease up the problem on that end. So thank you
Okay.
very much to our Mexican counterpart and to the participating cartels, and everybody
Imagine
that's
that.
making it
Could it
possible.
be that somebody
Yes.
talked to them?
Yeah, there's
Well,
Could it be
our
that they had a
ambassador
discussion
to
with
Mexico.
somebody?
Yes, our ambassador to Mexico said that when he found out about it, he spoke to his counterparts, and apparently they settled it. Uh-huh. When the zombie reach me, I may want done full, or I done me want reach my destination. That not you have. If me want done full, yes. That's the way I say. I may I get the old lady. Oh, but you say I get none. So that is something eat your brains. Get the old lady, man. Get the old lady.
Why isn't he eating now? He have
What?
people before the person sitting down, so why isn't he eating?
I don't know where they clue to say. I don't know where the riddle
I
is.
know.
You try to decide which one you eat.
Yeah.
Because I tell you something. If Adam is a zombie, first thing Adam go out that honestly, if Adam is a zombie, you know who I eat first?
Who?
The mother.
Uh-oh.
Because right away they get a happy meal with it too.
Oh my gosh.
Right away.
You may eat the first person you see.
Jeez, you were looking.
Yes, I get a happy meal with the adult size.
It's been a while since I see a good zombie movie too.
But I had to tell you,
What would be a good zombie movie?
I know one zombie
Best zombie movie
me.
I Am Legend.
Yeah. One another good one was Z. World War Z.
Yeah, World War Z. That is second. Yeah.
That was sick.
Boy,
I had to tell you.
Put World War Z first, then
that's crazy.
Yeah,
because then there's some zombie women they move fast. They were fast
World War
zombie.
Z. Yo, that storyline is bad.
And World War Z. First of all, what made World War Z good? Brad Pitt made it in there.
Yeah, that's a good movie, yo.
Yeah, right away it gave it credibility because you had one top line star, just like I Am Legend. But there was something about World War Z that put it right with we. I Am Legend took place. We got into I Am Legend after the thing happened. In a World War Z, you made it in the theater while it made it happen.
Yeah.
Right? When you come out of the theater,
that's too good. Yes. That's too best. I have never seen or sat down to watch what's the episode? What's the series?
Which one?
What's the zombie series, man?
I probably never watched it either.
Come on, series, help me out. What's the series that come out? Where that's on TV? Got like most 100 season, right?
I know Hannah, they watch this thing with some zombies where they go to high school.
No, there's a series like you start what's the name of that series, man? You got almost umpteen season. That's like the most famous zombie series. I probably see like one episode. I never did.
Really?
What?
Man, y'all know the name of that series.
I had to tell you something.
Popular.
The same way how World War Z was one good zombie movie. When people came out of the theater, they look on the building because they wonder if anybody to crawl up and down the side of the building. I have one idea for a zombie movie. That same thing with zombies coming from back of bush because of climate change and we cut down the trees and we kill the animals. Zombie have to come into the city. And that's the way that make it say like, yo, this makes sense.
Somebody help me out. What's the name of the series that's on TV? I think it's
Sci-fi.
One of the
I bet you that's something where as we hear the name I say, oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. Shucks, man.
I'm stuck on the X-Files.
Yeah, I love the X-Files.
Yeah.
Series.
We don't know.
TV shows about zombies.
Walking Dead, Clarita said.
Walking Dead. Yes, that.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
God damn.
Everybody know
Walking Dead.
Thank you, Clarita.
I've never seen like really get into that. I don't know why.
I never watched
like
Walking Dead.
movies.
Yeah, and you're right. I never watched The Walking Dead, but I do know that there's a character we walk from. We don't be a small bat with barbed wire wrapped around the end, and he don't a zombie killer. Zombies go back far, you know. I think zombies don't take off like mummies.
Clarita is saying good morning to us, y'all.
Yo, what's
good
up?
morning, Clarita.
Hola.
Morning, Clarita.
All right.
When I waited just now.
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Was that the guy with the baseball bat?
Probably.
The guy with the baseball bat also played the comedian in what was the name of that movie with all those superheroes that were bad?
Oh, your thing right there.
Yeah. No, there was a movie out with some superhero. Why can't I remember that?
That's a series, man. A series.
No, I'm not talking about the boys. There was
the boys, yeah.
Yeah, there was not the boys. There was a movie.
Good morning, Hugh.
With the comedian with Horshack, with a guy like Batman. What was the name? Oh man. Come on, somebody help me out with the name of this thing. Anyway, never mind. See the bat they groove? Whip out. I can't trust them people. Yeah, I know how to tell you.
There it is.
Yes. Yeah, that's Batman right there, folks. That's right, Walking Dead. But yeah, where does Mr.
We never watched
Medina
Walking Dead ever.
This is what we talking about
Watchmen.
on a Thursday.
Okay, the movie was called The Watchmen.
Watchmen.
That
okay.
was yeah. That was superheroes gone bad. Yep. CCJ said that in the back, Jeremy Enriquez, that the reason why the case was thrown out or dismissed was because they filed it too early or something like that.
Okay.
So they appealed that ruling, and the CCJ says, we agree with you. You know, on a case like this, a filing deadline should not be the reason why it was thrown out. So apparently they're putting the ball back in motion again, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I want to tell you something. It's amazing to me, and I don't know the political things about it, but it's amazing to me something as simple as a redistricting, and it's not simple, but one constitutionally obligated thing like a redistricting exercise shouldn't require court battles.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the Constitution. It has to be done. So there shouldn't be no pros and cons about it. That's what it says in our Constitution.
Mm.
So
before we continue, we also got to remind our stewards that we'll be doing the third day, right?
See.
Yes.
The budget debate continues. Today is the third and last day.
Not only as stewards, you reminded me too, because we get to unite and I really go.
Aren't you a steward?
Yes, I am a steward.
Okay.
Yes,
So yeah.
So anyway, my mechanic gone to heaven.
Mm-mm.
And they're up there a few days, and this body I had to fix the gate to the aisle, the pearly gates, you know, the squeak number, the clouds, they look smoother, they glide past one another better, and God see where they go on. So God has St. Peter that who make the mechanic come to heaven? St. Peter said, well, let me depend on the list. God get on the phone right away and call hell. He said, Satan. He said, I descend on this mechanic. Satan say, hell no. He said, we stand up there. He said, the man come down here and he start to fix the AC. He said, we got cool AC in hell no. He said, you got ice cold water and freezer.
So,
I don't know if our mechanic can go in, please. Rough thing, you know. I pick your career.
What does a tire reminisce about?
What does a tire reminisce about? The road, the miles,
Frisco?
the fleet. No.
I won't even go there.
The air. What?
A good ear.
See?
The air.
A
I was close. I
a
said the
good
air.
You
ear.
were close, but no cigar.
Whatever.
That's right. Yep.
All right, so Creme News Center did a piece yesterday. Marisol kind of tried to find some original info about the Cuban Medical Brigade.
Mm.
And according to some sources, she went back. Let's see. So said we only perused the reporter. As only those were cataloged. The Amandala is available, but only in hard copy. Well, anyway, the information they got was that the Cuban medical doctors arrived in Belize on May the 1st, 1999. Seems like a long time away, too.
Mm-hmm.
And were deployed on April 27, 1999. And then it goes on to list, they went into rural areas, how the numbers came and increased and blah, blah, blah.
It's a good thing for us.
The history of, over a period of time, the increase in the numbers. By May 7, 2036, of 76 nurses arrived. And so, it goes on to give. But yeah, so they first came in 1999.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They have been our friends for quite a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry the friendship has to end, but
I don't think the friendship end.
I don't think it's gonna end either.
Oh yes, of course not.
It won't. I mean, again, these people understand they understand
Yes.
what's going on.
Yes. Hungry children, starving people, they understand.
No, they understand the pressures of their friends, because they are under the same pressure, even more than us.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Right? They're wondering right now if the orange guy is going to send specialized troops in there to take out their leadership. That's what they're worrying about right now. That's what the world is talking about. So, worrying about those Belize and some of the other Caribbean nations are forced to send back the doctors and nurses. I don't think that's on the top of their list about things to worry about. They understand what's going on. They are under more pressure than we are right now.
Yeah.
Then they watch where they go on right now very closely with that guy.
I hear what you say. As a country that they watch,
Exactly.
as a country they do watch,
Mm-hmm.
but as individuals that are dying, I'm sure they understand the plight that they're in, and I'm sure they understand the reason why the people that they've helped has to say.
But we the same
can't
thing.
help
We
you.
sent money to Mexico to send food.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What we're talking about is the sending back of the doctors. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about oil embargo and fuel embargo and food and accessibility of food. We're talking about doctors going back.
So you don't think that has anything to do with the fuel embargo and everything else?
Again,
They're all one thing.
going
Yes.
back. That's what we're talking about. The decision, of the forcing of countries to send back
Right.
the doctors. So I'm saying they are under the knife right now from America. So they understand what's going on. They understand what pressure is right now. I'm sure they do. I mean, like you would have friend group over. I can understand if somebody force you to do something where against me. I would never be mad at you if you do something somebody force you to do where you don't have a choice. You understand these things are like, I don't want to do this, but I can't because boom, boom,
But
boom,
I
boom,
can't
boom.
because my hand.
You're cool. I understand that. I understand what's going on.
Bro, you know what the difference between a knight and a soldier was back in the old day?
Tell
It's
us.
because a soldier would do what they were told to do.
Mm-hmm.
A knight would do what chivalry said they should
You want
do.
to be
Or
chivaled then?
no, yo, bro, I gotta tell you
You
something,
want to be
bro.
chivaled?
That is the no, I gotta tell you something honestly, Frisco. We operate at a time where we feel like nobody has commitment. We are looking at our leaders around the world and we are realizing my word, my support, all that means nothing. The
Mm-hmm.
confidence of somebody got back mean nothing. But there are people out here who would have your back, who would say, you know what, that's not right. I can't do that. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying that we should do right now. Uh,
What are
I'm
you
not
saying we
saying
should
that.
do? Are you
See
saying we should
what
do
what
something?
what 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 should happen if what should happen, we wouldn't be seeing what we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
If the right things and the noble things to do were the way the world works, we're not going to see what we see right now.
Agree.
Right? At the end of the day, certain realities are just the reality of it that you're forced in a point where you can't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to do something, but you can't
But
do something
your hands
because
are
you
tied.
don't have the wherewithal to do
Mm-hmm.
it. We're seeing it right now, right? And if people were to do the noble thing, but that damn old saying, where might is right.
Yeah. Yep.
Might is right, right?
We see
Oh
it
boy.
every day.
Might is right.
We
What
see
you
it.
could do when a man could just fly in here and take out your leadership and roll out.
You can't do nothing about
What
it.
you do? Which hero you want to be?
Mm-hmm.
And not every
You
hero
know,
run up in at the battle, you know. Sometimes you have to know when to pull back. In war,
you
nobody fight the uh, Roman style, your army versus my army, and we clash like in Gettysburg. No. You have to be
I
strategic.
know.
You got to know when to pull back. You can't.
300.
Hmm?
You know what they
I
say?
know.
You pick your battles.
You pick a battle. You got to
Yeah.
be. You be strategic, or else you look bad.
And the truth about that is, while you pick your battles, the battles you choose not to pick, those are adding up. And by the time you decide to pick your battle, it's no longer a battle; it's a full blown war. Your
Yep.
battle now mean
Where
nothing.
you know got one hand in none at all.
Yeah. You know, if one rat, I saw this thing that they say every now and again rats raid beehives to get the honey. If a rat goes into a beehive, you know what the bee then do?
What?
You'd have figured they attack bush.
Attack the rat?
They attack everybody, attack the rat, sting the rat till the rat paralyzed, and then they cover the rat in a so or they seal off that area where the rat is. And they just left that there. But they never do it one big and stinner. Everybody say, yo, there is a rat around us. And everybody say, this is how we handle it. You never had nobody where say, all right, well, I make the rat come in through the back door. Or we make the rat lean up here. All of them said, this is how we deal with this rat. But, we are not a rat, we are human. We can be compromised and we can be divided easy. So it's the world we live in, folks. On a lighter note,
You got to make choices.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Want to say good morning going out to Miss Zelda Dawson, Miss Olive Hampton, and to our shot gal.
Uh-huh.
Yes, morning to them.
Oh, Paula then as well to Bonokal and also to Aunt Julia, Lady Sean, hello. Mighty Force D, hello.
No mighty
That's
force
right.
D.
Yeah.
All right.
Jose Sandoval, good morning.
But I'm
So
telling
it's
you, heal up
David.
there, Jose.
Yeah.
All right,
Jose
let's
Sandoval.
grab a break and then
We come back if the house didn't sit yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the host taking time every day.
Yeah.
Yes, they have to courtesy first.
They have a house, so they do what they want.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's grab it. We'll be right back.
So let's do this. Mm-hmm.
At Habet and Brothers Habet, we've always proudly celebrated Women's Month. This year, we celebrate women keeping the balance at home, at work, and in their communities. That's why all March long, all women receive 15% off store-wide, from paints to plumbing and everything in between. Plus, 20 to 65% off lots more deals on sale and clearance. With trusted experience, top quality products, and service that's second to none, we're here to support women every step of the way. Visit or call us today. Happy Women's Month from all of us at Habet and Brothers Habet, doing our part to balance the scales.
Smart for everybody. Smart leading everything. Smart give you everything. Smart offer everything. Smart give you everything. North to the east and the south and the west. Smart are the best. Darling, double up my data and give me all the text. In fact, give me a plan for my family. Unlimited calls, so me like it. And Smart make everybody feel happy. Bringing people together, me want it now. Smart got love for everybody. Me want my Smart plan. Want it right now. Me want my Smart plan. Want it right now. More bundles, data plan. Me want my smartphone, internet in my hand. Call me want my Smart plan. Want it right now. Smart. Stay connected. Stay happy.
Rotavirus is a leading cause of severe watery diarrhea and vomiting in young children. It can lead to dangerous dehydration and hospital visits. The good news? The rotavirus vaccine is now available countrywide. It is given in drops at 2, 4, and 6 months of age. Protect your child. Visit your nearest health clinic today.
While 501 is an effort to catalog and digitize more than 30 years of Carol and Richard Foster's extraordinary wildlife footage, a visual record of Belize's wild heart that has been shared with the world through platforms like BBC and National Geographic. This exhibition brings that work to life through new short wildlife films that Carol has been working on over the past few months. Curated photographs that capture the iconic Foster perspective, and hundreds of archival recordings that are now being preserved and made accessible for the first time.
But while 501 is more than just an exhibition or a gallery of pretty pictures, it is a living, breathing archive. It is a monumental effort to catalog, digitize, and preserve a cinematic history that belongs to all of us. The Fosters didn't just come here to film Belize. They chose to be Belize. They made this wild landscape their home and their life's mission. As award-winning filmmakers for giants like the BBC and National Geographic, they acted as our global ambassadors.
I knew I had to do something, and I wanted to do something, and I was looking through all my slides and looking through all, and I've been doing this for like more than a year, trying to get everything in, from past to present to future. I know that was my intentions of giving back to Belize.
Belize is transforming the way taxes are managed with the Semi-Autonomous Revenue Authority, a modern system built on flexibility, efficiency, and accountability. SAR will have its own human resource policies, ensuring faster hiring, fairer opportunities, and competitive pay that rewards performance. The SAR will also manage its own budget, making it easier to fund what matters most: better technology, improved.
Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objective. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, that which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to the...
We're going to have to switch it back and head on over to Belmopan for today's coverage. We want to thank you guys, right, Groove?
Ayo.
Yes. We'll be back again tomorrow.
In full force?
Yeah, full force. So we got to head on over to Belmopan. Day 3 of the budget debate continues.
Thank you, guys. We love you all. Ayo.
That part. See you guys.
Ayo.
I recognize the member from Queen Square.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Permission to refer to my notes. Before I proceed with this contribution, my contribution to this year's budget debate, I would like to take a moment to thank the lovely people of Queen Square. They have been resilient UDPs and continue to support us for decades. Many thanks to the UDPs who are also in the gallery. Allow me to take a moment to recognize the women of Belize, particularly the resilient women of Queen Square. Happy Women's Month to all. I thank them for stretching every dollar to feed our children and for being the glue that holds many families together, particularly in Queen Square. Listening to the past 2 days of this budget has made one thing clear. This administration is starting to live in a bubble. It seems that many of the ministers are under a spell of the magic wand, or they all drank the blue Kool-Aid. They must be hypnotized, Mr. Speaker, because most Belizeans are suffering financially, barely living one paycheck to paycheck. But let me say this, we acknowledge the ongoing initiatives to increase access to health care, education, and infrastructure. These are all good. We also heard when the minister from Lekai announced that no new taxes have been introduced in this year's national budget. But, Mr. Speaker, this budget oversees a heavy increase in the cost of living, increase in fuel. Just last night, diesel took a whopping 20% increase. Increase in electricity, increase in water bill, increase in property tax, increase in trade license, and who knows what else will increase. The member from Lekai also mentioned, and it was a great suggestion, that we should subsidize KHMH fully. We on this side would like to join in that call for a full subsidy for KHMH. The interesting thing though, the member from Lekai sits in cabinet, so I was surprised to hear him come to this house when he should go to cabinet with it. He is the fighter of the poor people in Belize City, so why isn't he going to cabinet with this? I don't know. Belizeans are struggling. The pressure is real. Even a minister who sits on the back bench was heard saying that he's asking for his people to keep the faith. And this administration will deliver on the past promises. Belizeans, don't ever forget that broken promises are a part of this administration. Remember the 1,000 homes? Remember the promise to reduce fuel prices? Mr. Speaker, let me stop with the failed promises. We on this side of the House recognize that governance is not only about criticizing, it is also about offering a better way forward, and that is exactly what we intend to do. Let me start with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. In the Minister's presentation, he told a pretty story, millions on top of millions for health care in the draft estimates. But, Mr. Speaker, he's not just another line item. Health is not just another line item. It is life itself. At the very heart of this system are our doctors and nurses. They are the heartbeat of the health system. They carry the weight of our nation's well-being every single day. Yet, in all the numbers and all the narratives presented in this House, there was a glaring omission. No mention of the potential departure of the Cuban Medical Brigade. No clarity on what that would mean for our healthcare system. The silence is concerning. The Cuban Medical Brigade has been a fixture in our medical system, I believe from around the 1980s, and they were even stronger during the COVID-19 era. In fact, Cuban Medical Brigade has played a pivotal role in the healthcare system in many CARICOM countries like Barbados and Jamaica. The real crisis surrounding the Cuban Medical Brigade's future in Belize appears to be mounting international pressure from the USA to end the brigade program. Apparently, in countries like Jamaica, the Cuban doctors are not being paid directly. They only receive a portion of their salaries, while the remainder must go directly to the Cuban government. The government of Belize has not released a specific agreement with the Cuban Brigade, nor has the government revealed how much each doctor or nurse is being paid. We recognize that this is a delicate international geopolitical discussion. We also understand it involves diplomacy and international pressure being exerted on our sovereign nation. But the reality is this: our public hospitals are already under strain. They are stretched thin with medical personnel. In many cases, our hospitals and our clinics rely on the support of Cuban doctors and nurses. Mr. Speaker, this situation can easily become a matter of national emergency. If the Cuban Medical Brigade must leave, what is the plan? The draft estimates has money allocated for their salaries, but it does not contemplate a shortage of doctors and nurses in Belize. Where would we source the doctors from? Mr. Speaker, this budget speaks about being future-focused, yet it fails to reflect any meaningful increase in salaries for doctors and nurses. Are we to believe that our healthcare system will attract doctors to return home under the same financial conditions that caused many of them to leave this country? And let us be clear, we need a budget that will increase the salary of doctors and nurses in this country. There are multiple other avenues that the government could pursue. Give a grant or increase allowances such as housing or hardship, student loan relief, or even special access to land. And you can start, of course, with the famous starter home as a part of this comprehensive incentive package for doctors and nurses. These are practical, achievable solutions, but they require planning, vision, and commitment. What we see instead is a government lacking preparedness. Mr. Speaker, planning must start before the problem gets bigger. This is why we say this administration is living in a bubble. They seem to be disconnected from the realities on the ground. Anyways, living in the real Belize, there are mothers in Dangriga waiting hours at clinics, fathers in Orange Walk having to choose between dialysis or groceries, and all those Belizeans wondering if our health system truly cares for them when they need it the most. I think most Belizeans welcome the PM's comment in his budget speech to upgrade polyclinics, to recruit additional healthcare workers, and to ensure that the clinics are not just open, but properly staffed. Those are forward-thinking ideas, and Belizeans know this is long overdue. While this year's budget carries with it a lot of lofty ideas, Belizeans are not asking for more ideas. They're asking for results. Results like every Belizean should have access to primary care, like every Belizean should have access to dialysis and cancer treatment. Results like every Belizean should have access to free and, most of all, readily available medication in public hospitals. That's the point where government wants Belizean. This government intends to spend $57 million on the National Health Insurance, NHI. That's an expected increase of $7 million. This is the budget year where NHI is being rolled out to the Cayo district. Roll it, roll it, roll it out to the country. Sounds good, right? We all agree. But that's the point where the government wants Belizeans to stop thinking, drink the blue Kool-Aid, and start celebrating with them. Well, here is the point the opposition is paying keen attention to. You see, when you question things further, you realize that essentially this government is privatizing NHI with taxpayers' money. They are paying private clinics to deliver primary health care under NHI. Under this year's budget, Cayo District will see 70% of their NHI patients attend private clinics, while only 30% of them will go to public clinics. Yes, this may be a quick way to increase access and efficiency to health care, but no doubt it increases the cost of health care because companies are first and foremost profit-driven. So, in my respectful view, sending patients to a private clinic is not a very smart financial move. And now here lies the amusing power of capitalism and politics in Belize. The PUP renationalized Bolido in this country about 5 years ago, taking the Bolido profits away from a private company and calling it Fui Bolido. We on this side recognize the benefits of that, Prime Minister. But we also recognize, Mr. Speaker, that Fui Bolido is now starting to look like Fui Biggest Bukut. Because the profits from the People's Bolido, along with some of taxpayers' hard-earned money, are being channeled right back to the PUP cronies in the form of lavish NHI contracts. I won't name those PUP cronies today because my debate is about the people's money. Again, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're not here to simply criticize. We're here to propose solutions. We recommend the following. Cap the share of NHI services delivered by private providers to no more than 40 to 50%, ensuring that the public system remains the backbone of primary health care in Belize. Introduce a standard patient pricing model where both private and public providers are reimbursed at the same rate to prevent inflated costs and ensure fairness. Implement performance-based contracts for providers where payments are tied to measurable incomes such as reduced wait times, patient satisfaction, and treatment success rates. Strengthen transparency and accountability by publishing NHI contracts and conduct and release NHI audits. That way Belizeans can see how their money is being spent. Mr. Speaker, countries like Costa Rica have shown that a strong public healthcare system, properly funded and efficiently managed, can deliver universal health care. We also acknowledge the government's push towards preventative care because we too believe that keeping Belizeans healthy from the start is always the goal. Where we differ is how we go about achieving this goal. You see, Mr. Speaker, when someone visits a private NHI clinic, the government pays the clinic a set fee to see X number of patients. This fee includes doctor's fee, administration fee, and profits, of course. Our public NHI facilities, which are government operated like the Polyclinic in San Narciso Corozal and the Cleopatra White Clinic in Belize City, don't get extra fees and profits. They run on a lean, mean budget. That's why government clinics and hospitals tend to be in dire state of repair. That's why human resources such as government doctors and nurses are in short supply. And that's why many medications are non-existent in public clinics and hospitals. Mr. Speaker, if we continue to expand NHI primarily through private providers like in the Cayo District, we risk create a system where those access to private clinics receive quicker service than those who depend on the public clinics. They will continue to face delays and shortages. More than that, we risk NHI expansion in a private sector system that will only become more expensive, not more efficient and effective. Remember, every dollar spent on higher costs private NHI is a dollar not invested in hiring more medical personnel, upgrading equipment, or reducing wait times in public clinics. And that is what Belizeans truly need and deserve when it comes to health care. Mr. Speaker, all we are saying, let us strengthen our public clinics and hospitals so we can deliver a better NHI service. This side of the House wants to make clear this position. Private NHI providers should be a part of the system, just not the foundation of NHI. Let us put in place clear controls, performance standards, and transparency so that the Belizean people know that their money is being well spent. Most Belizeans don't care about the numbers or the line items in the draft estimate. They care about the personal impact of the budget. Will they have money in their pockets, shorter waiting times, and better access to medicines. Back to the Minister of Natural Resources. He mentioned that land can serve as an anchor for families, a foundation of stability, security, and opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, I ask, what is the value of the anchor if you can't get it to hold on anything? You see, the majority of these nice 19,000 house lots, you can't find it, you can't use it because there's still no access to it. And as such, you cannot say it's a tool of immediate empowerment. That's why some first-time landowners have to resort to selling it. Here lies the problem. Both governments issued out house lots with no future plan. The house lots are often located in areas without proper roads and without basic infrastructure, such as electricity and water. In some cases, they are not even reachable by the land surveyors, by the land inspectors in the lands department. What is the sense of having a land title if you cannot get to your land, cannot build on it, and cannot use it to support your family? This is not empowerment. This is not transformation. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a broken dream that this administration is selling. These shortcomings are even acknowledged by the PUP side of the House. One member revealed, if not yesterday, on Monday, a plan to visit the Prime Minister's office to request assistance for infrastructure in these same very circumstances. There's no roads. Even though we build roads to nowhere, there's no roads to someone's house lot in Belize. Mr. Speaker, we are not saying that we oppose the initiative of land distribution. We support the idea that Belizeans should have access to land. We, the UDP, initiated the mobile land clinic. We know the importance of owning a piece of the jewel, but we cannot support but what we cannot support is the presentation of numbers without substance or the progress.
Members, please let's allow the member from Queen Square to continue.
But what we cannot support is the presentation of numbers without substance or progress without practicality. We propose a simple but critical shift. Expansion must be planned. Land distribution should only occur with proper planning for roads, utilities, and access with a clear timeline and budget. Development is not just about how many titles are issued. It's about whether those titles translate into real improvements in people's lives. It's about whether a single mother can safely access her land, build a home, and raise her children with dignity. It's about a family of 6 not having to worry about paying rent. This government must move beyond headline figures and focus on meaningful outcomes. If land is to be an anchor, then it must be secured with proper infrastructure, planning, and support. Otherwise, we risk leaving thousands of Belizeans holding paper promises instead of real opportunities. To the Ministry of Education, there are many great initiatives being done by MOE, and we welcome and appreciate them. However, we would like to caution that on Monday, the Minister of Education mentioned the term free education. I think it is the second year I've heard him use the term free education. Mr. Speaker, in my view, that's the biggest lie that I've ever heard in this budget debate. I know the member from Kyle South, he's not here today. He detests liars. I should ask him to take his belt off and give a public flogging to any PUP member who dares to mislead these people again. To the child who attends St. Andrew's Anglican Primary in Kayo District, he or she must pay $135 in school fees. To the teen who attends Muffles High School in Orange Walk Town, he or she must pay $775 for the first year, plus $100 for summer school. Then we listen to the grandstanding statement that parents have no excuse not to send their children to school. The reality is not all schools are included in the free education program. This is where we see that the PUP narrative does not translate to the reality on the ground. We know that including all schools in the free education program may not be feasible. So we recommend targeted support, transportation subsidies, expanding school inclusion, and focused assistance for those who need it the most. I turn to tourism, youth, and sports. Mr. Speaker, these are the three pillars that are critical to the survival and future of this nation. Tourism remains the #1 money-making industry in Belize, or for Belize. Annual revenues in 2024 reached just over $800 million, making it the driving force for Belizeans employed in the field of taxi operators, tour guides, restaurants, hotels, water taxis, airlines, and many small businesses that find a niche under the tourism umbrella. Despite the significant role that tourism plays, it does not appear to hold significant weight in the draft estimates. You see, Mr. Speaker, tourism gets its real money outside the figures presented in the estimates, like floating bonds. With destinations like Mexico and Dominican Republic offering more affordable packages, Belize risks losing competitiveness. The recent announcement of JetBlue discontinuing flights to Belize is only a warning sign. Fewer flights mean fewer overnight visitors, and overnight tourism is the backbone of the tourism industry. Seriously, is any marketing strategy in place this year to aid in attracting tourists to our shoreline via the airlines? JetBlue, as you all should know, announced that it will stop flying to Belize this summer. If overnight visitors decline, Belizeans will feel the effect immediately. Look at it this way. Behind every empty hotel room or Airbnb room, there will be Belizeans struggling to pay their bills. Our tourism product is not founded on quick cruise stops. It's founded on overnight stays. But, Mr. Speaker, serious concern remains. There is no clear, visible national strategy to address high airfare costs in Belize, limited global market reach, and the overall cost of the Belizean tourism experience. We on this side recommend a targeted airlift marketing strategy to attract and retain airlines, increase investment in data-driven global marketing, incentives to reduce destination costs, and greater transparency in tourism spending, including full reporting on the 2022 Blue Bond and tourism revenues. Tourism needs direction, not just recovery. Let me phrase it correctly. Tourism fuels our economy, while sports and youth development protects our future generation. Mr. Speaker, sports is one of the strongest developmental tools for our youths, yet it is underfunded and ignored. Over 60% of Belize's population is under the age of 35. That is not a statistics, that is a responsibility for this government. Compared to infrastructure projects like resurfacing roads and rebuilding bridges, no real attention and no real money is being pumped into sports in Belize. I'll put it this way, Mr. Speaker, we are building roads and bridges, but at the same time, we are losing our young people to crime and violence. That's the price of inequality in Belize. That may be the reason why no government, PUP or UDP, has been able to tackle the root causes of crime. Sports can be utilized as a strong crime prevention mechanism, but it requires massive, constant investments in school sporting programs, sport trainers, sport education, sporting complex and fields. I believe that every dollar spent on sport is really one more dollar spent in the fight against crime. Yet youth development and sports remain underfunded relative to their importance. Sports is not recreation. It is a health crisis prevention and a crime prevention plan. we recommend increased funding for sporting programs, signing or creating PPP for operating sporting facilities. The Belize Civic Center is a perfect example of this. Integration of sports into national crime prevention strategies. Mr. Speaker, I look at agriculture now. It has always been one of the key drivers of this economy: cane, citrus, banana. I start with the cane industry. I was hoping my brother from Crozal North was here to make his presentation, as he's far more versed than me in this one. But the importance of it,
Member from Queen Square, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, can we please allow the member from Queen Square to continue?
But the importance of the cane industry calls for me to address it. Thanks to the fact that I have a wife that comes from San Felipe or in Juak, I got a lesson in cane. The Wickabs and the My family are generational cane farmers. I've been on the cane fields. I've seen the hard work of caneros in Orange Walk. I can tell you that is a very, very demanding industry. It really calls for work every single day, from planting to fertilizing to putting the pesticides to burning and cutting. Cane farmers work very, very, very hard for this country. We all know that the cane industry has been plagued by the disease Fusarium, killing canes left, right, and center, not only in Belize, in the region as well. The need for pesticides, insecticides, and fertilizers is of utmost importance to the cane industry. When I first heard about GOB giving the $1 million for fertilizer, I was proud, only to find out the conditions that came with it was killing to the cane industry. The farmers from the north have fought hard year after year for the fair trade agreement, and I would never believe this government would offer them fertilizer in exchange of giving up fair trade. Mr. Speaker, that makes absolutely no sense to every canero that I have talked to in Orange Walk. And to see that the government is only willing to do it for one specific organization, Belize Sugarcane Farmers Association, it's obvious it's a deal to get them to move away from the legal case. I am with the cane farmers. Pursue judicial determination. When two parties can't agree, only the courts can give the middle ground. That's the legal system. It's there for you to use it. Oh yes, the member from Orange Walk South. I gather he's in his wheelchair right now, but quite capable of defending the caneros. If he needs me to push him to the caneros, I am willing to push him. Madam Leader of Opposition, I just want to tell you one thing, Madam Leader. I can't ask him one question. Who thief Budna? I can't ask him.
Members, please let's... Member from Alberta and Orange Walk Central, please let's allow the member from Queen Square to...
My final note on the cane farmers: unity is strength. Don't allow anyone to divide you. You guys have been the engine of change in this country. It saddens me that every member so far on that side of the house has refused to stand up in this house to defend you guys. Amazing. I push on to energy. I have to congratulate rural electrification. I know Indian Church, San Carlos in the past, receive electricity. I saw the speech last night. Conejo in Toledo, other villages in Toledo. Job well done, Cayonard. The problem we have, though, you know we have a problem. 70% of Belize's energy supply, electricity and fuel, is imported. Really a one-way trade deficit that's very hard to stop in this nation. Diesel, as I said earlier, only a 20% increase. This will affect nearly everything in the budget. The citrus farmers that have to fill their vehicles, that have to fill their trucks to pull citrus, the banana farmers, of course the cane farmers, every single industry will feel the effect of this. And brace yourself, Belizeans, because the price in gasoline is coming soon. I ask this government, on behalf of every single Belizean who has to use fuel, to please cushion the blow. That's where government is. That's where is government. That matters the most. There's countries like Sri Lanka. They have implemented a day off for workers. Barbados, Jamaica, they have capped fuel. There must be something, anything except nothing, towards the fuel crisis in Belize. As I wrap up, I find this year's budget to be a mixed bag. It scores on macro stability, it creates no new taxes, and it leaves a manageable budget deficit. But all this macro benefit comes at a huge sacrifice to all Belizeans. More financial pressure remains on the household. Mr. Speaker, while the numbers may look good on paper, the reality on the ground tells a very different story. This budget delivers stability at the top, but it pressures the poorest people at the bottom. It's like this government has stolen Santa Claus' big belt and they're tightening it around ordinary Belizeans. This year's national draft estimate lacks the day-to-day goodies that bring new economic relief and new opportunities to the household. Overall, our country's budget is getting bigger, but it's not translating into higher income for most Belizeans. For the single mothers in Queen Square, struggling with rent, food, and transportation, this budget does not ease their burden. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this budget because it does not bring enough relief to my fellow Belizeans. Enough is enough. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Belmopan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, first of all, I want to thank God for his never-ending blessings upon myself, my family, my good people of Belmopan. We are blessed, and we will continue to be blessed with a PUP government that cares for the people. Mr. Speaker, I also want to wish all the women in Belize, and especially those women in Belmopan, Happy Women's Month. I want to give my appreciation and shout out to the women that serve in the Belize Police Department. They serve beyond the call of duty many times. I also want to thank the women that serve in the Belize Defense Force and the Belize Coast Guard, always going beyond the call of duty. The job not easy, but they do it every day, ensuring that Belize is protected and ensuring that safety and security is a priority here in this country. Before I start with my contribution to the draft estimates and revenue expenditure for fiscal year 2026-2027, I was presented by the Prime Minister on March 10, 2026. I would also like to give my appreciation. I would also like to give my thanks to the men and women that serve in the armed forces and the Coast Guard. I was given the privilege of being the Minister of National Defense and Border Security for about 8 months, and I can tell you that they are professionals who work every single day to ensure that we are protected. And I will name some of them because they go beyond the call of duty. To General Azariel Loria, Commander BDF, previous Commander BDF, Admiral Bennett, who is now my CEO, to the Commissioner of Police. That's not an easy job, you know. Has never been an easy job. But these men make sure that they work hard day in, day out, all hours of the night, they are on call. And to the new commander of the BDF, General Anthony Velasquez, I wish him well. I know him very well. We served together in the BDF, a man of principle, and I am sure that we left the BDF in good hands. To Admiral Soberanis, all the best to him as well. Very much well prepared. I know that they are now in the capable hands of our leader who has the same passion, the able leadership of the Honorable Member for Corozal Southeast, Honorable Florencio Marin Jr. I want to thank them for giving me that opportunity of having to lead them over the past months. And I must say that they have done a spectacular job and they continue to do a good job. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were subjected to over 2.5 hours of a speech that in the end amounted to nothing. Whatever it was, the ramblings yesterday, up to now, we have no idea what that was. But that no me to say so, you know. That no me to say so. Like I read from somebody who say, is this crop really what you invited UDP supporters to tune into? This is not the call for we, you know. I wonder. I was telling you who? The man continued because he never gave up. The man continued as supporters of the UDP. There is no need to waste your time clinging into false expectations. The reality is that there is no hope for the UDP in its current form. I say so for those who know it but cannot say it. My goodness. That's why I don't usually agree with that side, you know. I don't usually agree, don't know. But yesterday I have to agree with the member for Mesopotamia. You know where I agree with you with? When you tell your people that they voted for a strong opposition, because you will remain in opposition one term, but still in opposition. wanna have a long wait. A long wait. Man call themselves loyal opposition for a very long time. That part is so, I agree with you. I agree with you. So, Speaker, I don't know where all those numbers were coming from, because apparently the member for mess up like numbers. Like numbers. And the man say, well, we have some history too. The man said $78 million for salaries and pensions. And he don't want to support that, you know. That's too much. Let me tell you something, member for MSUP. Those are salaries and pensions for members of the public service, teachers and soldiers and everybody who they work here. Where you are, we do.
Mr. Speaker, just a correction.
Where you are, we do. You want to make sure. You want to make
$708 million.
Mr. Speaker, that's the point of
$708 million.
Yes.
All right.
Member from Mess-Up. Member from Mess-Up.
Where you want we do? 780 million? 780 million.
Member
so
from
you want
Mess-Up,
we slash that number because we want to retrench people? Let me tell you something. History shows that only the UDP retrench people, you know. Not this, not a PUP government. Because apparently that's the way you want to. You don't want to support this budget because we will spend too much for salaries and we spend too much for pension.
Both sides of the mouth. That's the problem with them.
They don't understand. These are salaries and pensions for those people who work in the public service, those people who have earned it and deserve it. Well, I can't tell you that that's too much. So you want to cut it down. No, this government has never, a PU government has never retrenched anybody. That UNO. That's right. UNO do that. No we. Now the legacy one no left. Want to talk about history. History.
Cool.
We don't have no compassion to the people. We want to talk about the house to small. A program that has transformed the lives of so many families. And you want to talk about, well, but you know why? Because when you have so much house that you could rent out, and so much buildings where you could rent out, not to everybody.
Cash price.
I rent to government too. Okay, but that's a different thing. A different thing.
When they send one to school warnings, you know when they call it? Collateral damage. Remember that? Collateral damage.
And talk about the Lee House to small. But let me tell you something. Those starter homes have transformed the lives of so many people. This is a cement house we talk about with a bathroom or shower inside. When my family came to Belmopan, 1980, we never have no one-bedroom cement house. My dad went to live and took his family to live in the suburbs of Belmopan, or area called Salvapan. We had a one-bedroom thatch house, and we were proud of it. Now imagine a cement house. Man, you say when you don't know, and when you not live, then a little small one-bedroom house, nothing. You can afford for the rent-out house and building. It has transformed. It has transformed the lives of so many people. And I want to talk just about Belmopan. Families who have received that sort of home, they're no one bedroom now. Because you see, when I go and I get and I hand over and I'm invited and I hand over this one-bedroom house, I don't see a one-bedroom house. I see the future of a family who have been given an opportunity to start off with one. And when I go back, and I have been visiting these people, they have 3-bedroom house now. You see, we give them that start that they desperately needed. 13 years they had a ministry of housing. How much millions? They now build a house. But want to come and criticize a program that have been changing lives, PM. The Minister of Housing, I mean, the rep for Mesopotamia, and he comes yesterday and talk about who he not get no house. The minister, the member for Kyle South, read out all those mess up voters who have been given the opportunity of owning a house, but he don't know them there. He don't know them there because he does not know the people. Shine know, yeah, Shine know them. Shine know them. Shine know.
You run, you the practice to run. Just say that you run for Shine.
Mr. Speaker, housing program has been one of those programs that I'm so very proud of from this government. It transforms lives, it transforms families. It gives you an opportunity where you believe you never have none. The same opportunity that my family got by living in the suburbs of Belmopani, the Salvapani area. And we never have no inside bathroom and inside shower, but we had a very good, nice creek, you know. The creek where I used to go bathe. Then saying creek, cheap. So Speaker, I wonder sometimes, you know, and a previous era rep said, amazing! Amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing what, where, and how we don't think, brother. It's amazing. Talk about where they build roads that will soon reach the moon. Yet, his colleague from Queen Square, they talk about, we don't have enough road because we can't get to the land. So that what? Will they build too much or we need more? I think the last, yes, they're confused. Listen, they can't keep up because one of the biggest criticisms from the member for Mesop is that we do too much project. Well, make me tell you something, member. We will continue to do project after project after project after project, and we will do 4 or 5 projects at the same time. Talk about 4, that are too much. We will continue. Because that is what this government is about. I say the land where we give away, I need road, where they work on the road. Because I talk about Bangopan, and the light and the water. Right. And yes, Member for Kayanor, thank you so much for the expansions that are going to happen. And I'm sure that we have gotten the necessary financing for the expansion of utilities. It's coming very soon. Discuss it in Cabinet. And of course, we agree that it's something that is necessary. So, the road now reached no moon, but they have reached the lots and the land of those Belizeans who need it and who have to reach and start build their house. That's the way you reach. You have reached no moon. You have reached Scotland half moon. You not reach the moon. You have reached Scotland half moon. Mr. Speaker, see on this side we understand about prosperity. And the Prime Minister has very adequately presented the budget titled Budgeting for Belizean Prosperity. We know what that means, you know. But when you don't hear prosperity on the other side, you don't get frightened and you don't get jumpy. Because it means that you don't stay on that side for the next 5 years. That's why you don't get jumpy. You say, I stay 50 years, Prime Minister. Because prosperity exposes something that is very, very clear. For 13 years, on a field for deliver prosperity to the Belizean people. 13 years. And when I'm in a government, the Prime Minister get up and say, we have millions and millions of dollars in the coffers. And we have millions for next year and the next year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that. Where the millions get to, brother? Because just before general elections, the man said, I cry for my Belize. I grieve. I promised my brother for Toledo West Colbert, you don't get none. No Colbert. I promised the member from Cayo North Colbert too. I don't get none. Northeast. Cayo Northeast. But they had millions and millions and millions in the coffers. All glitter, no substance. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you say, when we speak about prosperity, it is because we work for our people and people feel the prosperity. Houses like never before are being built. Education. Everybody get a chance to get an education. More children are going to school like never before. You had your break, you know. You had your break. Stop lie. Lift your face, stop lie. You see, the way they left this economy, Prime Minister, I have a joke, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why the previous Prime Minister had to say what he said. And maybe that's the reason why I don't feel that we had to fire people. But no, we roll up our sleeves, and as a cabinet we came together under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister John Bresenyo, and we rescued this economy and this country. Not by anything being imposed on us by IMF, you know, or the World Bank or any of those multilateral. No, it was homegrown. Because we know and we feel. Well, Mr. Speaker, prosperity cannot be done without security. At the Ministry of Home Affairs and Enterprise, we support in providing a secure and safe environment where investments can prosper, families can thrive, and our country can grow without constant threats. And this budget supports our ministry's vision of a safe, secure, and prosperous nation, fostered through collaboration, innovation, and data-driven processes to ensure social justice, sustainable growth, and economic sovereignty. I would like to thank the member for a previous minister, a member for Caribbean Shores, Honorable Karim Musa. Thank you, sir, for your stellar leadership in the ministry before I got there. So majority of the good work and majority of the things that are now coming to fruition was because of your leadership and your dedication to security of our country. And that is why the Ministry of Home Affairs and Enterprise is central to this budget, because we protect Belize and we enable Belize to prosper. I'm not going through the numbers because I read out all the numbers. The budget book is there. I go like my friend from MESUP, member from MESUP, who gone through numbers where you never understand. So, but what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is that in this year, in this new budget, we'll have a new recruit intake of approximately 200 new police officers that will increase the strength of the police department and assist in maintaining the manpower requirement of the department's 3,000 police officers. And to complement the human resources of the police department, we have, through the Belize Integral Security Program, many projects that are ongoing, that are going to start very, very, very soon. And we have projects at the construction of the new police station in Bella Vista, construction of the new police station in San Narciso, construction of the new police station in Kikaka. And we have invested in a camera network, a 911 response system for the police department. But we're not done yet, you know. In the very near future, and some of these projects are now at the stage where it is going to go out for tender. The construction and equipment of a 911 facility and now a police station will soon be started at the Chetomal Boulevard in Belize City. And my colleague from Lekai will be glad to know.
Right next to the fire station.
Exactly, right next to the fire station. The national headquarters for the fire station. I hope, no, you know what happened? You know what happened? I never get in going for sell that again. Because when you talk about sell, man, I don't want to start because in a Belmopan they sell out all the buffer. In a Belmopan they sell out all the streets. In a Belmopan they sell for sidewalk. That crowd I never joke. That crowd I never joke.
They sell street, they put up fences.
Because if we want to talk about sell, and that the person when I said that the UDP caretaker for Belmopan, you know, I know where he in there. Because he didn't a hole and he'll come out, none at all. No, that the previous one, they do karaoke. This one here just, you know, a house, they play games. Remember, you know, we're not going through that because when we start, if everybody know the history of Hilltop, something what we were proud about when we were young. And the member for Korea Southeast group part time in about Panto. And we used to go to Hilltop, go enjoy ourselves as youths. Who sell Hilltop? Who sell Almond Boulevard? Who sell Philip Goldson Boulevard? The one by you, Philip Goldson PM. Who sell the boulevard? No. But the one who sell it, they aspire for the day. But I can tell you something, as long as I'm here working for the people of Bangopan, he has never reached there. Never. This is not about me, you know. It's about a team who has given so much, a team who works hard every single day. Part of the team there, and I must say thanks to the team that is supporting today. Brian, my chairman, thank you so much for the hard work, brother. I bless not only by the love of the people of Bangopan, but by the family work Kind of biggish. The 10 away. 10, yeah, times 2, times 3 now, because my nephews then turn 18 too. And when we come as a team. No joke. Lot. Because we have seen the work, we have seen. Going to happen. Construction very much needed. Phase 2 of the camera network and 911 response system expansion for Belize City and Belmopan. See, during my recent tour of police stations across the country, and in consultation with the different area reps and different community leaders, we have seen that there is also the need to expand and the need for new police stations. I'm pleased to announce that thanks to the hard work, the member for Toledo West, sir, we will build a new police station in Big Falls. Thank you so much for facilitating the land. I was told that it's there available, and we will make sure that we build a new police station at Big Falls. We're also going to ensure that we upgrade the police station in Santa Familia. The police station very much needed. Now that the road is paved, and all the things which are so much things happening under this government, and no joke, you know. Road they paved, a bridge they get built, connecting Santa Familia with Santa Elena. And therefore, we are going to renovate and we're going to ensure that the police station in Santa Familia is adequate for the purpose that it was done. Now, in the year 2025 to 2026, all of those total investments of the Belize Interior Security Program came to $9.1 million Belize dollars, and a total proposed investment of over $27.5 million in the year 2026 and 2027. You know why? Because we take police security very serious. Thanks to the Minister responsible for economic transformation and Kabay, who we had to rescue alone, you know, because for so long, for so much years, it was just there. And our previous administration couldn't get or didn't have the capacity nor the will to ensure that we got those monies working. At the Ministry of Home Affairs and Enterprise, we believe in technology that delivers results. And if you notice all around the country, we have cameras. 553 cameras installed nationwide up to now. We are adding 300 more. And these cameras are helping and assisting us in solving crimes, supporting arrests, and strengthening investigations. We not just install cameras, we make them work. We are investing in the training and artificial intelligence integration because we believe in the future and we believe in investing in the future of policing in Belize. So, will they have fun? Yes. You say, Mr. Speaker, these cameras are not just cameras. They also, we are making sure that we integrate in the cameras facial recognition, license plate recognition, and all of those are going to help the police department in making sure that we solve the crimes and in supporting the work of the police. In addition to the installation of the surveillance cameras, the police department has also developed a drone team that has been contributing to the effectiveness of our response mechanisms. In the coming fiscal year, we will be expanding that drone program with acquisition of new platform to support the tactical deployment of our officers on the ground. See, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that the Belize Police Department is going through a phase of reform, of refocus, and of rebuilding, with a dedicated pledge to address past misconducts and inefficiencies, and helping to realign policing with the core principles of professionalism, community trust, while institutionally strengthening the department through greater accountability, modernizing its capabilities, and ethical leadership. We also want to make sure that we integrate technology and advanced data-driven policing by streamlining intelligence operations. So we have merged the Joint Intelligence Coordinating Center, COMSTAT, and Interpol into a single crime fusion center. And this center consolidates crime data and intelligence from various sources into one unified platform. And its purpose is to leverage real-time analysis, AI, and cross-agency data sharing to detect crime patterns and forecast hotspots. Mr. Speaker, we know I left technology to leave us behind. Technology is a big part of what we do, and we're going to make sure that technology integrated in the new policing strategy that we are doing. Deputy, I think you know that we are building a police station on Lekai Boulevard. Yes, sir. Well, let me highlight some of the programs where we are using technology to complement the management of our criminal justice, the new Albert Street criminal justice system. I can't help but say that our National Forensic Science Services will be acquiring a new server that will be able to house our national DNA database. Major development. Thank you so much, Minister. You are very instrumental in making sure that we have everything legally possible to ensure that we have a DNA database. We'll enable our forensic services to own and operate a lab with a repository of genetic profiles used to store, analyze, and compare DNA samples. We use this for criminal investigations, forensic identification, and genetic research. And this server will improve our ability to solve crime, to find missing persons, and importantly, very importantly, exonerate innocent people through the use of science-based evidence. Mr. Speaker, our efforts at the Ministry of Home Affairs and Enterprise as it relates to administering the criminal justice system must be balanced and fair, accurate through science as one of our strategic priorities. Mr. Speaker, we are well underway to achieving this full capacity. Late last year, we passed the DNA bill to give us that legal framework to support this initiative, and we are happy to report that different components of this capability are coming to fruition very, very shortly. Another application of technology that will improve our investigation and judicial work and firearms control is the Integrated Ballistic Information System, or IBIS. We currently have one system, which is operated by the National Forensic Science Service, and I must say has been making significant contributions to the tracing of firearms and supporting crime scene management. And our plan is to upgrade and have another system that is going to support the work of the Firearms Control Board in the management of firearms registry across the country, and also support the police department in their own investigations. So you see, Mr. Speaker, we are building capacity, we are increasing human resources, and we are integrating technology into citizen security as a demonstration of our balanced approach towards achieving what Plan Belize states, and I quote, "We will put the Belizean people and their security at the forefront of our endeavors, prioritizing their well-being and safety in this country." So sometimes when you make certain statements without knowing, they're a bad thing, you know. When you try to make panic, when you try make people panic.
Member from Albert. Member from Albert.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order for the 2B, the leader of the opposition keep interfering, and she's the one that always shouting for the 2B on that side.
Members, please let's allow the member from Belmopan to continue his presentation.
Sir, Mr. Speaker, I never want to go into that statement that the leader of the opposition did yesterday without any kind of basis. Without any kind of basis, wanting to bring panic.
Members, member from Albert.
When you don't even know where pardon containers come from, then you talk. I know I said the word. All right? You talk about containers or you talk about fuel? Because when you don't know, let me tell you, the Corozal Free Zone has had more than 1.1 million visitors over the last year. And you know why? Because people feel safe to do business in the Corozal Free Zone. No containers, no, they come from Mexico.
Member from Albert.
Let me shut it down. That we open it, this government opened the Corozal Free Zone, which employs more than 1,500 persons from the Corozal and Ridgewater district. Families directly benefiting. They are just employees, you know. I talk about security of Corozal Free Zone and man. Mr. Speaker, we do face many challenges as a society, and especially the negative impacts of gang and gun violence. We're not immune, and we understand. Let me say this here. To those that resort to gun violence, and not only so-called gangs, because they are real gangs when you analyze them, stop. Stop the shooting and stop the killing. There's only so much. There's only so much, you know. We'll make sure that we continue with our intelligence-led operations in Belize City and other areas, because what some of those people needed was 15 years ago, the opportunity of education, the opportunity of a home, the opportunity of not having to resort to gangs and other violence. But I mean, 15 years ago, you know, now we have to deal with them, we have to deal with them stiff. However, we also need to recognize the importance of intervention, rehabilitation, and creating opportunities for those that are vulnerable to violence and crime. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this budget is investing $5.3 million to support our youth anti-violence multi-sectorial program. That our increase, you know. or increase, Deputy. We're serious now. We are serious in giving second opportunities. But then they wonder where we are dealing with it too. We will continue to. They don't support the budget. They don't say it. All the ones who spoke up to now don't support this budget. They don't support the $5.3 million for our youth anti-violence multi-sectoral program. They don't support that. Say, I don't support that budget. I don't know if you may read everything, but they don't support it. We will continue to support and expand our leadership intervention unit, geared towards mediation efforts in order to prevent crime. And this LIU, I don't know how police-led. Yes, we have police officers there, but this LIU intervention effort is spearheaded by community leaders who understand the dynamics of their respective communities. They work alongside police officers whose aim is to coordinate community outreach. And we have a lot of initiatives that we do, and we will continue to support the LIU. I must say that there is a need to reform the program and expand the program, and we will be able to reach more at youth risk. And I will be working with those leaders from the south side of Belize City and those that are affected, and not only Belize City, you know. We have other areas that we have to ensure that we touch before we reach that stage. So we are going to expand LIU. You see, our youth anti-violence program provides funding for trade education, provides funding for entrepreneurship, and it also provides funding for creating real second chances. So if we have gone through this whole book, this whole budget, I am sure that there is no way that we can stand in here and say, I do not support this budget. But core to our mission is also community policing and crime prevention. Our police, youth, cadet, and neighborhood watch programs, they play a critical role in keeping our communities safe. These are examples of programs that constitute a major part of our crime prevention strategy. Like I touch a little bit on the free zones, because I listened to an interview that was done yesterday, not by choice, but it just pop up. Yeah. You know, free zones are key drivers of prosperity. They perfectly align with this year's budget theme. And the Corozal Free Zone alone brought in over $86 million in revenue last year and contributed more than $19 million in social fees to the government. It employs 1,512 Belizeans today, making it one of the largest employers in the Corozal district. And it's a major engine for economic activity with over 1.1 million visitors last year. Over 1 million visitors means that they feel safe for going in there and buy. Over 1 million visitors means that, say nobody to take over the Corozal Free Zone. We have made sure, and thanks to the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, thank you very much, Minister, for providing the manpower. So we have BDF and police at the new police station that was open at the Corozal Free Zone. And there are people patrol that zone, because we want to make sure that those that do business in there are safe. We want to make sure that they feel safe, because and they have a certain media house where like they bring up all kind of things. Make it seems like the Corozal Free Zone that were here where we say money in a camouflage and all kind of thing on the head and with some big gun and I get frightened. I say, my goodness, that would have happened. I need to go and make sure nothing no go so. Nothing. But we know our weight because we are proactive and we make sure that we provide the security that is required at the Corozal Free Zone. And whatever happens on the Mexican side, it's their business. It's their business. And I can tell you, no container come from Corozal to Corozal Free Zone. Our containers come from the port, Belize Port. Right? So when you talk, Madam Member for Albert, of some people where they hold for we containers hostage and you have to get your facts together before you say something that is going to haunt you in the future. See, the Corozal Free Zone and the zone and the free zones in the country aren't just trade hubs. They are vital commercial centers that boost businesses and livelihoods. And public confidence in these zones is strong. And we keep it making that way by entrusting robust security. As I mentioned, we work with the Ministry of National Defense and Border Security. We have added patrols. We have new operations based at the Corozal Free Zone. We just added new cameras along the perimeter of that zone to make sure that people feel safe. We're also equipping and making sure that technology is working by the cameras being license plate, by adding the license plate readers, facial recognition, and all that technology can offer. So all of these things we are doing to ensure that the zone is safe for business. The problem on the other side, we understand there is a problem on the other side. And we have been working with our counterparts, but we only could do so much. We are making sure that on the we side, we keep ourselves safe. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me turn a bit to Belmopan. I'm conscious of the great honor that has been given to me. First, thanks PM for entrusting me with the responsibility as the Minister of Home Affairs and Enterprise to serve the people of Belize and to maintain an environment of peace and good order that our society rightfully deserves. I have done my best to discharge this task and will continue to do so. And our success is largely through the work and support of a dedicated team of professional public officers, our uniformed men and women, and the cooperation of the people living in our communities in all parts of our country. Police department can't do this alone, but we do it with the help of the communities that we serve. However, the honor to serve in this honorable house is owed, Mr. Speaker, to the good people of Belmopan who has given me their confidence, who have elected me to this honorable house for a second time, and to them I say thank you very much. I tell you, I have a team that works hard. I have a team who, day in, day out, we have a lot of responsibilities and they know that. And as much as I want to be with them every single day, I cannot do that. But there's a team. And I want to shout to Mr. Castro and his wife. Because when I get there by twos, you know. So Castro, thank you very much, sir. You and your wife, you know, then they're out there every single day. And no matter what the night, man, I make sure they call me. So I have this complaint. Sir, thank you very much for your dedication, for your hard work. It's all for Belmopan. The team not small, the team get big.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We more than what I'm doing at 13 years. Yeah. In a less time. But I take this responsibility very, very seriously. And as I debate this budget, I cannot just limit myself to numbers and just limit myself to what is in that book. But I must speak on results. At the end of the day, budget exercise needs to translate to real and meaningful changes for the betterment of the people that we serve. And I have a duty and a commitment to the people of Belmopan to create the conditions where development is not something we hear about, but something we feel, something visible, something measurable, something tangible, and something undeniable. No matter what they say, can't deny that we know they have progress at Belmopan. We have moved from talk to action, from plans to execution, from promises to performance. And that is the difference that we have brought to Belmopan. It's the nation's capital, you know. And as such, we must shine. And shine we do. Mr. Speaker, where there was once neglect, we have brought attention and investment. Where there was delay, we have brought urgency and delivery. Where there was disconnect, we have brought presence and engagement. I'm giving us some examples because I'm just a talk for talk's sake. So for years, the residents of our Belmopan communities and the suburbs, like where I went to live many years ago, Salvapan, Las Flores, San Martin, Mayamopan, they never have the roads that you were talking about, member of Queen Square, to reach their land. Why? Because the previous administration got our land frenzy, they gave away land right, left, and center, feeling that that may make a win election. All right, do it just before elections, you know. Go ahead and just give away. No concerns for the road or how they get there. We have been working steadily. And I say that we have reached we have done all, but we work steadily, and every single year we open new roads. Every single year, we make sure that those that have gotten their lands in the area can access their land. And in a central Belmopan, they have good roads, they have good drains, they have electricity and water. They needed friendly spaces for their families to go and enjoy the weekends. Well, guess what? Belmopan have a park that we are very proud of. Light up the park every year. I enjoy, and I can see the enjoyment of the families every single day you go out to the park. All year round, because we change a team as a change. You know, we go for Christmas to Love Park, Valentine's, for Valentine's to Easter. And behind, you know, we have a team. We work hard, you know. And they come up with so much ideas. And we not do it. No, they don't know. And they come to me with so much big ideas. They think big. That way we do, we think big. It is very nice. And I am proud of the team, because I can't do it by myself. It takes a whole team to make sure that we provide the spaces for the families to go and enjoy. See, in the past, I had only a small tree where I used to light up for 2 weeks, sometimes 13 days. Yeah, we have that light up all year round. And we will continue to ensure that the spaces that are for the families around Belmopan are worked on. We just finished with Las Flores. Las Flores got a nice park as well. GG Park, when you go out there, so every day you see people are out there. All the football fields around Belmopan, and they light up. There are in a thief about 5 hour lights, but we replace them because we want to make sure that we have families that opportunity to go out there and enjoy themselves. You see, that's the difference between just identifying problems and solving them. I want to thank Minister of Education for his never-ending and always supporting our students. It's not easy, but more than ever, young people of Belmopan are afforded the opportunity for an education. Compre free. I know not like hear that word, you know. We don't like hear that word free. They don't like hurt. Yes, it hurt them because one spell them and they talk about it too, you know. But they couldn't make sure it happened. It took a PUP government to make free education happen. And compre free. Compre free. And only compre free, they get to a uniform and they get food too. And this is to make sure that our young people have that opportunity of an education. If anything my parents gave to me was an education, and education has given me opportunities to where I am today. And I remember the first time I went to study in England, thanks to the Belize Defense Force. I never have no water at my house, EPM. I never have no shower. I never have no start at home with the inside bathroom and shower. I got in a creek. I got in a creek. I was shameful to say that. That's where I come from, you know. That's why we appreciate this government initiative of a starter home. That's why we appreciate it. Because it transforms people's lives. I never get no house, you know, but you know what? And I remind the DPM the other day, you know what? Transfer for we life, while he piece of land with nothing on it. Only the land transfer for we lives. Because while we were squatting at the suburbs, while we squat in the suburbs of Belmopan, when we get the land, we can then build something for the family. And I said, a lot of we, you know, I had the first at 10. Everybody. And I have engineers, 2 engineers, technicians, entrepreneurs, everybody. Proud of what they have done. And that was through education. And therefore, when it comes to education, I don't hold back. And I don't want to, no matter who. Because I want to make sure that you get. And one day I was speaking to a little group of young, very small children. And the teacher asked them, what do you want to be? And one little boy, he never had no shoes. And he reminded me of me. Because when I got to school, I never had shoes sometimes. So what do you want to be? I said, I want to be Prime Minister. And other little picnic look and laugh. I said, no. You can be the Prime Minister of this country if that is what you want to be. You got to dream big, always dream big. Thank you very much, Minister of Education, for your support. And you know what? To those students, for a set San Ignacio, those that are from Belmopan and the surrounding villages. Ministry of Education is going to provide a bus so that you don't have to go catch bus and you don't have to pay passage. Thank you very much, sir. We are adding a bus run from Belmopan to San Ignacio so that you can get transportation. Yes. And those students who go to Baptist High School, those students from Belmopan will go to Baptist High School and have to walk or have to pay a bus, we will also be providing a new bus run from Belmopan to Baptist. I want to thank the Ministry of Education for always supporting and always being there when we call upon. My office partnered with the University of Belize the other day, and we have a welding program going on right now, where through the Community Development Fund, we have been able to sponsor 12 of those students to go to University of Belize and do the welding program. That's a 6 months program where we come out and be certified. The previous year, we did a mechanics program, partnering with the University of Belize. And we have more of those coming, because we not only need education with the maths and the English, we also need trade. And welders right now are being employed all over the place. So thank you very much, University of Belize, for partnering with my office and making sure that we get this program much needed. Over $1.1 million investment in a new 8-classroom building for Our Lady of Guadalupe through SIF. Thank you very much, the Minister of Economic Transformation. You will be transforming the lives of so many children with that one building. It has been approved, and it is becoming a reality. NHI, and when Mr. Castro and wife Debo Belmopan, they tell people and educate people about NHI, everybody excited. Because now health will be affordable. And I urge everybody from Belmopan to please go and register at NHI. There are 2 centers where you can go and register. And one of them is the polyclinic at the Western Regional. Please go. It's a big deal. Go and register. This is how you make your money for we Bolito work for the benefit of the Belizean people. And we don't forget the tertiary level hospital, you know, because it's coming. It is coming. By February 2029, it's supposed to open. Supposed to be open. So we also have that coming for Belmopan, and that will be serving the southern and western part of our country. Also as a teaching facility for the University of Belize medical program. In sports, Isidora Beaton Stadium being totally renovated right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and for your contribution as well. And shortly we will be working on the football field by Belmopan. Redo the whole football field with a league basketball court and volleyball. That is the vision, because we always dream big and we always think big. So, Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister of Infrastructure and Development. Sir Colville Young Street is currently being paved, and that street will connect the Queen Elizabeth Boulevard with the George Price Boulevard. Say we don't sell the boulevards there on the streets, you know. We pave them. I also want to thank the Deputy PM. I think PM, we're almost there making sure that we have access to those lots that will be made available to first-time landowners. And I know I have so many messages from people saying, Samir, with the wait. It is almost there. I think we'll have about 200 that we will be giving out this time, yeah, thanks to the Minister of Natural Resources. And I know the member for Queens, we are not there, but what we work on is on the road to make sure that we have access to that area. That's the way we work on right now. As soon as we have access, we'll make sure that people come and apply. Through strong partnership with the private sector, community leaders and volunteers, we ensure that development is not confined to just policy documents, but is delivered on the ground. Because when we hear criticism, we examine it carefully and take appropriate action. Because the reality is this: the people of Belmopan will not judge us based on speeches, they will judge us based on results. And we're here to work. The team is energized, the team is ready. And now, what we see the results and opportunities, Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why this budget matters. And that is why this budget is not just built on theory, but on the momentum that allows us to serve our people. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to support this budget because it allows for more infrastructure upgrades, more youth development initiatives, more resilient communities, and a stronger, more vibrant Belmopan. Mr. Speaker, we cannot pretend that progress happens by accident. It happens through leadership, discipline, and commitment. What we are seeing in Belmopan today is a result of exactly that. I will not stand here and say our work is complete. It is not. But I will say this without hesitation: we are doing the work, we are delivering results, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, today, with confidence in this direction, with commitment to the Belizean people, and with a clear understanding of what is at stake, for the people of Belmopan, for the people of Belize, I support this budget.
Recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a pleasant morning to all my colleagues on both sides of the House. A warm welcome to the members of the gallery. I see personnel from all three ministries here, the CEO, the heads of department, welcome. I see some Team Kareem members up in the building. And of course, a pleasant morning to the wonderful, loving, caring, amazing constituents of Caribbean Shores, who I stand here proudly to represent in my third term, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the good people of Caribbean Shores. And Mr. Speaker, as I look up in the gallery and as we near the end of Women's Month, I want to join my colleagues in wishing all Belizeans a happy Women's Month and to recognize the fact that as Minister I am surrounded, I am complimented by very strong and powerful women. When we look up, we see our CEO, Ms. Tanya Santos. Thank you so much, CEO, for your hard work and dedication. And we have several heads of department, like Ms. Josephine Tamay, the Chief Elections Officer, Ms. Dana Blades, who is the Director for Passports and Nationality, and all my members of Team Kareem. I see you here, Chairman, but I want to big up Ms. Anna, Ms. Carmita, Ms. Tamika, I think Natasha there too. Those are the backbone of Caribbean Shores, so I have to big them up too. And of course, I want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, the greatness in the room right next to me. I would never have thought when I was in my 20s, Mr. Speaker, that I would have the honor and privilege of sitting next to, of serving alongside one of the political giants of our time, the Honorable Dolores Balderramos Garcia. She has done so much in terms of advocating for the women and children in this country, and that is her strong track record that nobody can challenge, Mr. Speaker. And not just that, I don't think anybody in here can boast of the distinction of having run in 2 divisions, and won in 2 divisions. Minister started off in Port Loyola, and now she proudly represents Belize Rural Central, and so we have to recognize the greatness in this room. Of course, Madam Leader of the Opposition, likewise, breaking the glass ceiling, breaking the glass walls, breaking everything around. The member for Corozal Bay, and of course, our Madam Speaker, who has demonstrated incredible leadership in this honorable House in a very fair, very measured, very balanced way, when oftentimes we behave like some real bad picnic. But she's always there to put us straight. And so again, I want to wish all our women across Belize a very happy Women's Month. Mr. Speaker, it seems as though I'm a little late to the party, because yesterday looked like we had a fireworks, and it's now 12:05 p.m. the lunch hour, so I get really hungry. And when I get hungry, Mr. Speaker, I have a confession for me. Because, no, I'm not going out too bad. But when I get hungry, I like Lee Johnson. The one of my favorite restaurants, mind you, when the man may run against me, my family forbid that I eat from Johnson. So for 2 years I struggled without Johnson. But now I could eat it again. But having heard the presentations over the last 3 days, Mr. Speaker, I think we might have to add some stuff to the menu, because one of the favorite things for me is the chicken burger. But when I listen to the leader of the opposition on the first day, again I must be hungry, because the first thing I think is I want nothing burger. For 2 hours, we were subjected to a healthy serving of nothing. No solutions, no alternatives, no plan. And so, I don't got much to say about that, but in some aspects she did support the budget. But then yesterday, we're going to be serving a spicy burger, or a lot of spice. But all the pepper, all the marisha, pana meat. It can't help the meat because the meat spoil. That one Layard burger. The man bring one whole Layard burger to this house. And to think, Mr. Speaker, this is some other way, no way in the kitchen. Imagine you the light one match, but at the same time pour gasoline on yourself. How could he come to this honorable house and say for he people not get no house? The honorable member for Kaya South put him right. 7 members of your constituency have gotten starter homes. 7. It makes you wonder if we should bring back Shine. You want to bring her back, Madam Leader? So we had the Nothing Burger, then we had the Layard Burger, and then this morning, I don't know if it's said, it sounds like one confused burger, but I don't know if they got such a thing. One confused burger, or maybe one dry burger. I never had much, no ketchup or mayonnaise or nothing on it. But it confused because then the day before, the member from MESOP say, we dey pay the public officers too much. And now he come and say, he want a raise for the nurses, but your colleague from MESOP say he does not support our public officers. Is that the official position of your opposition, Madam Leader? That you do not support the salary adjustment for public officers? Because they confuse. They confuse. Well, that, according to the member for Mesop, I don't know who that the leader, you see. I can't tell who that the leader. And then they talk about how we know they build enough roads. But just yesterday, the member from Mesop said, where they build road all the way to the moon. So I confuse after eat the confused burger, after hear the nothing burger, and after hear the liar burger. Anyway, I know I don't know any treating off of the Johnson menu. I stick to the chicken burger. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the member for Mesop, because yesterday he had the very tough assignment of criticizing very unjustifiably the Minister of Infrastructure. But how can we forget, Mr. Speaker, that when they were in government, they squandered $500 million in Petrocarib on roundabouts. And 1 mile of Farbers roadway cost how much? $8 million. Could you believe that? Imagine just for a second, ladies and gentlemen, how many houses the Honorable Julius Espat and his team could have built with $500 million. He has a budget of $5 million every year, you know. And with that budget of $5 million every year, he has in the last 4 years built more houses than all UDP governments combined, dating back to the 80s. Dating back to where the house, the mobile house. You used to have some mobile homes, if you remember that. Trailer homes. And then you had matchbox house or cardboard house. And they had the same budget, and look at how much Honorable Julius has gotten done. And so if you just look at that one ministry as a case study, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, you would come to the very same conclusion that Alberto August came to yesterday, that there is absolutely no hope with the UDP. And Madam Leader, you are perfectly right. It is our side that coined the phrase, you can't eat streets. But that was when your government was high off its own supply and was building streets and roundabouts without any consideration for the social infrastructure of everyday Belizeans. Madam Speaker, he's not just building homes, but when you look at the first year that the minister, the member for Kaya South came into office, we saved a whopping $17 million for the Caracol Road upgrading project. Bloated contracts. $17 million he saved. We saved another $3 million because I think we come at this house about 4 times for the Halover Bridge. But he saved another $3 million on the Halover Bridge. And another $5.3 million on the Coastal Highway project. 30. We did it for $30 million. So there's a $30 million savings on the Halover Bridge. My bad. And so, Madam Leader, with those savings, that is how we can now afford grocery bags for the most needy in our constituencies. With those savings, Madam Leader, we are now able to do the salary adjustment for our hard-working police officers, for our teachers, for our public officers. Madam Speaker, and that holds true, and we could spend all day going through each and every single ministry to compare the difference between a PUP administration and a UDP administration. Take, for instance, Mr. Speaker, under the UDP, Bolido was only taking care of one, maybe two persons if you include Mr. Brads himself. But under the PUP government, Fiwi Bolido is taking care of all Belizeans under the National Health Insurance. So we have gone from taking care of one man, one prince, one golden child. I don't know if you had anything to do with that, Madam Leader. You had anything to do with that? You had anything to do with that? We went from taking care of the prince to taking care of 325,000 Belizeans who are registered with NHI. And then the member from Queen Square want to contact about Bokot. We may get Bokot now, no? And sports. Mr. Speaker, for us on this side of the Honorable House, the health of our people is a national priority. And that is why we are investing $57 million in the NHI program. $52.5 million for central medical stores. $33.7 million for operations at KHMH. And, I don't say the Minister from San Pedro, but a brand new state-of-the-art hospital for our #1 tourist destination. Madam Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, and if health is wealth, then education is the great equalizer to take our people out of poverty. In this budget, education continues to receive robust support as well. The Upliftment Project is now reaching over 14,000 students across 27 secondary schools, increasing access and promoting student retention. Government-funded secondary schools are now offering free education. Free education, Madam Leader, because I hear only the challenge if it's free or not. Uniform, tuition, shoes, you name it. Meals. Easing the financial burden on families and fostering national development. Financial assistance, Mr. Speaker, is reaching 83% of secondary students across the country. Excellent. And we are also fortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the Millennium Challenge Corporation, COMPAC, continues to provide funding for education and energy, ensuring long-term growth. Mr. Speaker, if it is one thing the COVID pandemic has demonstrated, it is that when Belize is facing a crisis, just as we are at this very moment, and I thank the opposition for recognizing it is a global phenomenon with rising costs of fuel and rising inflation. There is no better government than the People's United Party government to take us through a crisis safely and responsibly. We are not a government that borrows $1 million a day. And neither are we a government that grieves. We lead, Mr. Speaker. We did not retrench in our toughest times, but instead, just 4 years later, we are able to deliver on a much-deserved pay increase for hard-working public officers. Mr. Speaker, I can go on, and I see the PM there behind way for try speed it up today. But we can look at every single ministry and show examples of how a PUP government outperforms a UDP government. But I think the Belizean people can see that. Just 1 year ago, a resounding victory for the People's United Party government. Mr. Speaker, let me now turn my focus to the Ministry of Immigration, Governance and Labor. Our work, Mr. Speaker, takes direction from the Plan Belize policy framework and aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Plan Belize places strong institutions, social inclusion, and economic opportunity at the center of national development. The Sustainable Development Goals call for effective governance, decent work, and inclusive societies supported by accountable institutions. Through the programs and reforms of the ministry, we carry these commitments forward through policy, legislation, and improved public service. Mr. Speaker, allow me to start with the Ministry of Immigration. For the first time in history, Belize will see the development of a national migration and development policy. Through a partnership with the United Nations Development Programme, this major milestone will define the role of the Immigration Ministry and migration in national development and economic growth, positioning the role of the ministry with the wider national and international standards and objectives. The Belizean public and stakeholders can look forward to consultations as we move forward with this much-needed national policy, which we expect to be completed by September of this year. In this new fiscal year, we will continue the process of updating and modernizing the Immigration Act, the Nationality and Passports Act, and the Refugees Act to bring these into alignment and to ensure they encompass the realities of migration today. The Department of Border Management and Immigration Services, and I'd like to acknowledge our Director, Mr. Larry Thompson. I see him here today. This department continues to carry a critical responsibility within the Ministry of Immigration, managing the movement of people across our borders while supporting national security, economic activity, and public confidence in our systems. Belize is experiencing increased regional mobility, stronger tourism flows, and a steady demand for regulated foreign labor. These realities have placed greater pressure on our immigration system, which now operate at a scale and level of complexity far beyond what it was originally designed to manage. In 2025 alone, the department managed over 3.8 million passenger movements and more than 53,000 permit and status transactions. These figures show the scale and importance of the system we are managing. To respond to these demands, the government is advancing a comprehensive transformation of the immigration system. We are moving forward with the modernization of immigration legislation through the development of a new immigration bill, supported by updated procedures and protocols that strengthen consistency, efficiency, transparency, and enforcement across all areas of operation. At the same time, we are strengthening enforcement and compliance by expanding investigative and intelligence capacity across the country. This work improves our ability to detect irregular migration, address unauthorized employment, and respond to organized violations with greater coordination and precision. We are also investing, Mr. Speaker, in the professional development of our officers, structured training and capacity building, and equipping immigration personnel with the knowledge and discipline required to carry out their duties with consistency and integrity across all ports and service points. A key part of this transformation is the modernization of our technology and data systems. But before I get into that, I want to acknowledge our IT department headed by Mr. Rodolfo Boll, and I would want to boast, Mr. Speaker, that we have one of the most brilliant technologically advanced teams heading this department, and I think that is across all ministries that they recognize that this is a phenomenal IT department. The upgrade of the National Immigration Platform, known as MIDAS, supported by biometric integration, along with the introduction of pre-arrival passenger screening and electronic visa processing, will bolster our ability to manage borders efficiently while improving security and service delivery. These systems, Mr. Speaker, allow us to assess risk earlier, process legitimate travelers more efficiently, and maintain stronger oversight across the full migration process. This year, we will also see the upgrade of server infrastructure for data sharing and systems integrations. This will allow the Immigration Ministry to implement a virtual environment for development, testing, and production. These environments are required for system development and interconnections between government ministries and external partners. This will improve data analysis and data intelligence assessments. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we will be investing in a data sharing and system integration interface, which will facilitate a single interface for data sharing to external entities. Once this is in place, the Ministry of Immigration will be able to provide a verification platform for immigration documents, increasing document security and confidence. A significant and impactful undertaking this financial year will be the launch of the Seasonal Migrant Workers Program, which will support more efficient processing of regular permits for seasonal workers in the agriculture, construction, and service industries. Any employer in these industries will tell you that they are experiencing significant labor shortages, which cannot be met by the regular Belizean labor force. At the heart of this Seasonal Migrant Workers Program is the labor and visa system integration. This will create a single window for the submission of temporary employment application and facilitation of the issuance of TEP and visas, thereby consolidating the process for the applicant in a single window. This will be a game changer for these key industries. With the support from the IDB of the use of technology to enhance service delivery and customer experience. IDB is also supporting the development of a data warehouse system which will consolidate all the data from among the various ministries of immigration, the databases, thereby strengthening data-driven decisions for the ministry's management and data sharing for the public. By September of this year, our passport application process will be fully online. Belizeans at home and abroad will be able to apply and pay for passports using our digital platform. You will only need to visit the office for biometric data capture. Once again, Belizeans will benefit from the modernization and transformation of the Immigration Ministry. In 2025, the Nationality and Passports Department processed close to 27,000 passports, 3,449 border cards, 667 permanent residency cards, and 1,656 nationality certificates. Once again, highlighting the demand, the very high demand and significance of immigration services to the people of Belize and our long-stay visitors. Mr. Speaker, I must speak of the customer service efforts currently underway at the Ministry of Immigration. When I came to the ministry, I said that on day one, I want the visitors, customers, and clients of the Immigration Department to have a smooth experience, and I have to tell you that it has been absolutely rewarding, because everyone I encountered, just yesterday the minister from San Pedro said, "Minister, I went to immigration and everything went so smoothly, and they treated me with such care and professionalism." So I want to big up our immigration staff at the ministry. According to the 2025 Customer Experience Survey report for the Government of Belize, it highlights the Ministry of Immigration as one of the most improved service delivery agencies, with significant gains across customer satisfaction, customer effort, and net promoter scores, reflecting the impact of targeted operational and customer service efforts. Enhanced customer service standards are being institutionalized at the ministry to ensure that the public consistently receives clear, reliable, and professional service, while preserving the department's regulatory authority and integrity. The introduction of the Fresh Desk customer service platform has modernized how the department manages public inquiries, allowing for real-time tracking, improved response time, and greater accountability in how matters are resolved. This transaction has been further strengthened through the establishment of a dedicated customer service unit designed to centralize communication, standardize responses, and ensure a more coordinated and client-focused approach across all service areas. Complementing these systems, targeted staff training initiatives have been and will continue to be implemented to build capacity in communication, professionalism, and service delivery, ensuring that improvements are not only procedural, but also reflected in the daily interactions between our officers and the public. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we have a lot of work to do, as I still get and hear the occasional complaint of poor customer service. But together, these measures represent a deliberate shift toward a more responsive, accountable, and people-centered immigration service, one that is aligned with broader modernization of Belize's public sector. Mr. Speaker, this transformation represents a clear shift in how Belize manages its borders to meet the changes in regional and global realities. These changes strengthen national security, support economic growth, improve accountability, and ensure that our immigration system is equipped to meet demands of a thriving tourism destination. Mr. Speaker, you might have noticed that over the last few years, in 2022 to be precise, our administration implemented the Amnesty Program, an initiative designed to regularize individuals who have lived in Belize for many years and established roots in our communities. The program created a pathway to permanent residence and eventual citizenship for long-term residents who met the eligibility criteria. Many applicants came from neighboring countries like Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. The program addressed a long-standing issue that affected thousands of people who had already built lives in Belize and who contribute to the economy and culture of our society. There is one story, and if you're TikTok savvy like me, Mr. Speaker, I know where I'm not dance right now. But there is one story of the human impact of this policy that went viral on social media. A little Jerusalem, Minister want to answer, might have to. The case of Melvin Daniel Cortez, who many know as Bestie, or Bestie, how you pronounce the thing, Minister? Bestie? Bestie, my bad. Who was born in Honduras in 1998. I have to confess to Minister, when I first started, first 10 seconds, I felt a little worried because he said, this message for the Minister of Immigration, so I'm getting frightened. I said, man, where I don't know. But it turned out to be a very heartwarming story in the end. Yes, indeed. He arrived in Belize with his mother in 2007 at the age of 7. He grew up here, attended school, worked and built his life within Belizean communities. During difficult periods, including the COVID pandemic, he supported himself by selling fruits and vegetables and continued working toward a better future. The amnesty program, Mr. Speaker, provided the opportunity for him to apply for regular status after many years of living and working in Belize. Through that process, the young boy who once arrived in Belize at the age of 7, unsure of what the future would hold for him, is today able to live and work openly in the country he grew up calling home. Today, he works 2 jobs and holds permanent resident status in Belize. His journey, his story, reflects the experience of hundreds of individuals who arrive here as children and grow into productive members of Belizean society. They are here, and we must address the situations of people who now call Belize their home. I am happy to say that we have reached the completion of the amnesty program and have offered amnesty to more than 10,000 men, women, and children who were qualified. As permanent residents now, they can formally enter the workforce and contribute officially to the economy of Belize. Furthermore, their presence continues to enrich our communities and contributes to the diversity of our Belize. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Melvin also publicly shared his appreciation for the assistance he received during his immigration process. That speaks of the abundance of professionalism and dedication of our clerks and officers of the Immigration Department who guide applicants through complex procedures every single day. The work of these officers demonstrate the standard we continue to promote within the Ministry of Immigration: professionalism, efficiency, and respect for every person who seeks assistance. That standard continues to mold a culture of service that places people at the center of the immigration process. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to applaud Ms. Darlene Bustillos, who was the officer who helped and continued to inspire hope in Bestie. She exemplifies genuine customer service. I encourage her and all officers of the ministry to continue to raise the bar on service delivery. Mr. Speaker, following the success of the amnesty program, the ministry continues to strengthen its approach to migration and protection through strategic partnerships. The Ministry of Immigration, through the Refugees Department, in collaboration with UNHCR, and with the support of the government of Japan, has launched a new initiative to strengthen Belize's asylum system. This initiative will result in the digitalization of the Refugees Department, improvement in data management and modernization, and update of the legal framework that guides asylum processes. The government of Japan has committed US $667,000 to support this work. At the center of this initiative is the development of a secure digital case management system. This system modernizes registration and case processing, improves the accuracy and reliability of information, and prepares the department to respond effectively to increased asylum demands. It also ensures the protection of confidential data through secure and structured processes. This partnership, Mr. Speaker, strengthens the institutional capacity of the Refugees Department. It supports clear procedures, responsible case management, and the continued protection of individuals who seek asylum in Belize. The digital and technological transformation of the Ministry of Immigration supports more efficient services, faster processing, and a reduction on opportunities for interference in processes that can lead to corrupt practices. Combined with policy and legislative updates and capacity building initiatives, Belize can look forward to a modern and effective immigration service. Mr. Speaker, the ministry also carries the responsibility for advancing the national good governance agenda. Belize, Mr. Speaker, and I can proudly say, has finally returned to the Corruption Perceptions Index published by Transparency International after an absence of, you guessed it, 13 years, when the country operated without this global benchmark, which is used to measure public sector integrity. The return of Belize to the index represents a clear step by the current administration to place the country back within an international framework that values transparency and accountability. Belize recorded a score of 36 out of 100, an improvement from the score of 29, which was recorded in the year 2008. Just so happens to be the year the PUP came out of office. That's the last time it was documented, you know. So under the UDP, they were not even reporting. And what does that tell you about that administration? I want to also recognize our director of the Good Governance Unit for his hard work, Mr. Cesar Ross. Thank you, Mr. Ross. You see, the last administration, they did not want to be accountable and transparent. So they shunned Transparency International. This progress reflects deliberate action, Mr. Speaker, of this government to strengthen governance systems and to ensure that Belize participates openly in global measures of accountability. Mr. Speaker, good governance thrives and exists only where people place their confidence in the government. It develops when citizens know that the system protects truth, rewards integrity, and holds us, the parliamentarians, accountable. Under Plan Belize, we continue to build that confidence with action that reaches into the everyday lives of Belizeans. Through the Good Governance Unit, in partnership with the Attorney General's Ministry, we have advanced the draft Public Disclosures Bill, widely known as the Whistleblowers Bill. This draft legislation gives power to the ordinary Belizean. It will foster a lawful and protected pathway for a public officer, or a teacher, or a nurse, or a police officer, or any citizen for that matter, to report wrongdoing with protection built into the system. Again, This did not occur under a UDP administration. The lack of these safeguards was a feature of the UDP governments. This draft Public Disclosures Bill will grant safeguards for identity, protects against retaliation, and ensures that reports lead to proper review and investigation. This draft bill strengthens accountability across the entire system of governance. It places responsibility on institutions to respond, to investigate, and to correct. It works in direct alignment with the Civil Asset Recovery and Unexplained Wealth Act, allowing the state to pursue illicit gains and restore integrity where it has been compromised. Together, these measures close gaps and strengthen enforcement across public life. Mr. Speaker, this moment carries national significance. For the first time since Belize gained independence in 1981, a government has brought forward a comprehensive draft framework for whistleblower protection. This step reflects leadership that chooses transparency, invites scrutiny, and places the public interest at the center of governance. This draft bill reflects the voices of Belizeans as it involves consultation with our partners. It incorporates recommendations from the National Trade Union Congress of Belize, the Public Service Union, and the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry. It aligns with international standards under the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption. It is now undergoing its final review to prepare for presentation to Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, we continue to build on this foundation through the development of a 5-year national good governance agenda. The Good Governance Unit, through the Ministry of Immigration, Governance and Labor, has partnered with the University of Belize Policy and Research Institute to shape this national roadmap. This collaboration with our national university intends to strengthen laws and build capacity across the public service. The results will ensure that governance remains clear, measurable, and responsive to our people. Mr. Speaker, turning now to the Elections and Boundaries Department, which continues to carry out its mandate with focus and purpose, strengthening the foundations of our democracy. The ongoing redivision of electoral boundaries remains one of the most important undertakings at this time. This exercise reviews and updates constituency boundaries to reflect changes in population and settlement patterns across the country. It involves data analysis, mapping, and consultation to ensure that electoral divisions are properly structured and administratively sound. This work continues with careful attention as it directly shapes how representation is organized across Belize. In preparation for the 2027 March municipal elections, the department continues to coordinate and deliver the systems required for a smooth and credible process. Each phase of election readiness receives focused attention to ensure that Belizeans participate in an environment that is orderly, transparent, and accessible. We are strengthening the capacity of the department through targeted training of technical staff. Election officers will continue to receive the skills and knowledge required to manage a modern electoral process with precision and professionalism. This investment supports readiness and reliability at every level of execution. Alongside this, the department continues its outreach efforts across the country, bringing voter registration services and information directly to the public. These engagements increase awareness of voter rights, improve access to registration, and encourage broader participation in the democratic process. Mr. Speaker, the exercise to expand town boundaries has been successfully completed by the Ministry of Local Government. Following this, the Election and Boundaries Department has commenced its groundwork, including the verification of data to ensure that all eligible voters are properly registered within their respective municipalities and are able to exercise their right to vote accordingly. It is important to distinguish this process from the redistricting process. As you know, there was a judgment handed down by the Caribbean Court of Justice yesterday, which essentially sent the case of the recusal back to the High Court of Belize and another portion of the case back to the Court of Appeal. And I believe that the Prime Minister was perfectly right in describing it, yes, as a victory for the claimant, but an academic one, in the sense that our administration has already committed since last year to the redistricting exercise. And if I'm not mistaken, Prime Minister, you have put a deadline on us, on the Commission, by the end of this year. And so you can best believe that the Commission and the Election and Boundaries Department will be working overtime and diligently to ensure that we complete the redistricting process. Mr. Speaker, this renewed mandate has now been issued by the Prime Minister, and the Election and Boundaries Commission is committed to completing this exercise of the 31 divisions by the end of this year. The third area of responsibility within the ministry involves the Ministry of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the Labour Department places the dignity of work at the center of national development. Every Belizean who reports to a job each morning deserves to return home safe, healthy, and whole. That principle guides the Occupational Safety and Health OSH Bill, which has been passed by this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. And let me give credit where it is due, because the ministers who had charge of this ministry sit immediately to my right, and so I want to thank them for finally, after how many years, Minister? About 13 years? Finally, with the support of the Public Service Union and all the workers of Belize, passing this extremely important OSH bill. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is designed to protect workers across every sector. The implementation will lead to the establishment of a National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Committee to guide standards and policy, and the operation of a dedicated inspectorate with the authority to enter workplaces, investigate risks, and enforce compliance. OSH will set clear duties for employers. Employers must provide a safe workplace, proper training, and protective equipment at no cost to workers. They must assess risks every year and to take action to reduce them. The safety of workers across the country, no matter the field, must be aligned with safety. Under OSH, safety is a planned responsibility to be monitored and enforced for the protection of all workers across the country. It also gives workers a voice and protection. A worker who faces immediate danger has the right to step back from that risk. A worker who reports unsafe conditions receives protection from retaliation. Safety and health committees will bring employers and workers together to address risks before they become harm. Mr. Speaker, this bill recognizes that danger in the workplace takes many forms. It addresses hazardous chemicals, dangerous equipment, and unsafe environments. It also acknowledges stress, fatigue, and psychological strain as real risks that must be managed. As parliamentarians, we must always consider legislation that reflects the reality of work in Belize. Employers must be accountable and report accidents and occupational diseases. Records must be maintained. Inspectors have the authority to issue improvement notices, shut down unsafe operations, and apply penalties where necessary. The law places responsibility where it belongs and ensures that it is enforced. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, replaces outdated laws and aligns Belize with modern international standards. It supports our commitment under global labor frameworks and strengthens the credibility of our labor system at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, I cannot speak about labor without thinking of the former telemedia employees. This government, Mr. Speaker, has remained steadfast in its commitment to protecting the rights and dignity of Belizean workers. In the matter concerning former employees of Belize Telemedia Limited, we have stood firmly on the side of justice. Following the definitive ruling of the Caribbean Court of Justice, it is clear that where workers qualify, severance must be paid. There is no ambiguity and no further avenue for delay. As Minister of Labour, I have consistently called on BTL to honor both its legal obligation and its moral responsibility to the very workers who contribute to its growth and success. Madam Speaker, our position is simple. The rule of law must be upheld, and Belizean workers receive what is rightfully theirs. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that after speaking with the Minister for Public Utilities, I have received an update as it pertains to the workers. And yes, I acknowledge as an attorney that there was initially a legal issue that BTL wanted to raise when it comes to the statute of limitation, that certain workers who were outside the 6-year period would not be able to bring a claim. But I am happy that BTL has recognized that these workers must qualify for severance, and that is why they are being paid now. And so while that could have been brought as a legal issue, Minister, I am glad that BTL saw it for what it is, that these workers have put in their hard work, their sweat, their tears for the company, and so they are going to be compensated. Mr. Speaker, alongside this legislation, the Labour Department continues to advance a broader program of reform and modernization that strengthens the labour market and supports both workers and employers. The government has commenced a comprehensive review of the Labour Act to ensure that our laws reflect the reality of today's economy. This reform strengthens enforcement, improves dispute resolution, and addresses emerging issues such as migrant labour, child labour, and modern employment arrangements. It brings clarity and relevance to the labour framework for both workers and businesses. Belize is also implementing the Decent Work Country program for the period 2024 to 2029, developed in partnership with the International Labour Organization and national stakeholders. This program will strengthen the Labour Department, support social dialogue, and advance policies that expand access to decent work across the country. Mr. Speaker, we are also investing in employment and opportunity through a strategic partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank and the government of Taiwan. Belize is implementing a major program to improve labor force participation and employability. This initiative will modernize employment services, strengthen labor market information systems, and improve job matching between employers and job seekers. It will create pathways for Belizeans, particularly young people and women, to access skills, training, and meaningful employment in a changing economy. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen the economic position of workers through reforms to the minimum wage framework. Structured wage reviews support fair and transparent wage setting, improved income security, and contribute to reducing working poverty while maintaining balance within the economy. We are also strengthening the governance of migrant labor. Reforms to the temporary employment permit system and the implementation of seasonal migrant worker program, as mentioned earlier, improve regulation, streamline processes, and ensure that labor needs are met in key sectors such as agriculture, construction, and tourism, while protecting opportunities for Belizean workers. Mr. Speaker, the protection of children remains a national priority. The government is advancing amendments to the Labor Act that strengthen the legal framework addressing child labor. These reforms establish clearer definitions, strengthen enforcement, and align with Belize's laws with international standards under ILO Conventions 138 and 182. This work supports national policy and ensures that children are protected from exploitation and supported in their development. The impact of these efforts reaches beyond the workplace. Strong labor systems protect families, support businesses, and contribute to national development. They improve productivity, strengthen confidence, and build a workforce that is prepared, protected, and capable. Through these reforms, we are creating a labor system that encompasses fairness, opportunity, and respect for every worker in Belize. Mr. Speaker, finally on labor, Belize has now fulfilled its obligation under the International Labour Organization. The ILO sets standards that guide how countries protect workers, improve working conditions, and support fair employment. As a member, Belize is required to submit these standards to the National Assembly so that they can be reviewed and considered within our laws and policies. For many years, a number of these instruments remained outstanding. Through the work of our Labour Department, and I want to acknowledge, I don't know if she's here, but our Labour Commissioner, Ms. Risela Dominguez, through the work of the Labour Department within our ministry, that backlog has been cleared. In September of 2025, Belize submitted 43 international labour instruments to the House of Representatives and the Senate. These included conventions, recommendations, and protocols adopted between 1990 and 2019. Earlier this month, Mr. Speaker, I laid before the Honourable House the most recent instruments adopted at the 111th session of the ILO conference. These include the Safe and Healthy Working Environment Convention and Recommendation and the Quality Apprenticeships Recommendation. The ILO Committee of Experts has recognized Belize for meeting its constitutional obligation. This confirms that the country has completed what is required under the ILO Convention. For the people of Belize, this work strengthens the systems that guide employment and workplace standards. It supports safer working conditions. It informs how laws are developed and updated. It improves how young people enter the workforce through structured apprenticeships and training. It also strengthens Belize's standing with our international partners. Countries that meet their obligations build confidence and create stronger opportunities for cooperation and investment. Mr. Speaker, this was detailed and necessary work carried out by our Labour Department. It brings Belize fully in line with its international commitments and strengthens the frameworks that supports workers across our country. The work of the Ministry of Immigration, Governance and Labour touches many aspects of national life. Immigration manages the lawful movement of people and supports orderly migration. The Good Governance Unit advances transparency and institutional integrity across government. The Elections and Boundaries Department strengthens democratic participation. The Labour Department protects the rights of workers and promotes fair labour standards. Guided by the Plan Belize framework and aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, the Ministry continues strengthening institutions, improving service delivery, and advancing reforms that support a modern and accountable public sector. Mr. Speaker, through these efforts, the Ministry contributes to a Belize where institutions function with integrity, public service operates with professionalism, and the rule of law supports opportunity and fairness for all. Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge my predecessors because I was recently appointed to the post of Minister of Immigration, Governance and Labour, and I have to acknowledge the hard work of the former Minister responsible for governance, Minister Henry Charles Usher, for all that he has done in advancing that ministry. And then the Ministry of Immigration is a long list of great men. Senator Amon Courtney, Minister Francis Fonseca, and the Prime Minister himself. Thank you, Prime Minister, for the hard work in the Ministry of Immigration. And then my two colleagues on the right, Minister Rikenya and Minister Florencio Marin, for all that they have done. I detail everything, and they are the ones that need the credit, as well as the hard-working members of these ministries. So I give credit to all of them where it is due. Mr. Speaker, I cannot complete my thoughts without mentioning the wonderful people who elected me to office, not one, not two, but 3 times. As area representative for Caribbean Shores, I carry this distinction as a badge of honor, aware at all times of the direct responsibility to the residents who place their trust in me. That responsibility is reflected in consistent, practical support that reaches families, children, and the most vulnerable within the constituency. From Kelly Street to Buttonwood Bay, our constituents can now register for and access quality health care services through NHI at Cleopatra White and Belize Medical Associates. In addition to primary care, thanks to the assistance from the Ministry of Health, we provide direct support to residents facing medical challenges. Assistance is given towards medical bills, medication, and critical equipment such as wheelchairs and walkers. This support is especially important for our elderly residents and those undergoing serious illnesses, including cancer treatment. In education, we work closely with the Minister and the Ministry of Education to assist families with school fees. Each year, we host our annual Back to School initiative, where children receive backpacks filled with essential supplies, along with free haircuts, so they can begin the school year prepared and confident. And Mr. Speaker, if education is the great equalizer, then access to land is empowerment. And okay, what the member for Queen Square got to say? Because for the first time in history, 400 first-time landowners have received their title to land. It starts with the land, and then after we put in the roads and the utilities to get to these lands. And that is why this administration in this budget will be building roads to these properties. So I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources for always looking out for our Caribbean Shores residents. And Mr. Speaker, if land is empowerment, then owning a home is our inheritance of dignity, where dreams take shelter, families take shape, and hope becomes something that we can hold. From Blackberry to West Landiver, and from Kings Park to Botwood Bay, homes are being constructed for single mothers, and yes, even single fathers. You just need to visit one of these home openings to feel the genuine emotions, the relief, the gratitude that many of my Shores residents feel when they receive the keys to their home for the very first time. And for those who need repairs to their existing homes, with the help of the Community Development Fund and our Prime Minister, we support housing stability within Caribbean Shores by providing building materials to families in need. This, Mr. Speaker, allows residents to carry out necessary repairs to their homes following weather damage or general deterioration, helping to maintain safe and secure living conditions. At the community level, we ensure that public spaces remain clean, safe, and accessible. Again, thanks to the Community Development Fund, regular maintenance of parks across Caribbean Shores, including grass cutting, cleaning, and painting, help to foster environments where families and young people can gather and enjoy their surroundings. Mr. Speaker, I thank the people of Caribbean Shores for the opportunity to represent and serve them, as my office is accessible and responsive to the everyday needs of our community. I end, Mr. Speaker, by giving thanks. Thanks to our Creator, thanks to my family, my wife, my 2 sons, my parents, all the beautiful constituents of the Shores, and of course my team. Quiet back there. Ever since I built this new building, I'm going quiet. Pulo there, pulo na in overtak. We're going to pulo. They behave themselves, Prime Minister. But yes, I want to thank my team, the one, the only, Supreme Team Kareem. Big up on yourself. Without them and without my constituents, I would not be where I stand today. Mr. Speaker, I support this budget wholeheartedly. I thank you.
I recognize the member from Stan Creek West.
The budget of the Prime Minister for 2026-2027. I also want to thank him for allowing me to be the Minister of Agriculture, Food Security, and the Growth Industries. Before I go to my notes, I don't normally speak from notes over the last 5 years, but because agriculture is a very dynamic ministry, I have to make sure that I report everything in that Ministry of Agriculture. I want to take the opportunity to really appreciate members of the senior management to be here today as we unveil what agriculture has done for the country of Belize. I also want to thank my wife and my kids for their undivided support. I'm in politics now since 2002. I last won election in 2008, so I had won a total of 5 elections for the People's United Party. I also want to thank the people of the Stanquick West constituency for their guidance and the appreciation for me to be there for this very long period. And I want to make mention that Stanquick West, I believe, is the most diverse constituency, where we have many different ethnic groups, many races. And I want to acknowledge that I come from one of the minority groups. When I first started to campaign in 2002, and I visited a village in a Maya community, they were very scared, especially the females. Where does this one come from now? We went to Copen San Juan. Back then, 90% of the people spoke the Spanish language. And they embraced me all these years. Why? Because I do not play politics with none of them. I do not differentiate for being a Garifuna, a Creole, a Maya, as Hispanic, and East Indian. I consider all the people of the Stanquick West constituency as equals. And I make sure I treat all of them with like manner. So with that said, I want to go, but before I reach there, I want to make mention that Belize is a country of just about 400,000 people, living in a square miles of 8,867 square miles. So I want you to compare Belize with Jamaica. Belize is half the size of Jamaica when it comes to circumference. But Jamaica has 2 million people plus. Belize only have 400,000. So when it's time for them to share the resources and the taxes, they receive taxes from 2 million people in less square miles than Belize. In Belize, we receive the taxes from only 400,000 people, and we live from Corozal to PG, from Benque to San Pedro. If we may all live from Belize to Kaya, for argument's sake, then there will be less resources needed to develop such a small area. But as elected representatives, 31 of us, we always want to make sure we get a piece of the pie. I'm saying this because over the last couple of days, there are many critics on social media. Oh, the Prime Minister is raising the price of fuel. Oh, cost of living gone up. But we must acknowledge that there is a war in the Middle East. Not only Belize will be affected, every single country in the world will be affected. We must be able to embrace what we cannot change. So I want to encourage every single Belizean in this country. What is happening today is nothing to do with Belize. It's a worldwide issue. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Education just announced that we are giving free education to every secondary school in this country. Every single government school, but including ecumenical high school. And so every high school in Stanquick, Independence High, Georgetown Technical High School, the Little Academy, Ecumenical High School, and likewise Andre Agricultural College. We are all having free education in Stan Creek. Right, my colleague, Dr. Zab? But I want to make one caution. When ministry or the government offer the free education, then the schools still add on additional bills. I want to ask the Minister of Education to monitor that carefully, to make sure that that is in place. All right, thank you, Minister. If I can go to my notes now, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the 2026-2027 budget presented by the Prime Minister of Belize and to report on the achievements of my ministry as well as those in the Stan Creek West constituency, which I represented for 4 consecutive terms now, with one before I last one. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why the PUP government is serving a 2nd term and will be elected to serve a 3rd term is that we, the PUP, do not play with agriculture. We invest in the sector. We grow the sector and we pay attention to our farmers, our rural people, our agro-processors, and our export earners. These farmers and rural people, agro-processors, and our agro-processors and investors, Madam Speaker, are the ones ensuring that this country is producing enough wholesome food to feed our growing population. And like the CARICOM Secretariat noted in its Vision 25 by 2025, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are doing well with our food security standings, but we are not sitting idle. Rather, we continue to look for new crops to produce and export and embrace new opportunities to add value to what we already produce in our beautiful country. Guided by the policy initiatives outlined in Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, food production and processing have expanded thanks to the innovation, tenacity, and resilience of our farmers. Since the PUP took office in 2020, the contribution of agriculture to the economy of Belize has expanded from 560.8 million in 2020 to 889.7 million in 2025. This is a whopping $328.9 million increase in just 5 years, or a 58.6% expansion in the contribution of the agriculture sector to the economy of Belize. In 2020 alone, Mr. Speaker, the agriculture sector grew by 5.7%, expanding in value from 841.7 million in 2024 to 889.7 million in 2025. This 48 million growth was recorded despite the fact that the fusarium outbreaks in the north caused to have a not too favorable sugar crop due to the effect of fusarium along with a drop in the world market prices for sugar. Export revenues from sugar fell by 68.6 million from 182.25 million in 2024 to 113.65 million in 2025. Thanks to the creativity and teamwork. However, of the Ministries of Finance, Economic Transformation, and Agriculture, as well as BSI and the Sugarcane Farmers Associations. We tackled the fusarium problem quickly, and together we implemented an innovative program using fungicides, biologicals, and root stimulants to produce a healthier soil climate and stronger plants. So effective was the program, supported by improved weather in northern Belize. Mr. Speaker, 2026 will see a significant rebound, both in terms of sugarcane deliveries to the factory and the quality of cane produce, which when taken together will improve factory efficiency. This kind of effort to support the development of Belize agriculture and our processing sector and address major disease problems in the agriculture sector, Mr. Speaker, occurs only under the PUP. It is no secret that those on the other side are not concerned. They do not care, and some may even say that they appear to be lost when it comes to agricultural development. It was under the watch, Madam Speaker, that the citrus industry was ravaged by citrus greening disease, falling drastically from over 8 million boxes, and they did nothing. It was under their watch that the demise of the shrimp industry occurred, falling from 16 million pounds to just around 1 million pounds. And it was during their lack of stewardship that the papaya industry crumbled and investors left Belize packing. And if these were not bad enough, it was under their leadership of their Prime Minister and former UDP Cabinet Minister Omar Figueroa that an unjustified, bad and economically foolish decision was made to close the informal exports of cattle passing through Bullet Tree Village during the COVID-19 pandemic. Such is the confidence in the PUP stewardship of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, that investment in this sector and in agro-processing and occurring all over the country. I will speak more on this a little later. But for now, I want to close off my interventions in the sugar industry, which is now on a very good footing, thanks to the able leadership of this PUP government. Thanks for the renewed investment confidence that has prevailed since 2020, Santander Sugar in the West decided to partner with the US-based Suco Limited and is ushering in a new era of growth and market consolidation for Belize sugar industry. Together, they are investing US $20 million to construct the Caribbean sugar refinery just a few miles away from the Honorable House. The refinery, which will be operational later this year, will be the first major sugar refinery in the Caribbean region, and by targeting 75% of CARICOM demands for refined sugar. This new refinery will reduce the region's dependence on extra-regional imports. Mr. Speaker, it is projected that this year alone, 40,000 metric tons of sugar will be refined at this state-of-the-art refinery. Clearly, this is a major development for Belize and the Caribbean region, and this marks a bold step forward for Belize and the future of our sugar industry. Now let me turn to Belize's number 2 export commodity, bananas. In 2025, banana production and exports are up with with exports reaching $91 million, up from $82.4 million in 2024. It is clear again, Mr. Speaker, from the evidence in the banana industry that this PUP government, led by our able Prime Minister, Honorable John Bisenyo, has the back of Belizean farmers. Thanks to the $5 million revolving fund loan facility that is managed through the DFC, banana farmers have recovered from the devastating post-COVID floods, which caused exports to fall to $64 million. Thanks to a new and progressive agreement between FIFES and the Banana Growers Association, farmers are getting a better price for their bananas, and FIFES has reaffirmed its long-term commitment to Belize. And while the industry continues to work and improve control of nematodes and sigatoka, government continues to operate a practical migrant labor program that is managed in partnership between the Ministry of Agriculture, Immigration, and Labor. There are some fine-tuning that this migrant labor program will need, Mr. Speaker, and these will be addressed in 2026 as Agriculture, Immigration, and Labor looks lockhead to work on these glitches. Madam Speaker, I hope that all these climate change challenges and their consequences do not knock down on the doors of the banana industry, as 2026 is looking to be the best year revenue-wise for our banana industry. In January this year, exports of banana rose by $1.7 million, from $6.1 million last year, January, to $7.8 million this year. And I'm told that exports in February 2026 were also higher than February last year. And in preparing for the disastrous Fusarium race 4 disease that affects bananas, Baja, Orissa, and the Ministry have implemented biosecurity measures at the airport and at the field level to reduce the chances of this disease entering Belize. We have also conducted intensive training for farmers and technicians to detect and control the spread of Fusarium if it arises in Belize. And in partnership with our friends from Taiwan, we have conducted field and consumer trials with varieties of bananas that are tolerant to Fusarium. And I'm encouraging banana farmers to begin to plant a portion of their acreage with this new variety. Mr. Speaker, earlier I addressed the sugar industry, Belize's #1 export commodity, and I also presented the current standing of Belize's #2 export commodity, bananas, despite the economic turmoil being caused by the war with US, Iran, Israel, and the likely increased costs of growing these crops. Both the sugar and banana industry are expected to see a rise in export earnings this year. Now let me turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to the cattle industry, which is now Belize's #3 export earner. In 2025, Belize formally exported 7,748 heads of cattle to Mexico, due to both an increase in head exported and an increase in price. Formal cattle exports in Mexico increased in value from $12 million in 2024 to $16.3 million in 2025. In addition, 33,910 heads were exported in farming to our neighbors, earning an additional $60.7 million in revenues. Total revenues include formal and informal trade from cattle exports now stand at $77 million and is projected to approach $90 million in 2026. Madam Speaker, the foundations for the development of Belize's cattle industry were laid by past PUP governments, by ministers, PUP ministers, I must say, who thought out of the box, and in so doing, they paved the way for Belize to access the Guatemalan market. Thanks to their efforts, and I pass to specifically highlight the contribution of former Minister Daniel Silva, who first opened the informal market for cattle export to Guatemala, and Jose Abelardo Mai, who is famously remembered for announcing "Let the cattle go." These PUP ministers pioneered and supported the importation of new and improved breeds of cattle, and through their efforts, farmers are getting better, higher prices for their livestock. Under my leadership, the drive is to grow Belize's cattle industry will continue, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and the Growth Industries is putting all decks on hand to expand the formal and informal export of cattle. Mr. Speaker, it is projected that in 2026, Belize will export 10,000 heads of cattle for the first time to Mexico, valued at over $20 million. An additional 37,000 heads is projected to be exported to Guatemala for an additional $65 million in revenues. This government is so serious about cattle, Mr. Speaker, that we did not allow the screwworm to devastate our industry. Led by the Belize Agricultural Health Authority, BAHA, and with support from USDA, ORISA, AICA, and BLPA, we moved quickly to put control measures in place to both delay the entry of the screwworm to Belize and to reduce how fast this pest spread once it arrived. Long before the screwworm arrived, we stepped up our training efforts so that farmers know how to treat and report cases. While the screwworm took only 5 months to spread from Costa Rica to surround Mexico, Mr. Speaker, it took 7 months to spread from Toledo to Corozal. Some call it luck because Belize is the only country that does not import cattle for slaughter. But the USDA APHIS from Trumpland has applauded Belize's screwworm efforts. Mexico was so respectful of our protocols that despite screwworm arriving and now endemic in Belize, they never stopped importing cattle from Belize. The facts speak for themselves, Madam Speaker, and farmers across the country today are quite capable of managing screwworm in their herds, including treating the navel of newly born calves, the ears of recently tagged animals, and any wounds found in their cattle. I can go on and on to talk about what we are doing to support the growth of the cattle industry. I can talk, for example, about the high quality genetics that we are importing, and that in the ministry began supporting even more in the last quarter of 2025. I can talk about how more and more farmers, and the ministry as well, are embracing artificial insemination. I can talk about the expansion of our bull rental program in the Orange Walk, Cayo, and Toledo districts. And I can talk about the 5 or more new investors who are already putting up our interest in building new meat processing plants in Belize. The confidence is so high in Belize's cattle industry, Mr. Speaker, that new farmers are registering left, right, and center with the BLPA. As of March 16, 2026, the number of farmers registered with the BLPA total 7,159, up from 7,503, who were registered in 2024. Over 5,000 of these are small farmers with less than 50 heads, and a little over 800 are women. Belize's cattle population continues to grow, Madam Speaker, standing at a record high of 2,455 heads as of March 2026, as compared to 170,945 in 2020. The positive development in the cattle and livestock sector in general is in such stark contrast compared to the days of the UDP, when where is the beef Montero, the former Deputy Prime Minister Gaspar Vega, and the former Minister and current member for Corozal North Hugo Pat were the ones who purchased most of the breeding cattle from Central Farm. This gentleman bought cheaply or took the best animals from Central Farm by the stockloads, and small farmers were boxed and out and unable to benefit from the ministry's breeding program. And in closing of my intervention to the cattle industry, Madam Speaker, I want to again remind this Honorable House that it was the UDP with the leader of the opposition sitting as a Minister of State in the Ministry of Trade, Prime Minister Dean Barrow's cabinet, that closed the border to cattle exports. It was like the UDP was not satisfied with the demise of the citrus, shrimps, and papaya industries. They wanted to add the cattle industry to this list so that they can literally try to kill it. Mr. Speaker, citrus, our number 4 export industry, is recovering slowly. Deliveries to CPBL and Silgoa's processing plant in 2025 increased to 459,587 boxes. And another 131,000 boxes were exported either to Guatemala or consumed locally. In 2025, the industry was able to export 30.4 million in concentrates and 4.6 million in citrus squashes and oils. The world market price for citrus concentrates doubled in 2024 and early 2025, but began to fall significantly by mid-2025, and this has put a damper on the citrus recovery program. Despite this, new plantings of the 4 disease-tolerant orange varieties and the 2 tolerant grapefruit varieties continue, and the search for dwarfing rootstocks and newer, more tolerant and more productive orange varieties continue within the know-hows of the CGA. To support the recovery of the citrus industry, the government of Belize supported farmers with 1.5 million worth of fertilizer in the last 18 months and is committed to assist citrus farmers with another 1 million in fertilizer this year. In addition, the last year's budget, we provide 150,000 to support the CGA to maintain and improve the germplasm bank. Begin in nursery expansion programs and to reinstate its capacity to test the HLB or citrus greening. In this 2026-2027 budget, Madam Speaker, we will support the CGA with another 150,000, and we are also supporting other applications for the CRESAP project for Belize 2 million to rebuild their commercial greenhouses in Red Bank Village, and to produce disease-tolerant citrus seedlings for the replanting program. The revival of the shrimp industry also continues, Madam Speaker, with production reaching 3.3 million pounds in 2025 compared to 1.2 million pounds back in 2021. This increased production has enabled Belize shrimp farmers to diversify and produce more middle and large-sized shrimps that is used mostly by the tourism sector and is the high demand, particularly in San Pedro, Placencia, and the Cayo area. Exports of coconut water and coconut oil to Jamaica, Mexico, and Salvador expanded in 2025, Mr. Speaker. And green coconut exports to the United States began in February of this year. In April or May, our first shipment of green coconut to Mexico is also scheduled to begin. Once no major challenges jump up to hand us, Mr. Speaker, Belize should see a boom of green coconut and coconut water exports in 2026. Production of food for local consumption, Mr. Speaker, also expanded in 2025. The grains and legumes subsector grew by just under 10 million to 236.6 million. Leading the way was the increase in our beans. Production from 6 million pounds to 8.2 million pounds in 2025. Soybean production set a new record, expanding from 8.2 million pounds to expanding from 58.2 million pounds to 86.2 million pounds. Production and export of black-eyed peas is coming back as well. This is a crop, Mr. Speaker, that has had Belize in the map, and as we were the #1 producer of black-eyed peas in the world in the early 2000s. However, black-eyed peas production was ravaged by viral disease between 2010 and 2020, and production fell to just over 1 million pounds in 2020. However, both production and exports are on the rise, and in 2024, black-eyed peas production rebounded to 2.4 million pounds. This upward production trend continued in 2025, reaching 3.4 million pounds. In case of local produced vegetables, the value expanded marginally from 28.3 million to 30.9 million. As we launch our full-fledged wheat research program in Central Farm, Mr. Speaker, commercial production of wheat in Belize may only be a couple of years away. That by itself will reduce the amount of imports, because wheat Belize import a lot, because we consume it a lot in this country. A significant number of the 100 high temperature and drought tolerant wheat lines obtained from CIMMYT in Mexico are performing quite well under the Belizean conditions. Now let me turn my attention to the livestock sector, Madam Speaker. In 2025, the value of the livestock subsector expanded by 16%, with beef, pigs, and eggs all expanding by more than 20%, and poultry and sheep expanding by 10 and 9% respectively. From all indications, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, 2026 will be another great year for Belize livestock sector. Apart from the growth in our major exports, the expansion of the livestock sector and the increased production of grains and legumes, new investments have also been made in poultry, batch hatchery, processing of poultry into sausages, ham, and bologna, construction of new dairy plants, and expansion in dairy production, in beef meat processing, in soybean meal and refined oil, in coconut water, coconut oil, fruit juices, ramen, Moine corn chips plant, a new corn flour mill mincer processing plant, new dog food plant, chocolate manufacturing, and others. Mr. Speaker, for those farmers across the country who believe in the value of farming and want to stay on their land rather than migrate to the U.S., I'm happy to report that the Sombrero Vida Phase 2 project is in the pipeline to commence in 2026. The first phase came to an end in 2024, and because of its success in supporting 2,000 small farmers countrywide, both Mexico and Belize government agreed to launch Phase 2. The main objective of the Sombrero Vida project is to improve the quality of life for the rural population through the generation of employment with the contribution of agricultural products. Technical as well as economic support. This incentivizes production of food and the commercialization of the surplus of the food produced. Sombrero Vida Phase 2 will be much like Phase 1. US $2.8 million has been approved. And at the end of Phase 2, the following is targeted for accomplishment. 20 more biofactories will be built. 2,000 small farmers from all six districts will benefit from the project. 2,000 ATM cards will be distributed. Approximately 60,000 trees will be distributed to beneficiaries, assorted vegetable seeds, fruit trees, and timber trees. More than 3,000 agricultural packages will be distributed countrywide. Madam Speaker, now I turn my attention to the school garden program, an initiative that is very much needed as due to the expansion of our tourism, construction, BPO services sector. Less and less of our young people are interested in farming or a career in agriculture. School gardening, Mr. Speaker, foster hands-on learning. It promotes students' engagement as they get excited watching plants and animals grow. I had the privilege to visit Anwy High School, Georgetown Technical High School, and Independence High School over the last 2.5 months. And lo and behold, I was surprised that our new generation is not interested in agriculture. And so when I asked the children of these schools, when you grow up and want to be employed, do you have any interest to be employed somewhere in the agriculture sector? 90% of them said no. And this has to be changed. Because they only do agriculture, I believe, in first and second, because it's a must. When it comes to elective in third and fourth, they go to tourism or some other sector. But agriculture is the backbone of our economy. We must be able to plant so we can eat as a nation. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, is that school gardens stimulate the productive potential of our young citizens. In school gardens, Madam Speaker, our young students use their hands and build technical skills while cultivating crops and livestock in schools. Equally important is that the program promotes healthy eating habits by connecting children to fresh, healthy produce. Mr. Speaker, I wish we had more resources for the school garden program. I see the need to integrate more technology into the agriculture program, especially in the high schools, and to use these modern technologies to help young people see that agriculture is not just hard work in the sun, but it can be high technological work with fun. We need to see larger, more automated greenhouses whose whose operation the students can control and touch buttons from behind a computer. We need to have the students integrate artificial intelligence in studying and identifying pests and disease problems and control, assessment of plant nutrition and growth, use of drone, high-tech software, remote sensing, and other modern farming technologies. Currently, Mr. Speaker, a total of 60 schools all over the country have school gardens, and the ministry is working actively with 35 of these schools in all districts. Most of these schools are provided with greenhouses, mostly used for vegetable production, and in some cases, the schools are raising chickens and or pigs. In 2024, the Ministry of Agriculture embarked on a national school garden competition as a part of the national agriculture and trade show activities. Schools at primary and secondary levels were engaged to participate with the primary objectives of promoting agriculture, education, and sustainable farming practices among schools in Belize. As well as encouraging school children to explore their own initiatives in starting local food systems they could use at school and at home. In 2024, the winning primary school was St. Victor RC from Corozal District, and in the high school category, the winning high school was Valley of Peace Seventh-day Adventist from the Kara District. And in 2025, St. Victor RC emerged again as the first place winner in the primary school category. In the high school category, the winning school was the Belize High School of Agriculture from the Orange Rock District. The first place winners from each category won a covered structure at an estimated value of $10,000 courtesy of Agrovet Jerome and Sons Limited. Second and third place winning schools got agriculture vouchers from other sponsors such as Orisa, Baja, Cardi, DFC, INCAP, and our own ministry. There is not enough time today, Mr. Speaker, for me to address all the success stories with my ministry, but the least I can do is acknowledge the work of some of the departments and agencies that are working with our farmers, exporters, industry association, and private sector investors. Thanks to the staff of the Cooperative Department for their continued effort to support and promote small farmer entrepreneurial organizations and development. In 2025, which was declared the UN International Year of Cooperatives, an additional 3 cooperatives were registered: United Producers Cooperative of San Pedro, Colombia, Toledo, Belize, Corozal, Honey Producers of Cristo Rey, Corozal, and Ox Small Farmers of San Antonio, Cayo. These 3 new cooperatives are all in the agriculture sector, and this brings to 18 the number of new cooperatives registered since 2021. Today, Belize brags the existence of 72 active functional cooperative enterprises, either registered or undergoing the process of becoming registered, all of which are playing a crucial role in Belize's development, particularly the rural areas. I want to highlight the efforts of Mr. Hugo Miranda. There are 2 cooperatives almost registered in the Stankwik district, which is one from Dangriga and one from Stankwik West. And Hugo took his time out at night to be at them for the last month and a half too, to make sure they understand what is a cooperative. Hugo, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the International Year of Cooperative was declared by the United Nations back in June 2024 with the purpose of raising public awareness, promoting growth and development, advocating for enabling legal and policy environments, and inspiring leadership. Locally, a series of events undertaken by cooperatives and the department culminated with an informational forum for cooperative leaders that had local and international facilitators. The key driver here was for revival and regeneration of the cooperative movement. In this revival and regeneration, Mr. Speaker, that forms the basis of the work programs of the Department of Cooperatives. Efforts will be made to engage in a systematic process of capacity building for both staff and cooperative members, promoting and ensuring member education and empowerment, facilitating legal and regulatory reform, establishing data-driven monitoring, strengthening and governance and compliance, and implementing risk-based supervision. Thanks to BMDC board led by Chairman Digno Polanco and the BMDC General Manager Valentin Carrillo and staff for their stalwart, innovative marketing programs to put Belize agriculture sector on the footing. Thanks to the BMDC, 41 farmers are delivering rice to the mill in Big Falls and are paid 40 cents per pound of paddy by BMDC. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the BMDC paid out $2.1 million to rice farmers in the South. Monies that ended up in the hands of the small and rural Belizean farmers. This locally produced rice, along with locally produced beans and honey, are being marketed under the Belize Jewels brand. The staff at the BMDC did not stop there. Mr. Speaker, they are now packaging and marketing mangoes, soursop, dragon fruit pulps, particularly for the tourism sector, under the Belize Jewels label. In addition, over 60 juicers and slush machines are installed at primary and secondary schools from Corozal, Orange Walk, Belize, Cayo, and the Stank District. And it is our intention to expand this program to other schools across the country, including the Toledo District. Thanks to Baja Board, led by Chairman Mr. Hugh O'Brien and Baja Managing Director Ms. Zoe Zatina, for taking the level of professionalism at Baja to a new level. Mr. Speaker, Baja will continue to do its best to protect Belize's banana industry from the very devastating Fusarium race 4 disease. Baja also continues to protect Belize from debilitating African swine fever disease in partnership with the Belize Poultry Association. Baja will continue to maintain an effective surveillance program for avian influenza and Newcastle disease, and in doing so, preserve the economic and food security value of Belize's cheapest farm protein. Belize's effective management of the screwworm prevention and control program by Baja and the National Screwworm Team is well recognized in the region and by the USDA APHIS. As mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, while the screwworm took only 5 months to spread away from Costa Rica to surround Mexico, it took 7 months to spread from Toledo to Corozal. The hard-working team of Baja must be congratulated for preserving Belize market access for cattle to Mexico, for maintaining market access for shrimp to Mexico, the Caribbean, and European markets, and to pass the high standards for accessing the Taiwan market for shrimps. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, Baja facilitated the export of live cattle to Mexico, sugar to the US, EU, and the Caribbean, arcade beans, crude soybean oil, corn and cornmeal, and numerous other commodities and products to the Caribbean, ice cream to Grenada, pepper sauce to a range of foreign markets, yellow ginger products to the US, green and dry coconuts to the US coconut, water and juices to the Caribbean, Mexico and Salvador. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, a bit and a new level of professionalism at Baja, I must mention that Baja recently closed a sale of 1.27 acres of land for over 1.6 million. And I want to make clear that funds will be the start of building a new state-of-the-art building for Baja. The total cost is estimated to be $6 million. So along the way, we have to figure out how we can help support Baja to achieve their objective. Using an extremely fair and transparent bidding process that was led and conducted by the full board and directors of Baja. No hanky-panky as we would have, no hanky-panky as would have happened if the UDP were conducting this transaction. And then moving on, Mr. Speaker, thanks to Mr. Lennox Nicholson and the staff of the Supplies Control Unit, who ensured the requisite space for local producers to compete as prioritized. Supplies control is a key tool to encourage us to eat more of what we produce and produce more of what we eat. And thanks to Mr. Nicholson for supporting consumers by continuing the ticketing of businesses that engage in price gouging. Thanks also to Director Ms. Samantha Banner and the staff of Belize Bureau of Standards for maintaining a high degree of professionalism in this very important department. While there are many achievements to report on, I will take time now to highlight just one of these achievements. I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that the Belize Bureau of Standards, BBBS, achieved a major milestone with the successful accreditation of its fine mass laboratory for ISO IEE 17025-2017 International Standard for Testing and Calibrating Laboratories. This accreditation signifies that BBS Fine Mass Laboratory and internationally accepted technical and management system requirements and the calibration results are accurate, reliable, and traceable to international standards. By providing these accredited calibration services locally, Belize reduced foreign exchange outflow previously required for overseas calibration within a given magnitude, strengthen domestic industrial capacity, and enhance export competitiveness through globally credible measurement results. That was a series of pages I went through, but before I go to what is happening in my constituency, Stanbrook West, I also want to acknowledge the Department of New Growth. We hope to make sure that the department becomes very effective in 2026. As I speak, we made contact with a company from Chile who is interested to buy all Belize's garbage and sargassum. So we'll be here between the 7th and 10th of April. I want to ask all ministries that are going to be invited to be present to see if we can find a way forward to make sure Belize get a reduction of the sargassum and likewise the garbage. Unfortunately, the company has a contract with our next door neighbor, Mexico, to ship all their garbage to Mexico. So they're saying, why Belize can't, and we're only a stone away from Mexico. So let's hope that this works perfectly to benefit the Belizean people. Now again, Mr. Speaker, I have a huge amount of villages. And for me to remember, I will go from village to village. I hope I not take up much more of your time. But I will start with the village of Independence. It has reached tongue status. I'm encouraging the village council to work with the Ministry of Rural Development to see how quick that can be done. But at the same time, I need consultation with the people. Because many times people are reluctant to go tongue status because they are afraid of taxes. What is the only way your village can be developed? It is a strain with the amount of villages and the Ministry of Infrastructure with the limited equipment to reach out to all my villages as they request. And so after the village council election in 2025, I brought all village councils together and I told them we have to devise a plan. We can't have the ministry equipment going from point A to point B. So there must be a schedule. And we put a shilling in a basket. And whichever area won, there was where the ministry was going to start. So the villages from Hohenberg community, they won, and so the program started from Hohenberg community, working all its way to independence. It's very difficult because, especially with the rain in December, many are requesting the assistance of the ministry. So right now, the program is at Sienbite. Santa Cruz is already completed with not everything, but at least some work has been done. Then they move from Santa Rosa all the way to Independence. But I also want to thank the Ministry of Rural Development for contributing a significant amount of pipes to the village of Independence and also 200 loads of material to assist with the filling of their streets. And the Ministry of Infrastructure went in and spread the materials for us. Thank you very much, Ministry of Infrastructure. I like what the minister said yesterday for infrastructure and housing, that this time around, the major program will start in the south of the country. Because I represent almost 11,000 voters, and every day I get a request. But I told them, I'm sorry, it's a small budget, it is limited, we cannot facilitate everybody. But starting in the south this time, then we can say, Carlos, this past year I think I got 11 or 12 houses, or maybe 10. But Independence in particular, they got 4 houses. And I want to commend those who were recipients. I want to call Ms. Virginia's name, because when I visited the area with Minister Ispat about a month and a half ago, she is already adding on to her house. And lo and behold, you can't see the difference. Like everything was built in one. So, Minister of Infrastructure and Housing, that start at home will go a very long way for the Belizean people. As I contemplate an independence, I realize that the Ministry of Sports has gotten increased budget. I really want that we look at the condition of the McLashcraft Stadium. The south of the country, everybody at an age play football. And so that will be a plus if we can improve the McLaughlin Stadium. As I go from Independence to the village of Kopen, San Juan is a village of 95% people from Central America. But they came to Belize in the 70s and the 80s when the banana industry started. Back then, initially, the industry had people from Dangriga, from surrounding villages. Over a period of time, they don't want to harvest bananas. And government had no choice, was to bring the people from Central America to support the banana industry. But I want to say that these people are loving people. And I want to also mention to Kopen San Juan, when I became a representative in 2003, there was no electricity, there was no water. And today, you enjoy 24 hours electricity. Both Independence and Kopen San Juan engaged in a land survey and distribution to the people. And what they did, I told them, let's survey the land, put a price tag on each lot, that everybody contribute to their survey costs. I know the limitation of the Ministry of Infrastructure, so I told them put an additional to at least open the roads so people can find their lots. I can safely say, in Stankook West, almost every expansion we did, the people have access to their lots because we at least open a temporary road for them to reach their lots. And they can start construction almost immediately. But I want to appeal again to the minister responsible for electricity. Electricity is a must in this time and age. And while I know there is a plan in place, I hope that it can cover every part of the country that don't have access to electricity. As I go to Red Bank, again, with all what I mentioned, I want to thank the Deputy Prime Minister, the minister responsible for lands. Sometimes they tell us me, but I tell a minister, I represent people and the biggest constituency in the country of Belize, and the people want land. And in the end, he give in and allow me to get this permission to survey. So Red Bank, here in Red Bank, the first time, I believe since 16 years, the PUP has won the entire Red Bank Village Council. It's not Blue Bank, but I want to give them a commitment that the survey that started, I believe, in 2023, 2024, to provide them with house lots will continue. Because we already made a commitment that we are going to do X amount of house lots, and likewise X amount of farmlands. I will be behind a ministry deputy to make sure this objective is completed. Because every day they want to know when and where we'll go from here. But right now as we speak, I know some house lots are being surveyed, so thank you again very much. In terms of Maimapan and Georgetown, they are basically a twin community. And they also start their house lot programs, and the people are happy. Most of them have received their purchase prices and making payments to government of Belize. But two things linger in their mind. Both Georgetown, Maimapan, and Red Bank. Every year they request that at least 5 or 6 miles to their access road be paved to get to the highway. I'm hopeful that in the very near future, that will be up for for consideration because they're asking for it for the last 5 or 6 years. And also they have some lands in Mamapan that the permission or the surveyor who did the job not complete the job. Minister and deputy, you commit to me that we are going to complete the job and the plan can be authenticated. And likewise, we go to Santa Rosa, Solomon. Land surveyed, surveyor incomplete the job after they get a certain amount of money, and then the job still lingers. So the people are still waiting even to apply for their land. Santa Rosa, Solomon, they are fortunate. In 2024, we have a serious water issue because your system runs about 3 miles to the back of the mountain, almost to supply you with water. I made a serious commitment. I told them that we are going to rectify this. I sat down with the Ministry of Rural Development and I asked them for support to remove the water system from where it is. And so we start to search for wells in Santa Rosa and Solomon. We can't find no well. Fortunately, one day, I was there right on the spot. We were successful to find potable drinking water for the people of Santa Rosa and Solomon. And Minister of Rural Development, you made a commitment and you live up to your commitment. But for me to get the water where it was found from Santa Rosa to San Roman is almost 1.5 miles. I was told that it's my responsibility. But I want to thank the Prime Minister of this country for making the Community Development Fund available for every constituency in the country of Belize. And so in record time, we were able to dig the trench and run the pipe from Santa Rosa to San Roman. And they now enjoy, yes sir, 24 hours water system. Now I go to Santa Cruz, which might bypass Bella Vista in the next 2 years. And it started just like Bella Vista, no structure in place. But I'm hoping, as an elected representative, we might find and chart a way forward. The size of the village is so huge, but there's no health center. The schools are no need expansion because too many children has grown up there over the last 5 years. And so the demands for infrastructure in the village of Santa Cruz is very, very huge and gigantic. So I hope my cabinet colleagues recognize that the demands are there. As I go to the Placentia Peninsula, I want to thank the Minister of Infrastructure and his ministry to last year pave at least 1.5 miles of roads in Placentia. Not paved, cemented. So I believe that is the best process minister, and the people of Placentia showed the gratitude. So in 2025 election, they voted for me by almost 75%. That is unprecedented. Because when I first entered politics, I only got 59 votes from Placentia from then until about 3 or 4 elections, until it turned around. And they know me. I live at Placentia all my life after I found my wife. Because my wife is from Placentia. All right? And I told them, I need your vote. They told me, I can't vote for you, we love you, but because you're a PUP, you cannot get our vote. And with determination, since 2020, Placentia has turned and supported the People's United Party. So right now, there's an expansion called Crimson Development. And because of their status, they can build as quickly as possible. But now I'm Minister of Electricity and BWS. The need is there for expansion of electricity and water. I'm quite sure with their input and the amount of houses that have been built there right now, I'm sure the companies will recover their expenses in a matter of a short period. The Minister of Infrastructure again, people start to criticize. He start one walkway from Maya Beach, pass through St. Bite, all the way to Placentia. Minister, every day pass, people, they use the sidewalk. So I appreciate it very, very much. He almost reached Placentia. When he reached there, people got exercised at the time. They feel safer walking on the sidewalk. So that, again, is a plus for that peninsula. In terms of Maya Center is a small community, but very productive. They are one of the few Maya villages that is in full-scale tourism. When you pass Maya Center, it's one of the cleanest villages in Stan Creek. And in 2004 or 2005, I started a program to expand the village. It's landlocked. And we went to Mr. Bowman, may he rest in peace, and asked him if he can sell us a portion of his farmland. Mr. Bowman agreed. But because of the processes, it took long, and in 2008, the government changes, and the process was not completed. And so they were living on those lots for all these years, but nobody has no documents. When we returned back to office in 2020, that was one of the first things I pursued. I told them I will do my utmost best for you to complete this survey and receive your documents. So right now that process is going on. So the 35 acres that was supposed to subdivide in, that is at the department right now to get authenticated. But once it's authenticated, we'll apply for permission to subdivide, and the people will have their documents. But Minister, I really don't want to go to September because every time I go to the village, they remind me. So I hope that can be done as quickly as possible. The village, again, is landlocked. There was no cemetery. So I approached a member of the community. I said, Mr. Saki, can you sell us a portion of your land for the cemetery that's already been utilized? Because one time he said, nobody will come back and bury from my land. And so he agreed to provide 1 acre at a cost. But again, I need to make sure that plan is authenticated, that we can pass over that 1 acre to the Maya Center Village Council. If I go, I'm sorry for being taking so long, but that's, I represent people and I look out to hear what I say. I go to Seto River. Seto River is a small village just south of Hopkins. And they also participate in the tourism industry. So back then, between 2008, we purchased a piece of land to subdivide for the people. Again, the election came in 2008, the job was not completed. And ever since 2020, I'm behind to get it done. So I can almost safely say, within a month, because in 2010, something was done where they convey the lots from the gentleman we bought the land from the people. But before we left office, I applied for the land to transfer to GOB. And so all those conveyances that was transferred in 2020 are no longer good. Because when I do our research, the land went back to GOB. So I want to ask the minister or the deputy prime minister that I really don't want these people to go through and pay a purchase price again. Because they are already paying taxes on the land over 15 years. I'm prepared if you charge them $1 a lot, and I'm going to pay for each one of the lot to make sure they get their documents. So I believe in the next week or two, the NSS will be coming out to say that you can start to apply for a title and a purchase price. It's not an easy task to represent all these people. I have sleepless nights, but I have to find a solution for them to be happy. I do it because I'm a member of the People's United Party government, and I want to make sure that I can deliver the seat for the PUP again. And City River, across the country, Minister Rikenya boasts the best water board in the country of Belize. As small as they are, they have a savings of over $500,000. Hopkins, a fast-growing tourist destination, 26 p.m. with villages and communities. I should say, Hopkins is a fast-growing tourist destination. And when we took over in 2020, they had meters and houses, but no meters were being used. And again, Ministry of Rural Development, you put pressure on them, and now the meters are functioning, because back then they had a bill of $58,000 to be here. Now Hopkins' bill is zero, and they are going up to over 100,000 in savings. Thanks again to the People's United Party. Minister of Tourism, Hopkins have a very ambitious village council. And every day I get one request from them. And the chairperson is the famous Elaka, the owners of Ella's Cool Spot. And she has transformed Hopkins to a beautiful, beautiful location. So I'm appealing to the Ministry of Tourism. Their peer for the local community has disintegrated. So they are on the verge of replacing their peer. Whatever the ministry can give as a contribution to them, they will appreciate. So, Minister, I really hope something can be done. Yes, sir. As I go to Silgrass Village, they have an outdated water system built from Mr. D.L. Mackay days. And the village has expanded, I believe, 5 or 6 times its original size. And I was committed to figure out how we can expand their water system. I want to tell you today, as soon as possible, the CIF will do a feasibility study to see what it will cost to expand the Silgrass village water system. Silgrass has also issued several lots for the people of Silgrass and surrounding villages. As I go to Stanley Valley, where I am from, it comprises of villages from Pomona to Hummingbird community. And always development is an issue. And I want to assure them, within the next 4 years, we'll do my utmost best to make sure that development comes. Every football field in Stanquick West has been lit up. And me sure you may got one laboratory, I have to figure out how I can put electricity on all of them for a period of time, but I can safely say that we were able to accomplish that. And so there might be 4 villages. We have other football fields where I commit to them that I'm going to put lights on those other fields. That include Maimapan, Santa Cruz, Pomona, and San Roman, and likewise Red Bank. I'm committed this year to make sure those other football fields have lights likewise. Because of its citrus industry, the valley has been lack to lands. And I want to thank Dr. Zab Deputy Prime Minister, and the government of Belize, the cabinet, that we had to de-reserve a portion of land to provide land for Hope Creek and Pomona. And I get criticized, and Cabsec may tell me, don't name the area Radsville. And I told the committee, please don't name it Radsville, but they insist. And we do differently from other parts of the country. We charge each person, and I know they hide anything because everything is straightforward and accountable for. We charge $3,500 to survey your lot, and that also includes your purchase price. And we follow your document from point A to point B. So you have to call up on the point to check when my check already. But it's our responsibility. And we also purchase some equipments. But you know enough Minister of Infrastructure. And we open our own roads. Yesterday, Dr. Sam mentioned about the fantastic drain that my team built between Hope Creek and Pomona to drain the spot. All that is done by the support of the people. I was surprised that when we put the price that they really want land, and they start to pay by installments. And so that project is a success. We also started the project in Mullen River. Right now we are filling the streets. Also in Silgrass, close to Hopkins. And people are participating because they see the transparency of what we are doing. So when you pay, you don't compare the office and get a receipt. You go and make your payment through a banking system. So at no time they could say, I lost the receipt. But again, I definitely need some support, Minister of Infrastructure, because it's some huge projects. And we have 7 workers work 7 days a week on the projects. And so I need resources for me to complete them. And I want to complete them long before the next election. So with that said, I want to make mention that every year I have my Radwell Ferguson football competition. And it's played in 3 phases. So at every phase, I have to give a prize, and in the end, all the villages play for the Radwell Ferguson Cup. And they look forward for it every single year. And so this year, I want to announce that we are also going to do the Radwell Ferguson volleyball competition. Because most of them also want to play volleyball. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I sorry it takes so long, but I had to get the message across. I forget the small village of Mullen River. I also want to thank the Ministry of Rural Development for providing Mullen River with a 24-hour water system. This Saturday is going to be Mullen River Day. And I want to invite everybody from across the nation to come to Mullen River. Mullen River only have 45 residents. But when Mullen River Day, everybody who are Belize from Mullen River come home to Mullen River, and I have about 2,000 people there for Mullen River Day. And Easter Monday, we are going to have City River Day. And so I'm encouraging those, but the City River got a code every Easter Monday. But as a representative, I make sure I support them in every aspect of the way. And my village councils, we have a working relationship to benefit the people. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Port Loyola.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the draft estimates and expenditure for fiscal year 2026-2027. First, I must say greetings to the wonderful people of Port Loyola, to whom I'm very thankful for the opportunity to represent them in this House for a second term. Mr. Speaker, for my contribution to the budget debate, I ask for your permission to refer to my notes. Mr. Speaker, under the theme Budgeting for Belizean Prosperity, on Tuesday, March 10th, Prime Minister Briseno presented a budget with expected revenue of $1.9 billion and forecasted spending of Under the theme Budgeting for Belizean Prosperity, on Tuesday, March 10th, Prime Minister Briseno presented a budget with expected revenue of $1.79 billion and forecasted spending of $1.9 billion. Under the strong and steady leadership of the Prime Minister, the figures reflect an increase of $139 million in expected revenue, as well as an increase of $120 million in projected spending over last year's budget to address the needs of the nation and the Belizean people, from Corozal to Toledo and from Benguet to the Keys. Mr. Speaker, the projected revenue and spending are realistic despite the challenges of nation building, especially since the current President of the United States began his second term on January 25th. Fortunately, from the start of this administration in November 2020, Prime Minister Briseno has always been guided by what is best to ensure more development for the nation and a better way of life for the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, a few of the challenges this administration successfully dealt with in serving the Belizean people included A, successfully granting teachers, public officers, and security officers 4% salary adjustment. B, getting BTL, which is owned by the government, to put its proposed acquisition of Smart SpeedNet communications on hold, with the understanding that the Belizean people must have the final say on the proposed buyout. And C, adjustment of policies to minimize the negative impact of the President of the United States' rigid America First policy. Mr. Speaker, like scores of other countries, as a small nation with a huge dependence on the U.S. for loans, grants, and a secure market for imports and exports, in the last fiscal year, Belize had to deal with the reality of high inflation as the President of the U.S. severely increased taxes on products from countries that refused to comply with his bidding. The war in Iran since February 28 has also led to an increase in inflation in countries throughout the world, including Belize. As it relates to the health of the nation, due to international pressure, Belize is in delicate discussion regarding the future of the Cuban doctors, who for decades have played a major role in ensuring that the Belizean people have access to quality health care at the numerous public hospitals throughout the country. Belize will remain forever thankful to their dedicated service. Nevertheless, recognizing that such bilateral relations can come to an abrupt end, suddenly or over the course of time, from its election to office in November 2020, this administration has been implementing policies, including training of more local nurses and doctors, and better salaries for local health providers to enable our public facilities to continue offering quality service to the people with the least challenge in the event the Cuban doctors cannot continue working in the country. Madam Speaker, despite those challenges, Prime Minister Briceño and his government ensure that Belize and its people are ready for much more development in the new physical era with the promotion of investments, supports for small businesses, increased employment, better housing, road improvement, access to land, greater access to quality education, improved health care, better public transportation, and support for agro-producers, as well as support for greater security, stability, dependable communication, and reliable energy supply over the past year. Mr. Speaker, the latest employment report by the Statistical Institute of Belize shows that employment is at a historic low of 2%. 98 out of every 100 persons who want to work can find meaningful employment in the country. Proof that Plan Belize 2.0 is working for the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, in the last fiscal year, $275.3 million was spent to improve education across the country. $146.2 million was spent on health care to improve the NHI and to enable persons to have access to proper health care across the country. Furthermore, $130.5 million was spent on roads, etc., and $218 million was spent on maintaining security across the country. Further proof that Plan Belize 2.0 is working for the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, in concluding my review of some of the major achievements of this government in the last fiscal year, it is important to note that this administration has maintained the confidence of local and foreign investors in the country by ensuring that, one, the Belize dollar remains pegged 2-to-1 to the US dollar. Two, there is stability across the country. Three, the workforce consists of hardworking and competent persons. And four, there is less bureaucracy to get a business started anywhere in the nation. Those are only some of the factors that have enabled this administration to conclude the financial year with more local and foreign investors eager to invest in data processing, hydro and solar energy, cruise tourism, transportation, and agriculture, among other things. Again, more proof that Plan Belize 2.0 is working for the Belizean people. Mr. Speaker, with a government led by Prime Minister Briceño, Belize has come a long way from the dark days under the now opposition. After 13 long years in office, UDP had bankrupted the economy so terribly that they had to borrow $1 million daily to pay salaries. Things were so dread with the then administration that the outgoing Prime Minister said that he felt sorry for whoever would take over the leadership of the country. Only a few months earlier, the same Prime Minister had stated that the Lands Department had become a hotbed of corruption under their watch. Mr. Speaker, the dark days under the last UDP administration was also the 13-year period when numerous ministers and their small circle of relatives and friends became wealthy overnight with, one, fleecing of millions of dollars in bloated and fake contracts for Marion Jones Stadium and the Ministry of Works. Two, bogus houses for the Ministry of Housing. Three, the bucket sale of Belizean passports, and 4, the sweetheart deal with the Bolido and Lottery contract that was given to close relatives and friends of the then Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the theme budgeting for Belizean prosperity, this new budget with projected revenue of $1.79 billion is filled with dozens of programs that will make life better for Belizeans throughout the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, in this new budget, salaries for government workers, which amount to 15,000, including teachers, public officers, and security officers, has increased by $123 million from $598 million in the previous fiscal year to $780 million in the current budget, including the second installment for their salary adjustment to complete the 8.5% salary adjustment they had requested. Our teachers and public officers and other employees of the government can therefore carry out their duties with peace of mind, knowing that under this administration, their salary are well secured every payday. Mr. Speaker, Capital 2 spending in this budget includes $21.9 million for the upgrade of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan, $8 million for the upgrading of the Philip Golson Highway from mile 8 to mile 24, and $7.3 million for the replacement of both the Belize City Swing Bridge and the Belcan Bridge. Those are all worthy investments in infrastructure that will save lives and reduce the time to travel from point A to point B using those facilities, because both bridges and the sections of the two highways stated have outlasted their safety and usefulness. Mr. Speaker, in this new budget, the funding for low-income houses has been increased by $3 million from $5 million in the previous fiscal year to $8 million in the new budget. In layman terms, more deserving Belizeans, especially single mothers, will be the recipients of starter homes in the new fiscal year under this PUP administration. Mr. Speaker, years ago, the British statesman Winston Churchill stated, open quote, "Healthy citizens are the greatest assets any country can have," end of quote. In recognition of that truth, this administration has increased the allocation for NHI by $7 million from $50 million in the previous fiscal year to $57 million in this new budget year. Those funds will enable expansion of the NHI to the entire Kaya district and complete its nationwide coverage in all 6 districts. With the inclusion of the 80,000 eligible Belizeans in the Western District, over 325,000 Belizeans from all 6 districts will benefit from better health care through NHI. Unless anyone forget, health care under NHI will be at no cost or for a minimal fee compared to the cost of private health facilities for the same treatment, thus ensuring adequate health care for patients based on a person's need and not on the amount of cash in one's pocket. Mr. Speaker, the budget for this financial year also includes $19 million for construction of the state-of-the-art hospital in San Pedro with funds provided by the Republic of China, Taiwan. Such investments clearly show that this administration considers affordable health care for the Belizean people as a top priority. Mr. Speaker, one of the best ways to empower the people is by enabling them to become first-time landowners. Ownership of land automatically opens many opportunities for upliftment of the family, including the opportunity to build their own homes or secure mortgages for education, healthcare, or business or other needs. It is therefore heartening to see that with Deputy PM Cordell Hyde as Minister of Natural Resources, in the last 2 years, this administration has distributed over 19,000 purchase price to Belizeans across the country, and those recipients are steadily making the necessary payments to acquire the titles for their land. Mr. Speaker, empowerment of the people with land by this PUP administration is continuing the excellent work of the father of the nation, George Price, who led the way in empowering the Belizean people with land in the north, south, and east and west of the country from his attainment of self-government in 1964 for Belize, then British Honduras. I'm also happy to state that this budget includes several $1 million in funding for access roads to enable hundreds of Belizeans to begin developing their properties at Mile 8 on the George Price Highway. That is only the start of a major commitment to open up the country for people with access roads. This administration is also 200% committed to building necessary access roads as soon as possible in Sand Hill, Burl Boom, and on the John Smith Road, among other places, where it has empowered thousands of Belizeans by enabling them to become first-time landowners. Mr. Speaker, Malcolm X was right on point when he said, open quote, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today," end of quote. Simply put, the statement means education is the best way to overcome poverty and build a bright future for the family and the community. Today, no individual, no family needs to take a life of poverty as a fait accompli. Thanks to the hard work of Minister of Education Francis Fonseca, millions of dollars have been allocated for education to, 1, ensure there is absolutely no school fees at any government high school in any part of the country, and 2, to ensure that on request, the Ministry of Education can make substantial payment on school fees for the various other learning institutions beyond primary school, including after-school programs. The allocation for the Ministry of Education in the new budget also includes funds for 15 new bus runs to help ensure students have no problem in getting to school for a good education. Furthermore, with this new budget, the Ministry of Education will expand its feeding program and assistance with uniforms and footwear where such request is justifiable, to ensure that each student gets the best possible education to escape the cycle of poverty and realize his or her dreams in life. Mr. Speaker, one of the items in this year's budget that offers hope for major economic and transformational development in Port Loyola and the wider Belize City, as well as the country on a whole, is the $450 million upgrading of the Port of Belize, which was acquired by this administration from a private owner in December 2023, and is in the Port Loyola division. The project entails construction of modern facilities for bulk cargo and cruise tourism to enable ships to dock near the shore in an efficient way. The project is also scheduled for completion in 2030 and would eliminate the slow, expensive, dangerous, and time-consuming use of catamarans and tugboats to ferry passengers and goods from large ships to the shore. Mr. Speaker, proper docking facility for very large ships is an urgent matter for this country. Due to its absence, the country continues to lose hundreds of millions of dollars yearly in trade and cruise tourism, as huge ships cannot visit the municipality without the crucial infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, direct benefits for Port Lalor with the huge investment will include quality streets, tremendous opportunities to operate small business successfully, wide range of employment opportunities for residents of the division and other communities, greater security, tremendous increase in the value of properties in the surrounding areas, in addition to many other benefits. The Port of Belize Development Project has the support of practically all the residents of Port Lalor and the wider country, because it is further proof that this administration, led by Prime Minister Briseno, is committed to ensuring a better life for all Belizeans in every possible way. Mr. Speaker, I will now share some of the many achievements for the residents of my division in the last fiscal year, with absolutely no concern about their political preference in any way. Recognizing the importance of steady employment to care for the family, we assisted residents of the division in seeking employment in both the public and private sector, and provided numerous small businesses with grants to enable entrepreneurs to offer better service to the public. In education, we assisted hundreds of students with supplies in our annual back-to-school program and ensured that hundreds of students receive assistance with school fees from the Ministry of Education. Turning to sports, the promotion of sports is a priority in Port Lalor, because in addition to providing healthy entertainment, sports also teaches the youth very important life skills. Mr. Speaker, in promoting sports in my division over the last 12 months, I replaced a number of street lights, as well as the entire light structure at the Genosha basketball court. Aside from enabling the youth to enjoy sports much later at the field, the lighting improvements have made the community safer by discouraging criminal activity. In further developing sports in my constituency, I also assisted with the sponsorship of 2 football teams, provided the youth with several football and basketball necessities, held volleyball marathons at the various courts in the area, and invited the director of the National Sports Council on a site tour of 1, the basketball court on Neil Spen Road, the Comabat Sporting Field on Cesar Ridge Road, and the basketball court in the Genosha area of the division. The purpose of the visit was to enable the Minister of Tourism, Diaspora Relations, Youth and Sports, Anthony Mala, the National Sports Council, the Belize City Council, and myself, here representative for the division, to determine how we can collaborate for the improvement of sports in the community. At the conclusion of the tour, the director of the National Sports Council was given a plan that was designed at my request for the resurfacing of the basketball court on Neil Spen Road and the construction of a bleacher. Madam Speaker, adequate housing is one of the most important things for prosperity in any country. The absence of adequate housing is often the source of a number of social problems. I'm therefore happy to report that in addressing the need for better housing in Port Lalor in the last financial year, Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Julius Espat, and his CEO, Victor Espat, delivered 7 starter homes to deserving residents of the division, complete with partition, ceiling, electrical wiring, and plumbing facilities. Mr. Speaker, that is totally opposite of the vastly overpriced, weak Plycem houses without partition, ceiling, electrical wiring, or plumbing that the now opposition gave to its cronies when it was in office. In the last financial year, MIDH also assisted dozens of persons in my division with housing grants for home improvement. Thanks to the Belize City Council and major assistance from MIDH, I was able to secure a Mennonite house on Farbers Road for a hard-working member of the Belize City Council who, despite his best efforts, was desperately in need of better housing. During the last financial year, I was also able to finalize discussion with MIDH for the delivery of 3 suitable Mennonite houses for families in Port Loyola who are really in need of better housing. Mr. Speaker, it is said that land ownership opens the door to many opportunities. For the record, it is now history that in January of the last financial year, I enabled over 300 residents of Port Loyola to open the door to many opportunities when they received their documents as first-time landowners within the division in Niels Penn Road Extension, Arlington Drive Extension, and in nearby communities in the Belize District, thanks to Deputy PM and Minister of Natural Resources, Cordell Hyde. And one of the beautiful things about the lots in Belize City is that the recipients can begin developing their properties immediately. That's because I made sure the necessary access roads were built and publicly called for similar access roads in the surrounding villages where thousands of Belizeans have been given lots as first-time landowners by this government. Mr. Speaker, in winding up the highlight of some of the work done in Port Loyola in the last financial year, I will refer to road infrastructure, which is critical for convenient travel, land development, and better quality of life, and increase in the value of real estate. With the support of MIDH during the last financial year, I have opened up the Port Loyola division with the construction of 7 new streets. During the previous financial year, I also paved the streets in Arlington Drive, thanks to Prime Minister John Briceño. Mr. Speaker, in the budget of $1.79 billion, with an increase of $139 million more than the estimated revenue for the previous year, sufficient funds are available for meaningful development of roads in all 31 constituencies over the next 12 months. That is the George Price way of ensuring balanced development across the country as much as is humanly possible. That is decision-making tempered with social justice. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure development with streets that are good for Port Loyola cannot be bad for other divisions, and infrastructure development with streets that are good for the other divisions cannot be bad for Port Loyola. Mr. Speaker, at the next budget presentation in 2027, the public should be informed that at least 1.5 miles of streets have been concreted in each of the various divisions in Belize City. Mr. Speaker, Louis Bevan Street, Ariel Hall Street, and Rio Bravo Crescent in Port Loyola have a combined length of far less than 2 miles. Those streets can thus be concreted within the next 12 months with funds in the current budget, with a slight adjustment of the allocation for major road improvements in the different constituencies in Belize City. That is a very important thing, especially since the funds for such works are available as a result of taxes paid by the residents of all 31 divisions, including the hard-working residents of the Port Loyola division. Mr. Speaker, some of the major things residents of Port Loyola can look forward to with funds in the new budget include the rebuilding of the Port Loyola Health Clinic on Farbers Road, the delivery of 3 minutes houses for families who are desperately in need of better housing, and very likely a few additional starter homes with the increase of the budget for the undertaking by $3 million. Additionally, residents of the division can look forward to the upgrading of the basketball court on East Penn Road with bleachers and resurfacing of the court. Madam Speaker, with the funds in the current budget, the residents of my division can also look forward to numerous job opportunities once the EIA for the Port of Belize development is approved. And with the completion of the survey on East Penn Road extension, the residents of that area would like to see the start of the road from East Penn Road to Madam Liz Avenue, as the road is necessary to enable BL and BWS to provide water and electricity services to the residents of that area. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, on behalf of the residents of Port Loyola, I fully support this budget for prosperity for all Belizeans. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all Belizeans across this country and abroad who are listening, and especially a very pleasant good afternoon to the wonderful constituents of Toledo West, whom I am deeply indebted for their unwavering support and for allowing me to have this privilege, because it is a privilege, to be able to represent and to serve on behalf of the beautiful people of Toledo West. Mr. Speaker, I, too, like many of our colleagues here, represent a very vast constituency, and I'm not going to go into all the villages today, but I represent 28 villages. And over the last 14 years that I have had this privilege to represent our people, it is indeed very touching, and I feel a sense of humility that they have entrusted this great responsibility to represent and to speak on their behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that, I now wish to go into my presentation, but somebody just reminded me a few minutes ago, and really it's something that I laugh at, but I can remember the words of the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Dean Barrow. When I used to make my presentations here, he said, "Oh, that member from Toledo West, speaking and making a lot of noise, but the people in Toledo West don't even have a radio." Well, I can say to you, our people in Toledo West listen very attentively when our government and even the opposition make their presentations. But we have worked hard in all these years now that no longer do they only have radios, but because of our government's investment in electricity, in telephone and internet services, the people of Toledo West can not only listen to me on radio now, but they are also on the social media following the presentation, thanks to the work of our government. Mr. Speaker, my objective here today is to speak twofold. In my capacity as the Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, and Local Government, as well as to speak as the area representative for the beautiful constituency of Toledo West. I want to start off in my capacity as the Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, and Local Government. We want to highlight the results of last year's budget from the work of our ministry and to indicate why this budget of 2026-2027, budgeting for prosperity, will continue to build on the work that we have done as a government over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, you know, over the last 3 days, because really it's 3 days, we have witnessed how the opposition has tried to paint a picture of doom and gloom over the last 5 years. But, Mr. Speaker, the Belizean people fully know, they are fully aware, and they can fully appreciate that the life of our Belizean people over the last 5 years has improved significantly under the government of the People's United Party and under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño. Mr. Speaker, gone are the days when we had to be borrowing $1 million a day. And we will forever remember the words of the Prime Minister, and may I hasten to say, maybe now the infamous words of the former Prime Minister, who in several interviews stood up and said, after the UDP disaster of 13 years, infamously said, I weep for the next government. He had every reason to say that because he knew that they had derailed this economy. They had failed to grow the economy. And essentially, their mantra was one of neglect, particularly to the poor people of this country. But we came back on a platform that we were going to transform things. And that is what this government has done. Slowly but consistently. We have worked diligently to turn things around. And yes, we recognize that there are challenges. But even amidst the challenges that we are faced with as a government, we are a government of the people. We are a government who has a social conscience. And that is why our platform is one of working to build and to strengthen the social welfare component to ensure that our people can live a life of opportunity, a life of dignity, and a life where they are going to see improvement in their lives and that of their families. So, Mr. Speaker, let me turn now to the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, and Local Government. I am happy to report to this Honorable House and to the nation and to my constituents that during the course of last year, or this year that we are ending, this fiscal period of 2025-26, one of our greatest achievements under our ministry was the development of our national rural development strategy. We consider this a major accomplishment because after 44 years of independence, having had several ministries or governments that had ministries of rural development, never had we seen a comprehensive roadmap that outlines the vision, the mission of accomplishing rural development across this country. And that is what our ministry has now achieved. And I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, and to the rest of the nation, that we take pride in this strategy. And I can assure the nation that this is not going to be just another document, just another strategy sitting on the shelf, gathering dust. We, at the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development and Local Government, our staff are committed to working diligently. We are focus-oriented, and we are going to ensure that we implement, with the support of our government, our Prime Minister, and with the support of our developing partners, such as the UN agencies and many others, we will ensure the implementation of this strategy to ensure that we transform the lives of our people across this country. That is what we are committed to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the core of this strategy is this big goal of restoring opportunity and hope, particularly for our rural youth, our women, our farmers, and our entrepreneurs and community leaders who are very vital to the development of our nation. May I also hasten to say, Mr. Speaker, that in the past, the rural areas have always been seen and spoken of as areas of challenges, difficulties. But, Mr. Speaker, that has been one of the biggest mistakes and errors that has happened. Because I am convinced, our ministry is convinced, that our rural communities are engines of great potential and transformation where our people can use our God-given resources to ensure that they can gain wealth, that they can gain employment, and contribute significantly to national development of our nation and to reduce poverty. That is how we envision this. And allow me to say, before I forget, that I want to take the opportunity to thank our staff at the Ministry of Rural Transformation, our CEO, Valentino Schall, together with all our heads of department, together with our development partners, such as CABE, who contributed to this process to ensure that we can have a well-defined roadmap to rural transformation. Mr. Speaker, it is important to finally emphasize this point on our NRDS. We firmly believe that if there is truly going to be transformation, national transformation, it cannot be without rural transformation. And that is why we envision, that is why we work to ensure that together, as a government, both rural and urban, both government and development partners, that we engage in forging and moving ahead our national rural development strategy to better Belize. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that during the last fiscal year, we worked very diligently and tirelessly to improve infrastructure and services in rural communities, in health, in education, in water, in energy, and other areas of development. And that work, Mr. Speaker, will continue. And that is why yesterday I had an opportunity to speak to our mayors. They were all gathered. The mayors and the Mayors Association were gathered together. And essentially they were having an annual review of the work being done through local government. And I emphasized a very important point, that serving our people, serving our nation is a privilege. It's a privilege. Not everybody gets an opportunity to come to represent their constituency. And that is why, when we get an opportunity, we must advance that opportunity with great humility, respect, dedication, and a commitment to serve. And a commitment to serve. That's what the father of our nation, the Right Honorable George Price, taught us. Serve the people and serve them well. It's not easy. We are going to encounter countless challenges and obstacles, as we all know. But with self-determination and a conscience to truly serve, and a conscience that as leaders, if we get an opportunity, we must make our mark and make the world where we live a better place for all. And I think that as leaders, that is what we all aspire and work towards too. We all have different strategies at arriving at that goal. Everybody is different. Every constituency is unique. But that is really what we should aspire. To make our constituencies, to make the lives of our people, to make the lives of our country and the world a better place for all. So, Mr. Speaker, we have worked on modernizing Belize's trade license regime. And I will say to you, we are waiting right now. As soon as we hope that the Senate can move that bill and that we can roll that bill out to ensure that we have full implementation of our national trade license regime, both for urban and rural. And there has been a lot of noise, particularly from the opposition. From the opposition in some quarters. Let me be fair, it's not everybody. In some quarters, where they have been promoting this idea that, oh, you're going to tax the poor man and the small man and the small woman. If they have an orange stand, they have a banana stand or a panade shop, that they are going to tax them. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify once again. This is not so. The national trade license regime has a requirement that you must have a minimum of 600 square feet of productive space for you to even be considered to pay a trade license in the rural area. So, we don't have to be doom and gloom. We have worked very diligently to train our village councils chairpersons and alcaldes across this country, our water boards. And I will say to you, we are seeing the fruits of our investment. And why do I say that? We heard a very good example of Minister Radwell, speaking of the wonderful achievement of the Water Board in Hopkins as one example. When we came into government in 2020, they owed over $58,000 to BL. And you know why? Because for whatever reason, the former minister under the last administration did not enforce the use of meters. They had a new water system with meters, but I said, no man, you don't have to use meters. And when we took over, our policy at the ministry, and I emphasized and enforced this policy, that we will support all our water boards, but we must work to ensure financial sustainability. And one of those components has to be metering. Because when you don't meter, man, it's a free-for-all. Everybody use it, as they please, without any accountability. And when we enforce that in Hopkins, Minister said it, not only did they pay the $58,000, they were able to buy motorcycles and other equipment, build an office, and now have over $100,000 in their bank account in 5 years. This is transformative. This is accountability. This is transparency. This is what our government is determined to do across this country. City River, a very small community, over $500,000. Let me, in their bank account, let me sum it up. I don't want to be too long. Let me sum it up. In 5 years, we moved revenue of water boards. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Based on our prudent management, and holding our water boards accountable, we have moved water boards collectively for 109 water boards from $301 million in revenue to over $600 million in 5 years. We doubled it. We doubled it. This is what we do. And let me say, as part of our sustainability program, building sustainability, why do you think that our ministry is featured quite prominently, in which we have programs of distribution of pipes and meters across this country? You know why we do that? It's deliberate. This is not by chance. You didn't see this under the last administration, but we are doing that. Where we give some districts over $350,000 in pipes. You know why? Because we want to strengthen the water boards, expand the water, put in the meters, make sure that people are prepared so that one day, that's the vision, they are self-sustainable, they can stand on their feet and do what they have to do and not be totally dependent on the government. That's the vision that we bring. That's the vision that we build on a daily basis across this country. My friends, I'll say to you, over the last 13 years, there are many communities that were stagnant, that were left behind. And I will take one village as an example. Machakilha, one of the most remote communities behind Dolores in the Toledo district. You remember Channel 5 and Channel 7 running the stories of mothers who were pregnant, unfortunately giving birth on the roadside. You know, people who were ill, they had to be carried in a hammock by the villagers. Some of them, unfortunately, passed away. The students getting up 3 o'clock in the morning. This is not fiction, you know. This is reality. This is reality. Getting up 3 o'clock in the morning and walking to Dolores to catch a school bus. 13 long years of the Red administration. The Red administration, the UDP. Did they lift a finger to do anything for Machakilha? Is it that because they are our indigenous brothers and sisters, that they were seen as not being so important? Or because they were far away in a corner? If I couldn't get 3 culverts for San Jose, much less a Machakilha under the last administration. And in 5 years today, my friends, thanks to Minister Julius, the member from Cayo South, together with us at Rural Transformation, we built a road, we put in the culverts, we drilled a well, we electrified it using a modern solar system and pump. Many systems were installed in every home so they have lights. And the village grew and developed. Today, life has changed in Machakilha. That is rural transformation, my friends. That's what it is. And I will give you one more example. Medina Bank, in my constituency, because Machakilha is in Toledo East. Yes, no, we serve the people. We serve the people, it doesn't matter where. All the time. Medina Bank, we made sure in Medina Bank, a forgotten community. The last village coming out of Toledo West, if you are traveling, coming to Belize City. No light, no water, no road. And in 5 years, under the John Briceño and PUP administration and our colleagues here in government, we made sure we put in light, we built a new tower, we have expanded the water lines, we built new streets, they now have telephone and internet services. The village is booming, it's growing. People from other villages are moving into Medina Bank. This is transformative. This is rural transformation, my friends. And that is what we are humbled to do on a daily basis for our people. I am proud to report a couple of weeks ago we had the opportunity to go up north. One of the most beautiful villages where there is great tourism potential and where today a road has been completed and paved to Sarteneja. You know, we went to Sarteneja and we inaugurated a state-of-the-art reverse osmosis water system for Sarteneja, costing $2.2 million. So you see where the money go? The social services, because our people, whether you are in Sarteneja, or whether you're in Machakilha, or whether you are in Arenal, every single Belizean child and every single Belizean individual must have access to safe, clean, potable water as is expected through our sustainable development goals. That's important. So that's what we pride ourselves in doing. You know, Kapabank, no, not Kapabank, Shunush, I remember Shunush very, very well. When we got into government in 2020, it was around 2007 that a new system was built for Shunush. Reverse osmosis, state of the art. And you know that after the last administration took over, Madam Leader of the Opposition, 13 long years, and their system failed like 1 year into your administration. And those people suffered and suffered drinking brackish water that was not healthy for them. One of the first things we did as we got into government was to go to Shunush and restore back their system. Because they're all Belizeans, and they are worthy of ensuring that they have access to safe, clean, potable water. And I can go on. Our Ministry of Rural Transformation, and my colleagues are here, Minister Dolores is here, the member from Belize Rural Central, Toledo East, and many other constituencies. We are a ministry that responds. And I will tell you, I am very proud of our heads of department, and so that I don't get into trouble, I will call all their names. Because if I only call one, they will say I favor him. But we have our Director of Rural Development, Mr. Charles Galvis. We have our Finance Officer, Ms. Irma Garbot. We have our Policy Coordinator, Ms. Noble. And we also have our AO, Ms. Shamili Sodiga. These are dedicated officers who work diligently, and we have built a team with one common goal and understanding. You know what? That we are for serve. And when our people need services, and I said that in the context that when a system fails, whether it is at midnight, our Rural Development Director mobilizes our crowd at the earliest possible hour recruit, and they will go in and work on that system, whether it is to airlift, whether it is to superchlorinate, or whether it is to fix a burnt-out pump. We will not leave that place until it is restored. Because I insist, this is not about me, but I insist, and we insist, that we must serve the people and we must serve them well. It's what they expect. Why do people go to the polls? Why do they elect a government? Why do they elect an area representative? Because they want to receive the goods and services. And that is what we are committed to doing. My friends, so we did the new water system thanks to PAC, the government of Belize, and UNICEF for the system in Sartedeja. In partnership with the Social Investment Fund, we are about to inaugurate 2 new systems in the Toledo district, Mabilha and Mofridai. For the first time, Mabilha, all the way in the bush. Yes, I noticed the member from Queen's Square shake his head because he doesn't know where that is. But I represent that colleague member. I represent Mabilha. And they are getting a new water system. Mafrida, the same thing. That's what they are getting. All right? We have constructed a new water system for Emery Grove. We have invested $1.2 million in 45 villages in every district of Belize to expand rural water systems. Let me repeat, $1.2 million in 45 villages across this country. That's what we did in the last fiscal year. We continue right now as we speak with support from the community. Graham Creek, small community near the Guatemalan border. It's in Minister from Toledo East. That's his constituency, that's his village. But we made a sizable donation of pipes and other materials to them, and the village, through a self-help process, are building their own water tower, and soon they will have potable water for their communities. Let me say this. We have expanded water services in Pomona village to 300 new households. We are donating 200,000 feet of pipes for new household connections. You heard that? 200,000 feet. Not 200, you know. 200,000. Radsville and everywhere else. We are supporting them. We are expanding additional backup and storage capacity for rural water systems. And let me say, across this country, we have expanded storage capacity by over 90,000 gallons. That's what we do. That's what we do. This past year, we carried out $200,000 in repairs and maintenance to water systems, including the purchasing and installation of motors and pumps. In addition, we invested $170,000 in backup generators. We are ready for any emergency. And I will just share this with you. We had the privilege and honor to develop a new a new generator to San Esteban Water Board in Orange Walk. We did the same for San Jose in the Toledo district. And I believe we have already delivered, if that we will deliver soon, to Palmar and other communities. That's what we do. That's how we invest in the people. My friends, in health, we have installed solar energy for health centers in Pueblo Viejo, Santa Teresa, Guinea Grass, and San Pablo. We have also installed solar energy and computer labs. These are computers. They have a lab with 6 computers, six desktops, and printers. And we are doing that for several communities: Santa Elena, Nalumka, Otosha, and other communities. We have also installed solar energy at the Seventh-day Adventist Primary School in Shunush and to San Victor Roman Catholic Primary School in Corozal. So you see how we share the goodies? It's across the country. Equity. Equity. I believe and I insist, and we as a government work diligently to ensure that there is equity in how our resources are allocated. And that reminds me, when I speak about equity, Madam Leader of the Opposition and members of the opposition, somebody said Her Majesty's loyal opposition. Equity. His. Yeah, I stand corrected. His. See? But equity. Today, thanks to our Prime Minister and this government, every single representative on the opposition bench also gets support through the CDF. That's what we mean by equity. See, so it's not about only speaking and making contributions, but it's a reality. That's what we do. That's what we do. In energy, we are working with the United Nations Development Program to install standalone systems in Otosha and Mabilha. So they are going to be connected very soon. In regards to village roads, we continue to build streets and farmers' roads from Aguacate in Toledo to Ranchito in Corozal and to Georgeville in the Cayo district. Beyond roads and streets, we continue to address the issue of flooding in rural communities. We are currently working with PAC and the Adaptation Fund for flood mitigation in San Jose and Trial Farm in Orange Walk and Blue Creek and Golden Stream in the Toledo district. This project will strengthen community resilience through improved infrastructure and improved disaster response capacity. And speaking of roads, I was going to address that in my area when I speak about Toledo West. But we take a lot of pride in the work that we do. Our rural infrastructure needs a lot of work, a lot of support. But we have been working over the last 5 years, together with MIDH, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, the Ministry of Rural Transformation. We have worked on building streets, farmers' roads across this country. Because if we are going to promote and if we are going to ensure that our national rural development strategy is implemented, then there are certain basic necessities and infrastructure that must be put in place. So, my friends, I will say this to you, I will end on this note in terms of rural transformation in general. I think it was almost 2 weeks ago, we had the opportunity, both myself and the member for Toledo East, to be honored and to be joined by our Prime Minister on a tour to the beautiful village of Monkey River. I won't spend a lot of time, because the member from Toledo East spoke about it. But the member from Toledo East, with support from the Ministry of Economic Transformation, was able to get some funds, and the Ministry of Rural Transformation supported and implemented the project. $324,000, you don't know, a lot of money. But what that investment of $324,000 has done for the rural community of Monkey River is significant and amazing, to say the least. That community has been literally washed out, eroded, families losing their homes, the cemetery in the water. It was just devastating, and essentially holding a community ransom about to become refugees of climate change. But we have implemented a project with support of the contractor where a system has been built using big boulders and rocks and clearing out, the river, where the very same river will naturally be able to flow and eventually push out the sun and bring it back to rebuild the lands that the community has lost. This is rural transformation. This is what we do. Mr. Speaker, under local government, I want to say that our vision for local government, we work with all the municipalities, the town councils and the city councils across this country. And our vision is to be able to find a way to build a level of financial sustainability and financial resilience to ensure that our towns and cities can be able to grow and to develop, meeting the needs of our residents. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all our mayors across this country, to thank the Mayors Association for their great work, for their vision, for their inspiration to continue to build a better municipality across this country. And in that vein, we have had several sessions. In fact, we just had one yesterday, where we brought all our mayors together for an annual review session. And why is this important? It is important because, as I said, we are determined to help and to build a model of financial sustainability for our municipalities. And there are many great opportunities out there in terms of funding, particularly to ensure that our municipalities can get the necessary infrastructure to make them more climate resilient and to put in place the necessary mitigating factors and mechanisms and infrastructure to help to reduce the vulnerabilities of climate change and other disasters or brought on by climate change. So in that vein, what is it that we seek to do? We seek to build the capacity of our mayors and councillors to be able to dialogue, to be able to exchange views and ideas, to support each other, and to put in place a clear strategy to build that sustainable financing that I spoke about earlier. So that's what we do. In addition, we supervise and we provide oversight. I want to particularly speak to a very, very important accomplishment over the last 5 years, Madam Speaker. When we took over government in 2020, the revenue and expenditure portfolio of our municipalities combined was $61 million. That's what we inherited. Today, 5 years later, under a PUP John Briceño government, our municipalities have showed increased progress and grown their revenue and expenditure portfolio to over $111 million. Doubled, almost doubled in 5 years. If you notice, I haven't been focusing on the other side. But I just want to, that's what I want to share with them. That's growth, that's development. But when you listen to the other side make their presentation, it's like it's doom and gloom. Nothing has happened. You know, the world is about to collapse on our heads. Oh, Madam Leader and your members. We are focused. We work diligently. And it's not only our ministry. We network with so many other ministries. We collaborate and we support to accomplish this goal. That's what we do. I want to say that we are currently in the process of revising and modernizing our Liquor License Act. Very important. The Liquor License Act is very outdated, and it is not responding to the current needs of our society. There are many concerns, and that is why we have established a revision committee that is going to look at this very carefully, and we will go throughout the country consulting all and engaging our stakeholders so that they can contribute to this process, and at the end of the day, be able to develop legislation that is going to address the concerns and the needs of our people. That's one of the other things that we have currently undertaken. We have, for the first time, appointed an independent commission under law to address village boundary disputes. This independent commission is headed by the chief magistrate, who is also supported by other experienced persons. And why is this important? We know that there are several communities where there are boundary disputes. And we have to ensure, as the ministry responsible, that we address those concerns. But that process must be both transparent and must also ensure that whatever concerns each community has, that those are taken into account and addressed. So that is how we deal with it. I also want to say that one of the other accomplishments that we had, and the Honorable Minister, the member for Caribbean Shore said it earlier, that we also implemented the expansion of municipal boundaries. That was a major accomplishment, particularly for the municipalities. I'll tell you why. What had happened is that these municipalities had outgrown the boundaries that they had, but yet they were expected to provide the service, to clean the drain, to fix the park, to pick up the garbage, among other services. But with this expansion that has now taken effect, what it means is that everybody now has a responsibility to contribute their fair share so that the municipalities can in turn deliver the services that are required. That's what we do. That's what we do. Under our guidance and leadership, we are pleased to announce that yes, I did say that, the municipal growth that we had. We have been able to also support access to bond and loan financing to build investor confidence and support for our municipalities together with the Ministry of Finance. We have also been able to provide support for infrastructure investments across the country for construction of new streets, sidewalks, and drainage. And I'll just give an example. One example. Punta Gorda. Right now, as we speak, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development has put in a lot of work and support to help build many streets. But we also take the opportunity to be able to partner. And right now, as we speak, there is the cementing of the piece of road that goes to TCC all the way to the corner of where the MIDH compound is. We have collaborated. We are cementing, as the member from Toledo East said yesterday, the access road all the way to Toledo Community College. And not only Toledo, we also provide support to other municipalities. Yesterday, at our annual review session, we were able to donate desktops and printers and other accessories to all municipalities across this country, including San Ignacio and Santa Elena. This is what we do. We support everybody. My friends, yes, including me at Trump, because we're all Belizeans, man. We're all Belizeans. All right? Very good. Under the World Bank funded Blue Cities and Beyond program, a total of $64 million is being invested over a 5-year period to support the construction of climate resilience infrastructure, capacity building, and institutional strengthening. These are some of the initiatives that we're doing. All right, we are targeting municipalities such as Belize City, Dangriga, and Punta Gorda Town. We are also involved in the implementation of another IDB-funded project under the Compete Caribbean program. This project aims to enhance and strengthen selected municipalities' readiness to implement climate action initiatives and improve municipal planning to mitigate impacts of climate change. This technical cooperation is valued at over $500,000. In addition, we continue to carry out our statutory obligation to appoint and oversee trade and liquor license boards. So, my friends, those are some of our accomplishments over the last fiscal year. For this new fiscal year, we will intensify the implementation of our National Rural Development Strategy. We have been meeting with key partners, and as I said, for instance, the United Nations systems and other partners who are willing to help us. We will continue to strengthen our water boards, to expand services, as well as to ensure their efficiency and financial sustainability and management as we work together with organizations such as SIF and other ministries. We will continue to build the capacity of our municipal councils as we move towards their financial sustainability. We are living in some challenging times, but with vision, with dedication to progress, and true hard work and commitment, we will be successful. This budget will continue to build on strength after strength. This budget will continue to invest in our people. Now, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to focus a little bit now on my constituency, the beautiful constituency of Toledo West. Madam Speaker, I started by elaborating on the benefits of the social programs that this John Briceño-led administration has put in place. And I am one of the first to acknowledge and to sing praises to the Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education for the great investment that this government under his leadership has put into education. This is worthy of commendation. You know, I listen to the opposition. Cost of living is high, cost of living is high. The government not doing anything to help the poor people. Well, either they are fast asleep at the wheel, or they are deliberate. Near being deceptive in what they speak about. And I will share this example. You know why this John Briceño government has invested in education? Because we recognize that the best way to support a child, to ensure that a child has a future, and that a child can contribute to the development of our nation and reduce poverty is through education. I will give you this example. In the Toledo district, Minister spoke about free education. Let me make this correct. The Education Upliftment Program. And that's the correct name. Together We Rise. What started as a pilot project in Southside Belize City has over the last 3 years, because we started this in 2022, you know, has now expanded to over 27 high schools across this country. What started with 900 students is now at 27,000 students. And out of the 27,000 students, the Toledo district is grateful. Yes, 14,000, sorry, 27 high schools. I stand corrected. So, let me elaborate that. 27 schools, 14,000 students. The Toledo district is grateful. I did my calculations and I got the numbers. We have a total of 2,294 students in the Toledo district. Toledo Community College, Julian Cho Technical High School, Corazon Technical High School, and Bella Vista Government School benefiting from this wonderful program, Education Upliftment, Together We Rise. Minister, thank you. Thanks to our government. And not only the tuition and pay, they get free lunch, free snack, free uniform, and other forms of support. That is free transportation, exactly. You know, let me tell you, under the last administration, with all the Petro-Carib money, all the oil money, we never saw buses being put in place to support our teachers. Listen, I want you to listen to me. To transport teachers in our rural areas today, there is a bus that goes from Punta Gorda to Corazon High School taking the teachers free. Yes, you don't know that, member from Queen Square. You see, you don't know that. Let me school you. Let me school you a little. Let me school you a little. Today, we have a bus running from Punta Gorda all the way to San Vicente, taking the teachers daily for free. We have a bus. No, I don't finish. We have a bus taking the teachers from Punta Gorda all the way to Bella Vista daily for free. This is a government that invests in its people. And it's not done there yet, you know. Yeah, we have Dangriga to try and so many others, and other parts of the country. But I want to say to you, Minister, member for Freetown, very quiet gentleman, you know, but always very supportive. We love it. I love it. Together. All right, say so. All right. We are here clap to. We are here clap to. We love it together with the University of Belize, but I'm leader of the opposition and members on the other side, to support our students at UB. And you know, Minister, said, Minister, give me a little time. We have find the funds. And today there is a bus running San Antonio in Toledo West, Mafredi, San Pedro, Colombia, San Miguel, Silver Creek, Big Falls, Dump, San Marcos, Laguna, Jacinto, all the way to UB, back and forth, where students travel daily for free. How you want to say without the support of our parents? These are the kinds of social programs we have put in place to be able to help our poor people. You get your turn, you get your turn, you get your turn. And listen, we made sure that we put in place these necessary support. And I will say to you, we go one step further. In addition to everything else that I outlined for education, the Ministry of Education has a program to support tertiary level students across this country. So whether you go to St. John's, to Galen, or to the University of Belize, or to UWI, School of Continuing Studies, you have an opportunity, and I don't know that members from the opposition, to go and to seek support. And the Ministry of Education is supporting our students. Oh, thank you, you agree. You acknowledge that. So these are the programs that we are putting in place to help our poor parents, to help our students. And then, somebody said it earlier, you speak about the love you have for the people of Belize, and you speak about, oh, you are concerned about the cost of living and everything else, but you fail to remind yourselves that you had 13 long years sitting on this side, and Proposal 22, where the teachers were lobbying, for equal status, whether you taught or whether you teach in a government school or a grant-aided school, for all teachers to be able to get the 100% retirement benefits. And I will say to you, that former member of Collet, who bragged that he was the best minister of education and he loved the teachers, and he bragged, he fired me. But you know what? Yes, he fired me, and he said it openly. He fired me. He bragged in the house about that. But you see, the world is wronged. The world is wronged. The world is wronged. And I will say to you, 30 long years, did you implement Proposal 22? No. With all the millions you had, who implemented and honored Proposal 22 as fought by the Belize National Teachers Union and the teachers, the People's United Party, under the leadership of Freetown member Honorable Francis Fonseca? And I can go on, but these are the realities, these are the accomplishments. Let me say quickly, responding to the cost of living, a major decision undertaken by government, by our government. This was like, I think, about 2 years ago, to help ease the burden, member from Queen Square, on the poor people. In addition to the rolling out of national health insurance across this country now, to entire Belize, the government, we made the decision that we would remove the bills, the hospital bills, from all government hospitals. A major decision. No, I'm telling you. So what does that mean? It means that if somebody is hospitalized, be it in Punta Gorda, in Dangriga, in Belmopan, or at the Northern Regional Hospital, when you are discharged, no hospital bill. No hospital bill. That is support and commitment to our social programs and the poor people. That's what we do. Only under a People's United Party government. My friends, I am excited to say, as the member for Toledo East said yesterday, that we have a new hospital that is going to commence construction very soon for the Toledo district. And we are lobbying. We don't only want a building, we want to ensure that we have the relevant and adequate equipment. And we want the trained specialists to be able to serve our people in the Toledo district. And we will accomplish that. We will accomplish that. Right now, we are in the design phase. And very soon, in 2027, we are going to see the commencement and construction of that new hospital. As we speak right now, we continue to expand electricity, not at the rate that I would love to see. Not at the rate that I would love. That right now, as we speak, there is electricity expansion in Silver Creek, in 2 areas where people urgently needed electricity. And that is definitely going to continue. That is definitely going to continue. I want to say, and I hear the critics, the few critics, by the way, your caretaker, you mentioned your caretaker yesterday. And I notice from time to time he likes to take cheap shots. But we won't be derailed by that. We won't be derailed by that. We are focused. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for my good brother, the Honorable Anthony Mala. Pickstock. This Honorable Member made a significant contribution to the constituency of Toledo West in the form of a tractor and a bush hog that today helps to clean the 28 villages in my constituency. So that's what we do. You know, what do? We clean, yes, we clean football fields, we bush hog around school compounds, public spaces, and most importantly, almost on a 2-month rotation, we are doing farmers' roads across my constituency. Cleaning them, and, ensuring that people have access to roads to their farms. That's what we do. And so from time to time, we have to support through our Community Development Fund to be able to ensure that these projects can be achieved. Right now, as we speak, we are working on farmers' roads in Santa Teresa, in Blue Creek. We just did some work on the garbage dump for Jordan, Hickory, and Big Falls. And we are going to continue to do that. And I will say, Madam Speaker, that we must always involve our young people and keep the young people at heart. We support them through education, as I said earlier, but we must also support them through sports and other social programs. And I'm happy to say that since 2014, I had the opportunity to launch the Oscar Requena football tournament. And since 2014, so we're talking over the last 12 years, we have built a bond with our young people and our communities through sports. without a failure. Every year, we have at least 18 male teams. Sometimes we have 7 or 8 female teams that play in a 4-month tournament. And what started as just promoting sports, engaging the young people, has now, over the last 12 years, grown into a very big entrepreneurial opportunity for our people in Toledo West. So when we have these tournaments, we take them village to village. People come out, they sell, they're into business opportunities. This is what we promote. In addition to that, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his support through the Community Development Fund. And I want to jokingly laugh. I want to laugh here because I saw a critic, just wrote a comment. Right now we're rehabilitating, the community center in Silver Creek, complete rehabilitation. That is in addition to Aguacate, Santa Teresa, Criquehute that have been completed. And when they somebody posted the picture of the work we're doing in Silver Creek, and somebody said, from one of the critics, finally we see the CDF where they collect for the last 15 years. Oh, CDF has been here for the last 15 years. We started to get that support over the last 5 years thanks to our Prime Minister. Because under the last administration, it was zero. Zero. You see? No equity. This side is about equity in how we spend the people's resources. So, my friends, we will continue. So, what do I do in my constituency? I am a firm believer, Madam Speaker, in serving the people. That's my mantra. And I don't only say it, I do it. And I take pride in that. I take pride in that. So when people die, they come to me, I help. If I have to physically drive to pick them up in Belize City or wherever they are, we support the families. In times of need and illness, we are there. I work very closely with our churches and schools. Whenever they do fundraisers, we support them. I don't go about touting and putting everything out. We do it quietly, and the people know, and that is why I am humbled by the support that they give me. The rice industry. I heard Minister Rodwell speak earlier about the revitalizing of the rice industry. And I want to thank our government, the former Minister of Agriculture, the member for Orangeoak South. And together as a cabinet, I remember when we started lobbying, and there were some colleagues who were a bit shaky. They weren't certain whether, the Toledo district could produce good rice. And we reassured them, together with late member, the Honorable Mike Espat, who stood up and said, we must bring back the rice industry. And today the rice industry is back, and we are proudly seeing Big Falls rice across this country. $2.1 million paid last year to local rice farmers. And today, I want to humbly ask our Prime Minister and our colleagues for their support. Our rice farmers in the Toledo district are going through some very challenging times. Apart from climate change, pests, and other effects they're having on their crops, they are determined to continue to work and plant rice. But we need to find a way to be able to support them. In wrapping up, let me say that there are future projects that we have in the pipeline. I want to thank our government for the support. In the very near future, we are going to see the paving of the road leading into San Pedro, Colombia, all the way to Lubanton Junction. That is in the pipeline. That is coming very soon. We are also going to see a new police station for Big Falls, as was mentioned by the Honorable Member for Belmopan. Honorable Member, I am eternally grateful for your support, sir, because Big Falls does need a police station. We're also seeing, through CDB, a project that has been in the waiting for a long time. There have been some hiccups, but very soon we will start the construction and paving of the road from Santa Cruz to San Jose, one of the most productive communities in Toledo West. Vegetables, cacao, and other agricultural products. By the way, San Jose is the one where in 2017, the then Prime Minister promised me 3 culverts and never delivered. We have not only built a bridge and fixed the road, but we will now pave it, thanks to this government of the People's United Party. We are lobbying right now, and this is very dear to my heart, and I hope that the people in Blue Creek, Aguacate, and the other communities all the way to Machakilhar are listening. I am lobbying and working very hard. We need to find the funds to be able to build the bridge across Blue Creek. This infrastructure, this bridge is very important because every single year after June, traffic comes to a halt with rains that come down, the bridge is underwater, and essentially 11 villages are blocked and they are not able to move, particularly in times of emergencies. So I am deliberately and earnestly lobbying, and I thank my colleagues for the support as we work together to ensure we can deliver on that Blue Creek Bridge. We are going to do that, my friends. My friends, we will continue to work diligently. And finally, I want to say that I want to thank the people of Toledo West for their patience and understanding. Since 2015, the Caribbean Court of Justice ruled that as Maya people, we have rights to our lands. And our government has worked very diligently to put in place certain mechanisms to ensure that the consent order is implemented. We went from putting in place the FPIC protocol, developing the draft legislation, and we are in the process of cleaning up that process and eventually taking it to the House. But that process has been very long. And in that process, we have engaged with the Maya Leaders Alliance, the Toledo Alcaldes Association. We have engaged with the private landowners because we need to find a way to be able to, yes, implement the consent order and respect the rights of our Maya people. But equally so, we must also find a way to be able to ensure that the rights of our third parties are respected and adhered to. So it's not an easy task. And I'll tell you, many people brag about the beauty of the Toledo district. In fact, I brag always. We have the best rainforests, the rivers, the Maya temples, and everything else. To a great extent, our natural ecosystems are still intact. But that has not come easy. Our Maya people have been able to coexist and to a great extent take care of our natural resources. And what I want to advocate and fight for and to lobby is that we can find a way, and we are beginning to do that. Last week, there was an encounter of indigenous leaders from the Caribbean, indigenous and Afro-descendant leaders. There was a conference in Punta Gorda at the newly built Welcome Center, built by the People's United Party government. There was an encounter in which our leaders are saying that we need to find a way to more adequately engage our rural communities, our Mayan communities, in helping to build projects that are going to be able to help to improve their lives and to ensure that we can continue this great level of, sustainability, and also ensuring that to a great extent our natural resources and ecosystems can continue to coexist in a sustainable manner. So the work continues, Madam Speaker. We, as a government, will continue to support our people. Madam Speaker, kindly allow me to thank you and to thank my colleagues and to thank the beautiful constituents of Toledo West for allowing me this opportunity to be able to share. It's not quite often that we get a forum to be able to share on, the accomplishments as a government. And today is one of those opportunities at which we can share. So I am humbled. I am committed to continue to work hard. And with God's help and with His blessing, we will continue to build a better Toledo West and a better Belize for all. I fully support this 2026-27 estimates, and I ask all in this honorable House to kindly support this budget that is transforming and building lives for all Belizeans. I thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Pickstock.
You can hear me? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy listening to the delivery of the member from Toledo West. He and I are close, and we work together to ensure that we have a better Belize. Thank you for the last 2 hours, my brother. Madam Speaker, colleagues on both sides of the aisle, the good people of Pickstock, and to the fisher folks at sea, to the athletes on the fields and courts, to the cacao growers in our farms, to the doctors and nurses in our hospitals, to our teachers in the classrooms, to the members of the security forces, to all the hard-working people in our tourism industry, and to diaspora communities across the world, I say good evening and God's blessings to all. Madam Speaker, if you allow me, there's a line from Shaggy's song, Strength of a Woman, that says, "So amazing how the world was made. I wonder if God is a woman." Madam Speaker, with that said, in honor of Women's Month, I extend my deepest regards to all women across Belize. Many of you continue to demonstrate dedication to your families, businesses, communities, and to our nation. I would especially like to recognize the hard-working women of this honorable House. You, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Dolores Balaramos Garcia, the Honorable Thea Ramirez, the Leader of the Opposition, and the Clerk to the National Assembly, Mrs. Petch. I also want to recognize the hard-working women of the Pickstock Division, and especially those on my executive team. Your contributions and hard work do not go unnoticed, and you are deeply valued, appreciated, and loved. I want you to give me a few seconds to shout out my daughter, Morgan Mala, who just touched down in England to do an internship in a surgical ward in England. Sure, she wants to come back to serve. She and the leader of the opposition have the same birthday, right? Yeah. Madam Speaker, I would also like to take this time to extend my sincere condolences to the families of Josephine Flowers, Campton Speedestein, and Ruben Morales Iglesias. These good folks were truly passionate about sports and the development of our people. I would also like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the families of two tourism pioneers, tour guide extraordinaire Mr. Rudy Burgos and Miss Sally McCurkle, one of the original architects of our tourism industry in San Pedro and in Belize. May their souls rest in peace. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'll now really get into my notes. I rise today with a deep sense of purpose, gratitude, and humility to give my contribution to this year's budget debate. Our work in the Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Relations, the BTB, the Board of Management Authority, and the National Sports Council have become even more focused and driven as a result of these turbulent times. Madam Speaker, from my perspective, with all the technology that we have in this world, with how the world is connected, with how information spreads, for me, there's no reason for wars. There's no reason for men, women, and children to be dying in their homes. There's no reason for 154 students to die in their classrooms. There's no reason for the annihilation of the people of Gaza. No reason for people to be starving. Madam Speaker, from the research that I did, there are about 800 million people who go hungry every single day. And we have so much abundance. You talk about Jeff Bezos, you talk about Elon Musk with the word to $1 trillion. Give away some of that, man. Give a lot more than one have done to give. No reason for small nations like Belize to be suffering from the wrath of climate change when we all know that most of the damage is being done by the developed world. But, Madam Speaker, even with the mess the world is in today, I remain hopeful for what Belizeans can achieve together as one people. Madam Speaker, I've said this to my close friend and colleague, Honorable Devin Daly, when he was asking me about politics, that truly when you look around here, we are one each of 31. And that is a serious load to carry every single day. But I do it with pride and purpose. Madam Speaker, it is these extraordinary realities that have deepened my sense of responsibility. The good people of Bigstock have given me the opportunity to hold a seat in this honorable house for a second term, and I do not take the trust that they have bestowed upon me lightly. Each day I approach my duties with a steadfast commitment to improving their lives and advancing the development of our nation and her people. However, Madam Speaker, before I get into my substantive contributions to this year's budget, I would like to counter some of what was presented by members of the opposition over the last few days. Madam Speaker, have you heard the name Walter Rodney? Walter Rodney was a Guyanese firebrand, historian, scholar who used to fight for the rights of black people all across the Caribbean and Africa. I read this quote on Walter Rodney the other day. They said he spent a good portion of his life as a disruptor of comfortable lies. So today I'll try to be like Mr. Rodney, and I will try to be a disruptor of the comfortable lies the opposition has spewed over the last few days. I will start with the member from Queen's Square. I know they're not a tourism man. I know, but I'm the hope that they get advice from the leader of the opposition. He said that the tourism revenues are close to about $800 million a year. Madam Speaker, directly, tourism contributes close to $2 billion in revenues per year. And if you take indirect and induced, you're closer to $3.5 billion per year. And if he wants, he can come to me and I will break it down for him. He says the marketing is weak. Madam Speaker, just recently we sent a list of new marketing agencies to the leader of the opposition to get her feedback because we're serious about our work. And we know she has a lot of experience in the business. And so we'll wait to hear back from you, Madam Speaker, leader of the opposition. He said there is no plan. I don't know if he has heard of the Sustainable Tourism Master Plan yet, but a huge document is right on the website, and you can find it anywhere on the World Wide Web. He said airline prices were out of control, but when you do the research, Belize ranks middle ground. And we've had that discussion with the airlines. But if you understand the business, yield is important to the airlines. So whenever he wants to come and talk about tourism, make it check me. And then we can have a serious discussion about the very important tourism industry. Madam Speaker, now the leader of the opposition, she has been a part of a concerted effort to undermine the investment climate in Belize and by extension undermining the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, this is a serious game. Madam Speaker, I expect better from the leader of the opposition. Madam Speaker, there's a jackass lobbyist from the United States.
No. Member, you cannot use that language in here. So I'm going to ask you to refrain from using that.
I'll refrain from saying that. I'll not say it again.
No, but...
No, you have to withdraw it completely.
You have to... The word that he said will be struck from the record. You cannot use the language in the House. But you do need to allow me to respond to the point of order, though, before you continue. The point of order was the leader of opposition, referring to your statement of undermining, I think it was, leader of opposition, the investment climate, and not to infer or cause improper motive. I just want us to be careful with language. And I want the clarity is that you cannot say that another member is undermining. Whether the words of the member, that's a different matter, but we have to be very careful with our standing orders. It's really about the ad hominem attacks and the person. So I will caution you when you proceed with the rest of your debate.
Time and time again, but I will stand corrected. I'll be corrected. But there is this gentleman from the United States going around making a lot of noise about the investment climate in Belize. We all know who to pay the man, Madam Speaker. And once you get enough money, then you can reach any part. But I want to answer me this question. How in the world a private arrangement between a Belizean bank and a Belizean investor get anything to do with American investors, and how he reached the US Congress? That makes absolutely no sense to me. Madam Speaker, when I get into my tourism presentation, I will highlight almost $2 billion worth of investments in the coming years. Does that sound like a country that has an investment climate problem? At this moment, I would like to remind the Leader of the Opposition that when she was involved with the Ministry of Economic Development, Belize's ranking for the ease of doing business report that used to be produced by the World Bank fell from 106 to 135 in 2020. In fact, when the UDP took office in 2008, Belize ranked 78. And so when they left office in 2020, they were ranked 135, so nearly 100% worse in terms of their ranking, Madam Speaker. I want to remind the Leader of the Opposition that she was also the chair who vetted and supported the Waterloo proposal for the Port of Belize. It seems like you have a problem for this development to go ahead now. I stand corrected if that's not so. Madam Speaker, you say it. Madam Speaker, that lie. Madam Speaker, I took notes.
I don't want you to be interrupted too often. We cannot do this, man. 42B can't work when you want it to work. It has to work all over. So please, across the board. Member for Pickstock.
And I will get harder too. Madam Speaker, the construction of a shoreside docking facility in the Belize district, as you know, and as the Leader of the Opposition knows, is 25 years too late. It is time that we get it right, and it is time that we get this project done. And I wrote these things down, you know. The other day, the Leader of the Opposition stated in her presentation that we are operating in secrecy. I wrote those words down. With regards to this port, that is not so, Madam Speaker, and I will outline what we've done. You know how this reached so far now for this project to be done? Because the Prime Minister led a delegation in 2023 to Miami to meet the cruise lines and to meet with FCCA, the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association. They were impressed by our team, and they said that we have given them the confidence that Belize is moving in the right direction. From 2023 to present, we've been meeting with all the strategic partners in cruise. In 2023, we acquired the Port of Belize. 2024, made legislation to provide fiscal incentives for this size of investment. In 2024, 2025, work on the master plan. In 2025, 2026, work on the ESIA. That's why the ranking gone on. Can I carry on? Because I got about 50 more pages.
I'm watching. No, member, no. Let's continue.
And I want to advise the public that tonight there will be public consultations on the ESIA. And I can assure you, there are some operatives who never want to create mischief, because people really don't want this port to get done, you know. People really don't want it. Project to be done on the south side of Belize.
Discrimination against the south side.
Madam Speaker, you know what we mean when we say blue conquest, right? I know I call money. You can't get what you can't get, you want to spoil. But in this situation, we can't call it blue conquest, because the blue side are red. You have to call it red conquest. Where you can't get, you want to spoil. Madam Speaker, Because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle could not get this very important project done, they will do everything and anything to disrupt its progress. But, Madam Speaker, we will not be deterred. This project is too important for Belize. The Prime Minister's budget presentation for fiscal year 2026-2027 highlighted significant government spending that will strengthen key areas that directly affect the quality of life for many Belizeans. I'll focus on health first, my brother. In health, major allocations include 57 million for national health insurance, 52 million for central medical stores, 34 million for Carl Hushna Memorial Hospital, 56 million for a new tertiary referral hospital in Belmopan, and I believe I got this right, 19 million for the one in San Pedro. Madam Speaker, but with all the efforts that we've had, we still have too many people afflicted with non-communicable disease, hypertension, diabetes, etc. We have to do a better to educate them about what it means to live healthy. Madam Speaker, the health of our nation is the wealth of our nation. Education, Madam Speaker. Every dollar spent in education is a dollar well invested. And over the next fiscal year, the Ministry of Education will roll out transformative initiatives and programs. These include 15 million in free education for over 60% of all high school students. And the members who have spoken before, 14,000 students, Madam Speaker. 108 million under the MCC, 13 million in education grants, and 17.5 million toward special programs such as the Healthy Start feeding program and internet connectivity in schools. The impacts on our Belizean society are substantial. Under the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, this government will allocate 83 million for road works and affordable housing, 31 million for the Belize City Swing Bridge, 18 million for the Belcan Bridge. These are just a few of the projects in this year's budget that will drive meaningful progress for the continued success and full realization of Plan Belize 2.0. Madam Speaker, agriculture. With regards to food security, Belize and Guyana can be the breadbasket for the Caribbean. We can also reduce our trade deficit by exporting more of what we produce to Central America and Mexico. And the Ministry of Agriculture is doing a great job in opening up new markets. We are already self-sufficient in rice, corn, beans, sorghum, soybeans, poultry, eggs, pork, and beef. And we are rapidly advancing the dairy industry as well, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to say that Belize is the safest country in the region when it comes to food security. That's a tall thing, you know, a lot of people can't even feed themselves. Natural resources and lands. We heard the Deputy Prime Minister speak about the 20,000 purchase prices that have been issued over the last 2 years. The digitization that has made things easier. The land use policy that will govern our finite resources. Land clinic, and I want to remind the people of Pickstock and getting all the information that there will be a land clinic in May for Pickstock. Madam Speaker, I want to stress to the nation and this honorable House that none of the hundreds of people who have received land in Pickstock had to get any letter from me. None. In fact, some of them go straight to the ministry and to the DPM and they get their thing. That's how we roll. That's how we take care of we people. But the only way we can reach our full potential is if we have a collective revolution of the mind. We need to change how we think and how we operate in our jewel. We can't continue to make excuses for our own complacency, the lack of drive, the lack of discipline, and sadly, the lack of national pride. The last time I pulled out a poster, it was that fellow Shrek. This is God rest his soul. But I want to show the nation just one site where highways look like this. Too many of our neighborhoods look like this. We can do much better. This is not Belize. This is not national pride where everybody jump up for Bad Bunny. Look at this. We can do better as a nation. Madam Speaker, I read a story the other day about a lady named Bridget Biddy Mason, a black slave who walked with her baby in hand tied up behind her slave master's carriage from Mississippi to California, I believe 1,700 miles bare feet. As history shows, Miss Bridget Mason did not make excuses. She became free, and then she became LA's wealthiest woman and greatest philanthropist of that time. We know this life is tough, but you can't give up. You have to continue to grind day in and day out. This is more important now than ever before because we are, like I said, living in extraordinary times of external disruptions. Geopolitical fault lines are shifting. The global economy is being rewired by artificial intelligence, and climate change is no longer a distant or theoretical concern. In the face of this turbulence, Belize must stand on firm footing, guided by a clear and deliberate vision for development and advancement. Let us now reflect on the steady performance of our tourism industry over the past year. Madam Speaker, tourism is the connective tissue of our economy, contributing over 45% of GDP when you take direct, indirect, and induced, like I said earlier. This represents approximately $3.5 billion for the Belizean economy. Tourism also employs our people in every district. Approximately 35,000 Belizean men and women earn an honest living working in the tourism industry. We have over 2,600 licensed tour guides, more than 550 tour operators, and over 1,200 hotels and tourist accommodations with over 12,000 rooms. Our industry is made up of mainly small, local investors who power our tourism industry every single day. Their contributions are indispensable. I'll just share some additional statistics. According to the statistics that we have, arrivals for 2025 show that Belize maintained strong visitor performance, recording 552,000 in overnight arrivals, the highest number on record to date. In fact, I looked at the numbers coming in. Saturdays are our biggest day, and 2 Saturdays ago, through the Philip Golson Airport, we recorded close to 4,500 people coming in through the airport, and another 500 or 600 coming in through the borders. So over 5,000 people came in on that one single day, Madam Speaker. We also welcome close to 970,000 cruise passengers to our shores. This trajectory is clear and encouraging. Year after year, more airline seats, more ship calls, more visitors, more money for our people. When tourism thrives, Belizeans thrive. Tourism expansion, Madam Speaker. Investor confidence in Belize's tourism sector remains robust. Over the past 2 years, we have registered nearly 2,000 new quality hotel rooms. This has expanded our capacity to accommodate even more visitors. And growth continues with several hotel developments in the pipeline, accounting for over $500 million in investments. And I'll just name some of them: the Fort George renovation, Golden Bay expansion, villas at Kikaka, Lux Living, Four Seasons, Four Point Sheraton, Holiday Inn Express, Hilton Garden Inn, and Hampton Inn. All of these projects are in the pipeline and should begin sooner rather than later. Does that, again I ask, does that look like a country that has an investment climate problem? But, Madam Speaker, we're not leaving this growth to chance. We have secured a specialized agency to focus on connecting developers, global brands, and financing. Belize needs additional rooms to grow in parallel with airline capacity. Airline connectivity, Madam Speaker. We have been successful in building stronger relationships with our international airline partners across the US, Canada, Europe, Central and South America, Mexico, and the Caribbean. In 2025, new air services were launched by Spirit from Fort Lauderdale, Air Canada from Montreal, and what that does is give same-day connectivity from Europe. So that's a big plug for us. And United Airlines from San Francisco. More capacity was also added by several existing carriers, including American, Copa, Alaska, and WestJet. Madam Speaker, I am happy to report that even with the exit of JetBlue, which I'm truly sad for that route to be lost, but we tried everything possible. Sometimes yields are more important to an airline than load factors. Overall, airline seat capacity for this year will grow by 4% over last year. I personally want to thank the Aviation Development Committee for all their hard work. They've been truly aggressive in reaching out across the world to ensure that we build our airline routes and the airline capacity. Cruise and nautical tourism, Madam Speaker. Belize plays a crucial role in the Western Caribbean itineraries for cruise lines, and interest in Belize remains strong. Last year, we welcomed 9 maiden cruise calls, including vessels from Princess Cruises, MSC Cruises, Margaritaville at Sea, and Cunard. Even though we are a tendering port, Madam Speaker, we saw an 8% increase in cruise arrivals from 2025 over 2024. In fact, I was advised that we have 4 ships in harbor today, 3 at FSTV and 1 at Harvest Key. Imagine what the numbers will look like when the docking facility at the port of Belize is completed. The tourism industry needs to be prepared, especially in Belize City. Madam Speaker, again, as you know, we've wasted 25 years the Bafo and Kiangama. We have to get this port done. The time is now. The new cruise port will significantly enhance Belize's cruise tourism industry and revitalize Belize City. This is close to $1 billion project. I want to repeat that again. I hear the leader of the opposition talk about billions. This is close to $1 billion with a B. And Madam Speaker, the cargo component will improve efficiencies and provide opportunities for trade with southern Guatemala and Quintana Roo in Mexico. As the government continues to advance nautical tourism, we see huge opportunities in the yachting sector, and we are drafting legislation to support its growth. We are constructing the BMA Marina in Punta Gorda, which is expected to be completed in 2027. Now, this is a crucial project, Madam Speaker, because there are about 3,000 boats that are anchored in the Rio Dulce, and hardly any of them come to Belize because we don't have the infrastructure to support it. But they have to come out of Guatemala for a few months at the time, and then they go back in. So this is a huge opportunity for South, and I have the full support of members down South on this project, and including the private sector. So I ask the question, if you see millions being invested in the airport, $220 million worth of investment in the PGIA, millions in ports, Port of Belize and Big Creek, Commerce Bight, no? Commerce Bight. Millions being, in fact, hundreds of millions being invested in hotel rooms. Then I ask the question again, do we look like a country that has an investor confidence problem? Tourism marketing. Last week, my team and I met with a gentleman named CC. The man said, no say Novello, because he's a different reading from Italy. Novello, he said, from AHLEI. These are his words. Belize is one of the wonders of the world that is still relatively unknown. And this was my response to Mr. Novello. No, he said, no, Veyo. He said, Novello. He corrected me about 3 times. I said, you are right, sir. And this is my words to him. You don't need to go to Australia to see world-class diving and snorkeling and a world-class barrier reef. We have the World Heritage Site there. You don't need to go to Egypt to see magnificent temples. You don't need to go to Africa or the Amazon to experience the wonders of what we have inland. You don't need to go to London, New York, Paris, or any of those metropolitan cities to experience a cultural diversity that we have living in harmony. We are a unique place, Madam Speaker. We should appreciate it. We should love it. Madam Speaker, we have successfully positioned Belize as an eco-cultural and adventure destination. We continue to elevate the destination's visibility and remain agile in our marketing and PR strategies and initiatives. Diversifying our source market is a crucial part of our resiliency strategy. While the United States accounts for close to 80% of overnight arrivals, an over-reliance on any single market can be a vulnerability. To mitigate this, we are making deliberate investments to grow the European, Mexican, Central and South American markets. This will directly address the seasonality challenges in our industry. And Madam Speaker, if you go and look at the numbers these days, really the slower part of the year can only go into 2 months, September, October for the most part. Most months, the decent or very well. In this fiscal year, the Belize Tourism Board will advance 4 strategic priorities. I wish the member from Queen Square me there, so you don't have to spew nonsense next time. Sharper, more aggressive campaigns. We will deploy insight-driven campaigns with new taglines, new creative, and high-impact content built on market intelligence. Gone are the days of generic destination marketing. Every campaign will be targeted, measurable, and benchmarked against KPIs. Second, stronger partnerships. We will deepen our relationships with airlines, international media, trade partners, and significantly expand our co-op marketing programs with major OTAs, global tour operators, and airline partners. We will expand Belize's engagement at key international trade events and support private sector participation to convert exposure into bookings. Third, digital transformation and AI-powered marketing. Madam Speaker, we will harness the full capabilities of today's marketing technologies, tools including Funnel AI, SEMrush, Surfer SEO, MuckRock, Perplexity, Jasper AI, Midjourney, Persado, and Mindtrip will be integrated into our workflow. This will optimize campaign performance, sharpen our media strategies, and align marketing content with how travelers make decisions. We will deploy generative engine optimization to ensure Belize is prominently found in AI-driven platforms, the fastest growing search tool in travel today. Fourth, Madam Speaker, infrastructure and conversion. We will enhance our digital assets. We will expand our cruise to overnight conversion strategy and invest in marketing research to increase visitor spending, extend the average length of stay, and strengthen Belize's overall competitiveness. These marketing efforts will complement our holistic industry development initiatives. Industry development, Madam Speaker, very important for us. I've always said Belize is blessed with wealth untold, but we're still an uncut diamond, and we need to polish up a little bit. Strategic infrastructure investments continue to enhance tourism destinations across the country. Projects include the Punta Gorda Welcome Center, Bullet Tree Falls Community Center, North Front Street Fish Market, Gales Point Manatee Marine Rescue and Educational Center, Dangriga Multipurpose Park, Fort George Lighthouse and Seawall Project. And just recently, Madam Speaker, Cabinet approved additional funds for the urgent upliftment of San Pedro and Kikaka. All these developments aim to strengthen resilience, elevate product quality, improve guest experience, and support the sustainable growth of Belize's tourism industry. I am proud to announce that from April 27th to the 30th, Belize will be hosting the Caribbean Tourism 17th Sustainable Tourism Conference in San Pedro under the theme Tourism in Full Color, which integrates the blue, green, orange, and beyond economies into sustainable planning and development. This conference will provide a platform for leaders to share innovative solutions, best practices, and strategies that support local communities while safeguarding the environment. It will be an exciting week in San Pedro, and I invite all to attend. Madam Speaker, the John Briceño-led Plan Belize 2.0 is definitely people-centered. And to complement the government's ongoing investments in education, the Ministry of Tourism and the Belize Tourism Board will continue to invest in training. We have launched the Elevate Training Institute to advance service excellence across the industry. Through this initiative, we have formalized an agreement with the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, AHLEI, and the American Culinary Federation. Additionally, in partnership with the Ministry of Education, we have launched the AHLEI Hospitality and Tourism Management Program as a pilot at the San Pedro High School. Plans are now underway to expand the program to St. John's College and other high schools. We are creating employment pathways for our people, Madam Speaker. I just want to take a little bit of time to reach out to the Belizean people and start the national discussion about AI and the Belizean workforce. Madam Speaker, as we develop the workforce, the time has come to begin a serious national conversation about artificial intelligence. AI is reshaping industries across the global economy. Today, AI is writing marketing content, diagnosing medical conditions, writing legal briefs, generating financial models, driving vehicles, translating languages, composing music, and performing thousands of other tasks that we once thought only humans could do. For Belize, this presents both challenges and opportunities. Madam Speaker, we are already engaging the right experts to help strengthen our use of data and technology to better manage and grow tourism. Countries that do not adapt will be marginalized. Belize, Madam Speaker, is not immune to these realities. Madam Speaker, over the last 5 years, we have had a respectful, fruitful, and productive partnership with the private sector. We cannot achieve any success without strong collaboration with them. We continue to have excellent working relationship with both BTIA, BHA, and other associations, and we will continue to respect that partnership. Last week, we met with the board of directors for both BTIA and BHA, and I committed to raising their priority concerns in my presentation today. I know to listen, because I want to listen. They include investments in healthcare and infrastructure, management of sargassum and the impacts on the guest experience, modernized immigration system. The visitor experience begins at immigration, and it must reflect the quality and professionalism Belize seeks to promote. Improve service delivery, improve training, infrastructure development in destinations, enhance strategic marketing support. We are aligned and we are fully in support of these recommendations. Youth, Madam Speaker, youth development remains a central pillar of Plan Belize 2.0 and our country's national development agenda. Minister Daly and I, along with the Department of Youth Services, recognize that empowering our young people with opportunities, skills, and support systems is essential for building a resilient and prosperous society. Belize's youth is one of our country's greatest assets. Their creativity, energy, and leadership potential provide the foundation for long-term economic growth and social progress. However, far too many of our young people continue to face difficulties in their daily lives. As our government moves into the budget for 2026-2027, we will continue strengthening policies and programs focusing on several pillars. Youth and education, crucial. Youth and employment. Youth and entrepreneurship. Youth and sexual and reproductive health. Youth and governance. Youth and physical wellness. Youth and mental wellness. And youth and national pride. Priority initiatives for the Department of Youth Services. Developing a youth policy and strategy in partnership with the University of Belize and UNICEF. Consultations will begin soon, and I want everybody to look out for that and participate. Expanding technical and vocational education opportunities in partnership with the Ministry of Education and the Belize Tourism Board. Supporting youth entrepreneurship and innovation. Enhancing support and mental health and youth well-being by engaging in-person and online counseling services with local and international experts. I want to tell my brother Munnings that when I help him ease up a hotline because he seemed to be overwhelmed. Supporting after-school initiatives and feeding programs. Initiating the Bright Minds Initiative. Bright Minds Initiative, Madam Speaker, is a program that we're working on to roll out, whereby we'll focus on the brightest of the bright who still need that support, that safety net under them. Far too often we spend most of the money for the bad money. We need to focus on the bright minds of this nation. By engaging with other ministries such as human development, education, defense, sports, and health, the Department of Youth Services will ensure that Belize's youth are equipped with the tools, opportunities, and confidence needed to contribute meaningfully to the development of our nation, Madam Speaker. Sports, and everybody knows this, I have a tremendous passion for sports, just like Minister Daly and the team at the National Sports Council. And we're starting to roll out some great initiatives. Sports, Madam Speaker, play a critical role in promoting healthy lifestyles, strengthening communities, and providing meaningful opportunities for youth development and national pride. Belize has demonstrated strong athletic potential across multiple disciplines, yet continued investments are required to unlock their full potential. A major milestone for the sports sector in the 2026-2027 fiscal year is the announcement of a $2 million annual contribution from Belize Government Lotteries Limited for We Bolido to support the National Sports Council and the development of sports nationwide. Madam Speaker, for We Bolido is being properly used finally for health and for sports and for other things, not like the other side. In addition to infrastructural upgrades and the expansion of programs, we will also explore financing opportunities for the development of high-performance training centers that can serve athletes across the country. The programs are intended to develop athletes from grassroots through to elite competition. These programs will strengthen Belize's ability to nurture young talent while promoting healthy and active lifestyles among our people. Minister Daly mentioned yesterday some of what the things that we're working about, but I'll just run through quickly some of the initiatives that the National Sports Council is rolling out. We're working on a new sports policy and strategy, and consultations with that should start soon too. We're modernizing the Sports Act. We will host a sports summit in sometime in the summer. We're strengthening partnerships with the Belize Olympic Committee and sporting federations. In fact, with the BBF, we launched the National Semi-Pro League again this year, which has been a huge success all across the country. Upgrading facilities nationwide, including community fields and courts. We're working currently with the FFB to install 5 synthetic fields across the country. 2 will be FIFA certified. And with the BBF, we will install 6 FIBA basketball courts across the country. Talent and scholarship opportunities for further education, the introduction of a supranational competition where the best of the best compete during the summer months, integrating more sporting activities at the primary school and tertiary levels. Madam.
I don't remember, there's just that, we're just hearing a noise, we need to get to the bottom of it because it might interfere. Gallery or in the media section, there is a noise that we're hearing. I just want to be sure nobody has their phone on. And of course, control room, there is a noise that we're picking up. It's not coming from the chamber. Just so that we ensure for the rest of the proceedings today that there's not an interruption. For that, we just needed to make sure that your audio is not interrupted.
Do your thing, man. Get way in order.
Let's not get carried away. Please. Remember the respect for the chair.
I always have respect for you, Madam Speaker. integrating more sporting activities at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Madam Speaker, I appeal to the schools again, especially the primary and secondary schools, to work with us in expanding the competitions in the schools for primary school and tertiary level institutions. Expanding coaching and sports science programs that integrate data and innovation, sports nutrition, psychology, and sports medicine. These efforts represent an important step toward building a stronger sports culture in Belize, one that supports athletic excellence, youth engagement, and national pride. Madam Speaker, the President of the Cycling Federation sent me some information yesterday, and I want to congratulate the national team who is, I believe, in Colombia. They came in 8th in the Pan American cycling competition. And you know what? All the riders were up there with some heavy hitters, and we'll lose it right on the sprint. So we were up there representing Belize well. We're not to participate anymore, we compete. And so here are the ranking for cycling, Madam Speaker. We ranked 1st in the Caribbean for cycling. We ranked 8th for the Pan American region. And we ranked 51 in the world. So that's a big thing. We're headed in the right direction. Big up to all them brother, we get up 3, 4 in the morning and go ride. You're missed by bus in a rain. Serious labor of love. Yeah, so sisters to sorry about that. They are women within a women's month. So, yeah. Belize's diaspora remains an important partner in national development. Belizeans living abroad continue to contribute to the country's progress through remittances, investments, knowledge transfer, cultural promotion, and international advocacy, while maintaining strong ties to their communities at home. For the 2026-2027 fiscal year, the government will continue strengthening its diaspora engagement strategy through the work of the Diaspora Relations Unit. Key priorities for the Diaspora Relations Unit include encouraging diaspora investments and entrepreneurship, strengthening communication and engagement with Belizean communities abroad, creating platforms for diaspora participation in national dialogue and development initiatives, supporting members of the diaspora who choose to return home through the Diaspora Returnee Incentive Program, DRIP, coordinating relief efforts and contributions from the diaspora, encouraging knowledge exchange opportunities. Madam Speaker, as you know, we have a lot of bright minds, and as you know, leader of opposition, your brother that one and top of the food chain, you know what they do? They need for try create some environment where they could come back and truly participate in nation building. We have some bright people out there, Madam Speaker. The government remains committed to strengthening engagement with Belizean communities abroad and expanding opportunities for diaspora participation in national development initiatives. And now, in closing, not really closing, but at the head there now, pick stock, Madam Speaker. And I want to hear this car one time with one of the smallest now, with the second largest constituency in Belize City. So now, man, you're gone too far. Pick stock. My people, my friends, my family, my base, and my strength in this honorable house. We have put in place the social foundation needed to support long-term development and upliftment. Our role is not to give handouts, but to walk alongside our people, opening doors and removing barriers. We have consistently supported local economic activities by empowering entrepreneurs and creating opportunities for meaningful employment within the community. We have also stood with our hard-working men and women, creating spaces where their labor and skills are valued and sustained. We have stood with our students and their families, encouraging their dreams, supporting their journeys, and easing their burdens. And we will continue to do more for our people in Pickstock, Madam Speaker. So more homes, more student support, more land, more infrastructural upliftment, more job opportunities, more safety nets for the most marginalized and vulnerable in our society. And Madam Speaker, more blessings overall for the people of Pickstock. Now, the other day the internet gone off because media rep asked me a question which kind of never right with me. So he asked a stupid question and I can't answer, no? I just want to make Belize know, I want to make Pickstock know. I ain't going anywhere anytime soon. If you may hear the question, you may know how, like, man, brother, I don't know anything never. But you know, because he come from the other side and he get planted in the media. Now still me ballet though. Foul me lot when he play basketball. In conclusion, I really don't know, Madam Speaker. I want to go back to the revolution of the mind. Madam Speaker, honorable members, my fellow Belizeans, well, I waited, my fellow Belizeans.